Canada. Could you tell me maybe a bit more about the country? Where is IBM focusing, for example? Is it already worldwide, or is there a priority for the moment and is going to be developing afterwards somewhere else? Tell me a little bit more about that, please.
Yeah, so this is globally. Of course, when you work with NASA, for example, they have really the globe as a field of play. But for example, in the demo, you can see Port de la in France. So it's good timing here. And what we do is we did this demonstration to really show that, for example, when a fire happens, then we can also predict the movement of the air, the quality of the air in the different areas, and alert all the population maybe to move because there is some dangers here. And we do a bunch of analysis to really prevent also this kind of theft. But there is a lot of use cases, for example, when it's really hot in the summer. You see, in Paris sometimes we have this
it begins to be hot right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's hot, yeah. So maybe a few questions we can ask is, okay, what will be the impact of this heating in the agriculture, for example? That's many examples, but of course we can talk hours about it.
I'm sure we can do it. Unfortunately, we got to get back on the set, but I'm going to be staying a little bit here maybe to talk a bit about all of this with you. So thank you so much, Xavier. That was very interesting, and I think a lot of the viewers just learned so much about it, especially on that NASA point. That was very interesting. So thank you so much, Xavier. Bye. And that's it. There you go, Thomas. You got AI point of view and AI news, and we're going to be talking about this a little bit later on together, I think.
Thank you, Alexis. Yes, we'll talk about it, of course, and thank you, Xavier. To the both of you, it's one of the main issues, one of the main challenge of our time. Climate change is upon us. Here is how technology can help and perhaps make things a little better. It's called Climate Tech, and it's already implemented by some companies. Have a look.
Technology tackling some of the biggest challenges facing our planet. Climate tech has the potential to become an important tool in the struggle against irreversible climate change. Now the race is on for businesses to cash in and engineer hope for future generations. From alternative energy, capturing carbon, to carbon accounting. Sweep helps companies measure, track and reduce their carbon footprint. CEO Rachel Delacour says climate tech could soon encompass the whole tech sector.
We, climate techs, are today reorganizing and orchestrating the collective climate actions on every part of the world, of our industries and our needs as humans. From a software standpoint, to make sure that companies are able to monitor their carbon, to act on it at the scale of their whole supply chains.
During a challenging time in the tech sector, climate tech quietly expects exponential growth in the coming years. The sector was estimated to be worth around $13.8 billion in 2022, with the potential to transform wasteful industries like manufacturing, transport and energy. Companies like Switch Energy are rising to the challenge.
We produce green, permanent, renewable electricity using osmotic power. Osmotic power is the energy that you got when fresh water and seawater meet. It's a natural energy that you can find massively in all deltas and estuaries of the world.
Climate tech actors don't just aim to mitigate the effects of climate change, but in some cases reverse them. Climeworks is one example, a company aiming to capture carbon straight from the atmosphere.
This technology enables us to provide a permanent carbon dioxide removal service to our partners. So we're building and operating these direct air capture facilities. And then we partner with storage providers, and so capturing the CO2 from the air, then permanently storing it underground.
Meanwhile, the UN is already warning of a potential green tech gap. These new technologies rely on high internet connectivity and digitalization, which can be challenging factors in the developing world. While the climate tech sector shows great promise, significant challenges still need to be addressed.
This is Tech Newsroom here live on VivaTech Television. It's almost 5 o'clock. More coming up. Of course, you can follow all the action happening here on VivaTech, at VivaTech, on our website and our social media channel. Join our community, like, follow, share. Join us as we shape the future of technology. More coming up in a few seconds on VivaTech News here in Paris. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to VivaTech News. We are live in Paris for the 7th edition of Europe's largest tech and startup event. My name is Upton Saidi and I will be with you for the next 3 hours. You're watching Tech Early Birds, where we bring you through all the action happening live from VivaTech, where we have some amazing, huge names, big names in tech, in politics, and luxury. Of course, yesterday we heard from French President Emmanuel Macron, who spoke about the future of artificial intelligence and how he wants to see that play out here in France. We're also going to be hearing from Elon Musk, the man behind Tesla, SpaceX, and now Twitter. He'll be joining VivaTech tomorrow. And we also have some huge names from Salesforce, PayPal, LVMH chairman Bernard Arnault is also here at VivaTech. So this is absolutely the place to be to understand the future of technology and where things are headed, especially at a pivotal moment with artificial intelligence. It's been a massive year for artificial intelligence, and that's the name of the game. That's one of the big themes this year we're seeing at Viva Technology. Another big theme is climate tech. What are companies doing to pledge their loyalty to sustainability? That's a big theme that we're going to be talking a lot about on today's show. I want to get out to the main action floor. The doors have just opened. The attendees have started to arrive. We have our reporters on the ground, so let's see what's happening on the main action floor. Excited to be joined now by Alexi, who is our reporter on the ground at the entrance. Alexi, what can you tell us? Day 2, what's going on?
Well, good morning, Upton, and good morning to all our viewers. First of all, look at that, the sun is shining, everyone's happy, everyone's smiling, and so many people, so much people coming in at the entrance just behind me, so it's such a pleasure to be back for day 2 at VivaTech 2023. So that first day, yesterday, I've seen so many things going on, as you mentioned, Upton, the traditional visit from the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. We've also seen, by the way, French Minister of Economy, Bruno Le Maire, going around the different alleys of VivaTech 2023. He stopped a little bit longer in the Normandy stand, of course, because it's where Bruno Le Maire is from in France. So one of the events of yesterday was also the unveiling of a brand new Renault car, prototype, called H First Vision, a car that would be using a little bit of AI. Artificial intelligence, as you said, was a major point of interest yesterday, and be sure that it's going to stay this way for the remaining days of VivaTech 2023. So the day 2 of VivaTech today will feature once again many speakers on the different stages in order to connect worldwide tech actors. We will follow the LVMH Innovation Awards, once again happening at VivaTech this year. 18 startups have made it to the finals for the 7th edition of the awards. And Bernard Arnault, as you said, will be here at VivaTech, and he will be here, of course, to announce the winner of this LVMH Innovation Awards. Talking about awards to follow, we will have the Africa Tech Awards. Today is going to be this afternoon, and these promising awards will happen around the I'm not sure about it, but it might be around stage 1 or the Africa Tech Hall. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to follow this, and be sure to take a little bit of time to attend the Africa Tech Awards this afternoon. For the sports aficionados, I wanted to mention that the World Cup winner Blaise Matuidi, French World Cup winner in 2018, will be here at VivaTech this year. He is a former player, of course, of Juventus Turin, but also Paris Saint-Germain, one of the biggest clubs in Europe right now. So Blaise Matuidi will be here on stage 1 at 12:30 12 for a session called Influence Meets Funding. So Blaise Matuidi will be speaking especially of his transition from high-level athlete to being a huge investor, especially in the sports domain, jumping from men to women football. One very interesting conference will be also focusing on Women World Cup 2023. So many speakers, so many things going on, and be sure to follow all of this with us today at VivaTech.
Awesome, Alexi, thanks so much for that. Yeah, we have a lot of big guests, and another big theme this year is sports tech. So as Alexi mentioned, an entire hall dedicated to the future of sports, how sports and tech will intersect. So that's definitely an area not to be missed. All right, turning to luxury now, and so beauty giant L'Oreal is launching a tech-assisted product to help people with limited fine motor skills apply makeup. It's called Hapta. Hapta uses machine learning and AI to understand the contours of someone's face and then can guide lipstick to be applied with precision. This represents a bold step into new markets for the beauty sector. Take a look.
Beauty without limits. That's the message L'Oreal wants to give with their latest product, an AI makeup applicator made for people with limiting fine motor skills.
The tech in Hapta is really, really cool. It has a number of sensors inside that are machine learning based, so it actually learns your movement. So when you actually touch the handle of Hapta, it will understand your shake or tremors or the way that your arm would move if you have cerebral palsy, and it will automatically adjust in real time based on that.
Fine motor skills are the ability to use small muscles in hands and wrists. Most people use them so frequently and for so many different activities they barely think about it. It's a different matter for an estimated 50 million people across the world with illnesses or conditions that might affect their ability to make precise movements, like those required for putting on lipstick or eyeliner.
So my disability is cerebral palsy and spastic quadriplegia. My hands are very limited and my legs as well.
Our world is diverse, and we want to be part of the beauty world just as much as everyone else.
Powered by machine learning algorithms and AI, Hapta's technology has only been made possible by recent advancements.
The community that was using the technology for a spoon to be able to eat was actually telling the team at Verily and Liftwear that developed the tech that they would love to do other things like apply makeup or paint. And so they actually came to us, and it was through the consumers and their community that they said that they would love to partner with L'Oreal to be able to find a way to make this for beauty.
The product represents L'Oreal positioning themselves in an assistive technologies market due to be worth an estimated $50 billion by 2030. Companies can make smart business decisions today through bringing cutting-edge tech to underrepresented communities like this across various markets.
All right, I'm excited to be joined now by Murad, who is one of our editors for Tech for Change. Murad, you're all about finding the good in tech, and we're going to talk about the food industry now.
Absolutely, because there's a lot of standout innovation happening in the food tech sector. Yesterday I mentioned the famous Impact Mile, first time here at VivaTech, and nearly a quarter of those are devoted to food tech in one way or another, be it production, preservation, and a whole raft of other associated food tech technology. And just to give you an idea, it shows you the amount of time and energy that is being invested. I mean, estimates around $13 billion per year, which is a lot less than the 50 plus billion for climate tech, but it's still a significant chunk of investment. And I thought I could talk us through a couple of those innovations that really stood out to me at least.
Yeah, that would be great. And urban farming is also being taken to a new level.
Absolutely. So, you know, we've all heard about urban farming for a little while, growing vegetables on rooftops or hydroponics, whether it be in Singapore, New York, Paris. But what about if we could grow these vegetables as close to us as is physically possible? So what I'm talking about is growing this in your home, Upton, in your kitchen or in your living room. And that's what AgroGarden are really looking at. It's an automated vegetable growing machine. I'll ask you a quick question. Are you a decent gardener? Do you have a green thumb? Do you think you're nifty in the garden? Can you
Probably not.
Well, if you're not, it's for you. But for everyone else, whoever's not so good, basically what you need to do is just insert what they're calling a pod, which is dried seeds, into this machine, and the AI algorithms do the rest. So they adjust what the plant needs, and all you need to do is go and enjoy yourself, go and work, go do sport, and in the few days or weeks you'll get an SMS, a message in the app that says it's time to harvest. So pretty easy for everyone that's not green thumb minded. And if you need some more pods, you simply order them. They arrive at your door. So they're really billing it as easy as operating your coffee machine.
That's amazing. That's really fascinating that we can actually get to that level of farm to table, in our own house.
Yeah.
And there's also different types of foods that you can grow as well. I mean, once you've grown your vegetables, you need to keep them from fresh as possible. Is that right?
Absolutely. So I would just, if I just end with AgroGarden for a second, the things that you can grow in that machine, lettuces and bulbs and various things like that. And right now you can grow them simultaneously. So that's important because I don't know how much lettuce you can eat in 1 week. But obviously, once food is produced in that machine or elsewhere, we need to make it last longer. We know that around a third of the food that we throw out in the world is that we produce is thrown out. So obviously, that's not great for the environment with all the resources. And so a lot of effort has gone into actually preserving food. And I wanted to show you something that's particularly stood out to me. These are simple stickers, kind of look like childlike. See them, it looks like a variety of apple, for example, and all you need to do is actually take off this sticker, pop it on a piece of fruit. This is the team from Ripe Labs. Pop it on like that, and just by doing that, I've basically prolonged the life of this apple I've doubled it. I've doubled its shelf life. So this is a pending technology, patent pending technology. It's a formulation that is being used in pilot studies across the United States. They've got a very first partnership with a major retailer. I can't mention the name, testing it with strawberries. Have you ever thrown out your strawberries?
Absolutely. They go bad relatively fast.
Really quickly. So with this sticker, by putting this just on the plastic packet of your stickers, you can make your strawberries go from 3 to 5 days, grapes from 8 to 16, lemons from 40 to 60, and you can really get an idea of the amount of food, fruit and vegetables that could be saved with just something as simple as a sticker.
That's absolutely fascinating. It's quite astonishing when you think about how much food is wasted. What else are you watching? What else needs to be done to kind of advance this challenge?
Well, obviously the other, and there's a talk happening at 9:45 on stage 2. It's called Food from Waste to Opportunity, and there we've got another project that is being spoken. It's very popular here in France and some of the Scandinavian countries, called Too Good to Go. So this is a partnership with retailers at the end of the day, who I'm not sure if you've ever used it, but they've got produce that's not going to be used tomorrow. They have an app. They send it out to the millions of users. There's millions now, and you can click in and buy, the food at a discounted rate from both supermarkets, from boulangerie, a baguette. We know a baguette's no good tomorrow, and you can come in, and that's one of the Too Good to Go representative is speaking on stage 2 at 9:45. Worth catching.
That's amazing, and it's also nice because your food is actually fresh, Coming from the U.S., we just throw everything in the freezer, and then it lasts longer, but it's not quite great.
It's not, the crunch in the baguette,
No.
It doesn't come out the same after it's been put in the freezer.
Doesn't work the same. Thank you so much, Tech for Good. There you have it. Well, I want to shift gears now and get to our first interview of the morning. I'm now joined by George Yashin, founder and CEO of 010. George, welcome to VivaTech.
Hello.
How are you today? Is this your first VivaTech?
Yeah, it's my first VivaTech and the first VivaTech for 010. I'm really glad to be here, and thanks to VivaTech for having us.
Yeah, excited to have you. So first of all, tell us about 010.
So 010 is an AR try-on company. We have the best technology for clothing and bags try-on in augmented reality. So basically we have different solutions for fashion brands. They can integrate us in their offline retail chains. We provide them with store windows, interactive store windows, where customers right in the street can try on clothes before even entering the store. So it's quite new thing in a business, but it grows fast. We have already a lot of competitors, but here in VivaTech we are presenting something new.
And what makes you guys better? What makes you better than your competitors?
I think it's our experience in the fashion industry, because we are not a traditional fashion company or tech company, so we combined two different spheres. I came from fashion, my colleagues and partners came from tech, and we are focusing especially on clothing and bags try-on. So we don't do anything else. That's our main focus, and we spent 2.5 years to develop this technology. It's quite difficult, but yeah, we are here.
So will the need for fitting rooms be eliminated?
So I think that it's a new language that Generation Z and Y speaks, and I think brands. We all remember when e-com platforms, online retail came, and everybody were a little bit skeptic. But now the same thing is happening with AR try-on experience, VTOs. So yeah, I think brands are ready for it. Technology is ready for it. And we already have our AR mirrors in New York, London, Paris. So yeah, it's basically right here, right now.
What would you say is the biggest obstacle to more retailers adopting this? Because you walk into a Zara or a Uniqlo, and it's they don't have any of this kind of augmented reality. You're not scanning QR codes. You're not seeing how it can look on your phone. But I feel like we've been talking about a lot of this fashion tech for a while now, but we have yet to see it implemented mainstream.
So basically, the production-ready AR mirrors with our technology came like 5 months ago, and all our competitors are really preparing this technology for mass adoption. We see that it's the very beginning now. We see that brands like Coach and Tommy Hilfiger are using our technology already. So give us a year, and every Zara and H&M store will be with our store windows and mirrors.
Amazing, yes, that's a lofty ambition. So I went to the Amazon fashion store in Los Angeles, and it's funny because a lot of times people think like, oh my God, there's not going to be any humans anymore, right? Everything is robotics. But it was actually the opposite. So basically you scan a QR code on a product, and then it goes to your fitting room. And then you go later, like 10 minutes later, you go to your fitting room, and all the products that you scan throughout the store are in the fitting room. But it actually takes a human to go around and bring these from the back the back storage. And I'm just thinking, like, it actually seems like a lot more work than just having your customer just grab their few items and go try it on.
Yeah, I think you can see it like this, but for me and for Amazon, I think it's just a pilot stage. So yeah, we need to know how it works to make it fully automatic. So here at VivaTech, we are presenting our AR store. Basically, it's a screen where customers can try on the clothes in augmented reality and then purchase it and get the delivery to their houses. So in our store, there are 0 assistants, so it's fully automatic. But it's just a concept, and we need a help of assistance of humans right now. But I think we need like a little bit more time to make it happen. Yeah, I think for now it's a super futuristic idea, but imagine if you can spend less for space rent, for example, in malls and or brick and mortar stores, and you can use only 2 square meters and integrate a screen there. It can be a win.
Absolutely. George, thanks so much for joining us. We'll check you out on the main floor. Excited to see your technology.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on. We want to go now to the main floor where we have one of our reporters, Anna, standing by. Let's check in on the action. All right, good morning, Anna. How are you today?
thanks a lot. And we are here, as you said, day 57 booth at the Dubai stand. And with me, Julien Pluzor, who is a senior investment and portfolio manager from DTech Ventures. Because here at the Dubai stand, you can obviously meet the key investors, but also startups who decided to grow in Dubai. They mostly come from artificial intelligence, sustainability, or fintech fields. And I will go through all of that with Julien. Julien, can you tell me first, how does your DTech Ventures support tech ecosystems and startups?
Sure. So basically at DTech Ventures, which is the venture arm of Dubai Silicon Oasis, we have two activities. First is investments. So we are typical venture capitalists. We invest in early stage startup based in UAE from seed to Series B, ticket size from $250 to $2 million. We're sector agnostic, but of course we support the best founders that have an access to the UAE. Second activity that we have is incubation acceleration. So we launched last year a new program, a 12-month program called Sandbox, which support those founders which are maybe a bit too early to receive investments down the line, but we want to support them, we want to nurture them, and we want to bring them into our ecosystem.
You mentioned the Sandbox. Can you talk us through why is it so unique and what value does it add to Dubai's proposition?
So that's basically a founders first program. It was created by founders for founders. So the way we support them is we bring a lot of experts in different pillars from tech development. So we help you build and finalize your product and your go-to-market strategy on your product. We help you find your first customers. Of course, we want to help you fundraise and connect with all the investors from the region. And we support you in many ways that bring a certain stability and comfort and confidence to the founders over 12 months.
During the next 3 days, you will still here at VivaTech. Can you tell us how do you leverage VivaTech to meet all those objectives?
So that's a very good question, because VivaTech basically is the largest tech and startup event in Europe. And DTech, where I'm basically based, we are the largest tech ecosystem in the Middle East, because we are more than 1,200 startups and companies based where we are. So for us, it's very important first to attract the best talents from Europe and from France, of course, because we see, and we've seen over the past 2 or 3 years, a lot of demand, a lot of requests for information about what Dubai is all about, why there is such a momentum and a trend around Dubai. So we're coming here also with the Dubai economy to educate the founders here about what we can offer within our ecosystem, because it's very important to understand Dubai is just not a standalone city within a country. This is the hub of a bigger extended region. From Dubai, you actually have access to India and Pakistan. You have access to the whole GCC, including, of course, Saudi. But not only that, North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, even Turkey. So coming to Dubai and setting up in Dubai means you have access to an extended region, which is full of opportunity for you.
Yes, and what are the biggest growth opportunities, advantages, if we want to get grown in Dubai?
So that's a very good question. First, of course, you want to come to Dubai, you need to have like a setup. So that's what we do at DTech. We help you set up in terms of office space, in terms of commercial license, and so on. Then after, what you want is access to market. So again, through different programs that we have, we will help you, understand better the market, access your first customers, or if you're already established, coming to Dubai and then have access to investors and access to key stakeholders from regulators to counterparts in other countries.
I've been saying at the beginning that some of the startups we are seeing here at the Dubai stand come from artificial intelligence, clean tech also. Yeah. Can you talk us through some biggest success stories and industries they're coming from?
So it's always very hard to shortlist kind of your top 2 or top 3, because we invested in more than 30 startups over the year, and we have some massive success in our early stage investment that we made. I would probably start with one, because you just talk about AI, and so we invested 10 years ago in one of the first generative AI startup called Writer.com. And Writer.com basically is the first AI model that trained on the LLM. The LLM is trained on your own content and your own tone and voice. And now they're based in US, they scaled through the US, based in San Francisco, and they are becoming one of the top Gen AI startups in the world. Second one, actually, the French founders, and that's, I think, a very good use case for all our French founders here. They came to Dubai 10 years ago, opened the first cloud-based call center, so pretty similar to what Aircall has done in France. They scaled throughout the full region, as I was telling you earlier. Massive success also over there. The third one, I would say, because it's a little...
Briefly,
is like 360 views, which is the first immersive app for 360 videos. They will be announcing a partnership with actually Apple, like very shortly with the Vision Pro. So it's very like trendy in those days. So I just wanted to give a heads up on that as well.
Julien Plouzor, thank you very much from DTech Ventures. And if you want to find us more, join us here at Dubai stand.
Amazing, Anna. Fascinating stuff there. Well, yesterday we heard from the CEO and president of PayPal, where he spoke here at VivaTech about why every tech leader's priority shouldn't be technology, but actually being moral, focusing on major issues of our time and caring about employees. Take a look at what he had to say.
So I think the thing that we most need to invent is not the technology, because I think technology is rapidly moving forward. I think we are just at the beginning of so many advances. Obviously, everyone's talking about AI, but let's not forget that quantum is right around the corner. And when you combine quantum with AI, it's going to take all of this to the next level. So I think things are moving quickly. I think the cost of compute is going to go down towards zero. I think the cost of software is going to come down dramatically. I think what we need is more leaders thinking about the big problems of our day.
Yep.
I think thinking about how do we become moral leaders, how do we become leaders that care about much more than just the bottom line, but what we're trying to accomplish. And I think that's not an easy thing when you have lots of different constituencies pressuring you. But if you want to make real change in the world, that takes courage.
All right.
Well, I think you want to think clearly about what your vision is as a company, and then look at your constituencies and put them in the right order. Like for me, the most important constituency in PayPal is our employees. Because if I have the best employees, I'll serve my customers the right way, I'll satisfy my regulators, I'll be a part of our communities, and I'll serve over the medium term our shareholders better than anybody else. So I think you really need to think very hard about who are you serving as a leader, and take advantage of the technology. It's all over, and be creative about it, but have a moral framework that surrounds what your leadership is about.
You are watching VivaTech News, bringing you all the live action from VivaTech 2023. We will be right back with so much more.
At JCDecaux, we're very excited to partner once again with VivaTech this year, where we will present to you our innovative out-of-home advertising solutions. We're the world's first outdoor advertising company. We operate in over 80 countries, and we believe that street furniture can leverage the potential of digital technology to improve the quality of urban life. We're coming to VivaTech this year for the 6th time, and we will be present on the JCDecaux Mezzanine with a team of committed experts in R&D, digital, ESG, marketing, HR. We want to discuss the future of out-of-home advertising with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. Our team of experts will be on hand to share our passion for out-of-home and our culture of innovation to offer best-in-class media, urban services, as well as decarbonised solutions. So come and meet us on the JCDecaux Mezzanine to discover a showcase of future tech and sustainable services. See you very soon at VivaTech.
Hello, I'm Livy, the face of innovation at LVMH. I'm glad to be back for this new edition of VivaTech. This year, we will showcase how our talents leverage innovation to create unique products and experiences. Let me give you a taste of what to expect. You'll see a showcase of our latest omnichannel and retail experiences. we'll have exciting innovations from Tiffany & Co., Dior, Fendi, Sephora, and Louis Vuitton, including 3D customization and sensory experiences. Loro Piana will also show how the Aura blockchain allows them to stay ahead traceability and authentication. On the wines and spirits side, we'll talk with Veuve Clicquot about the use of organic materials for packaging, while Renard will present how technology helps to preserve biodiversity and regenerate soils. These are just a few of the examples we want to share with you. Come and meet us at the LVMH booth to find out more.
Je fais partie de l'Immersive Lab chez BNP Paribas Real Estate. On travaille sur un outil qui permet de voir une ville sans y être physiquement. Et typiquement, si on a des clients qui sont à l'international et qui cherchent à investir sur le marché français, on pourrait leur permettre de prévisiter la défense en amont pour leur faire gagner du temps pour quand ils viendraient potentiellement.
The bank is changing. Discover our unexpected jobs. BNP Paribas, the bank for a changing world.
Hello and welcome back to VivaTech News. You are watching the live action from VivaTech 2023. This is Europe's 7th edition of VivaTech. Here's what we're watching this morning on day 2. Artificial intelligence, a massive theme. We saw ChatGPT really emerge onto the scene late last year and especially the beginning of this year. So that's become a massive theme as Google and Meta all deploy their AI products. And so we're going to be talking a lot about that, especially on the show this morning. We'll also be talking about deep tech as well as some of the technology that these luxury fashion brands are doing, from LVMH to L'Oreal. Some huge names we have this year. Of course, yesterday we heard from French President Emmanuel Macron. Tomorrow we'll be hearing from Elon Musk. But I'm excited now to bring in our Tech Trends editor, Rudy. Good morning. Welcome to Viva Tech, day 2. What are you excited about?
Good morning, Upton. Yeah, you mentioned LVMH. Well, we will have Bernard Arnault himself here this morning on stage 1 for the presentation of the LVMH Innovation Awards. Now, the Innovation Awards have been part of VivaTech since 2017, when they had the first award winner there. And we've been mentioning AI, artificial intelligence. Well, you know, the winner in that first year, 2017, that was Huritech. What do they do? They use AI to predict fashion trends based on, for example, what people are posting on social media. So looking forward, what are going to be the colors, what are going to be the shapes for the new season, so that basically the fashion companies can play on that. Already using artificial intelligence, you know, I mean, obviously many companies have been using artificial intelligence, but certainly these innovation awards, they definitely hint towards some of the trends. We saw in 2018 one company that uses blockchain, for example, to you know that blockchain was a very big theme at VivaTech last year, of course. They were already using blockchain to track, for example, whether you know, one of these very expensive LVMH handbags is fake or a genuine article.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned AI a couple times, and of course yesterday we heard from French President Emmanuel Macron, who talked a lot about his vision for AI in France, and particularly not taking the same route as other countries. What did you make of that?
I was very interested in the fact that President Macron seemed to be very mitigated on regulation for AI, which is interesting because we had the European Parliament, of course, yesterday approving the EU AI Act. And we definitely yesterday heard from some people who are in that regulation space who say, we do need regulation for AI. And everyone in the industry says, yes, there are risks. We need some framework. You know, even if there are all these opportunities that we see as well, there are also risks. So it was interesting to see that. I had the impression that President Macron was leading towards the let's have a little bit less regulation so that we can innovate, which for me seemed like I'm not sure that he's entirely understood where we can go with AI, because definitely some challenges as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of kind of fear, but then a lot of excitement, and you kind of look to him to converge the two and see what the path forward might look like. So our Tech for Change editor, Marid, mentioned this morning that impact tech is a big theme. We have, of course, the Impact Mile, which is a place where attendees can go and learn about the future of climate tech and tech for good. What else are you watching?
I mean, this morning we have a few sessions on food tech. Food, agriculture, might not be something that you naturally associate with technology, but actually technology is very heavy in there. And it's also very important in trying to, agriculture and food, they both impact climate and they are impacted by climate. So on both on both sides of the debate, technology can bring solutions, and we've seen that the investment in food tech has soared tremendously in recent years. We saw something like 30 billion invested in food tech in 2022. Now that was down from the record year 2021 when it was 52 billion. But because food tech and agri-tech address some of the biggest issues that we face. I mean, we've got, inflation, things becoming more expensive. Well, maybe with technology we can make our food a little bit less expensive. We have got this labor shortage in many sectors. People not necessarily wanting to work in the fields anymore. Well, maybe we can put robots to work in the fields instead. We've got ways to make food healthier. And a big theme also this morning will be food waste and how technology can basically reduce the food that we waste, which is a lot. And you may again think, food waste, what's that going to mean? It's actually United Nations estimates that food waste is 8% of greenhouse gases emissions. Yeah. And all this food that is wasted, it's just wasted energy and resources, right? So if we can do something about that, and if technology can help do that, that's really great.
That is absolutely insane. Yeah, I think also she mentioned something like a third of all food that's produced goes to waste. It's crazy because it's like it seems like such a quick thing that we as a society and humankind can address. But when you have big companies that want to create profits, it can be challenging. So.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's because companies want to create profit. It's also because of inefficiencies in the supply chain. That means that sometimes food is just wasted as it stays either on the field or in transport. And actually technology there, for example, by tracking food or by creating edible coatings for food can actually help reduce some of those issues there.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, Rudy, thanks so much. We'll check in with you in a little bit. Well, it's been touted as the digital future for years now, but businesses and users are still a little bit skeptical around Web3 concepts. After some faltering experiments in decentralization, could we finally be moving away from the server-based protocols? And what do concepts of decentralization and Web3 actually mean?
Transforming the internet. That's what companies operating in the Web3 sector hope to achieve. Web3 pushes the internet away from its current client-server model and towards decentralization. The hope is that moving to the greater freedom of a peer-to-peer system will shift power away from large tech companies and towards individual users.
Web3 is the evolution of the web, and it means that not only can we read and write, but we can also own. So if you are, let's say, a content creator, now you can actually create a piece of content and you can publish it and you own it, so that if it gets actually transferred or bought by someone else, you'll still get a piece of that.
This decentralization is enabled through the use of node protocols like the Interplanetary File System, or IPFS. The current web, Web 2, relies on the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, to load web pages by retrieving content from centralized servers. Web 3 would split this content and store it among users or peers through an interdependent network of individual IDs, or hashes. The system already underpins financial technologies like the blockchain and smart contract, but its potential for other sectors is vast.
okay, AI, yes, there's a lot of good things that can happen with it, but there's also a lot of dangers. And some of those dangers could be over-centralization, or whomever has access actually to the data that's collected. And two, could be also like we are being spammed with a bunch of stuff that we don't even know what's true, what's not anymore. While blockchain as a source of truth or like a log of events in a certain timeline could actually help prevent that.
There are still considerable challenges to be overcome before a global uptake of Web3. Making the transition from the reliance on the current centralized system of creaking HTTP architecture is one, as well as hackers exploiting the general lack of regulatory framework. When these issues are ironed out, Web3 could open up exciting new possibilities for businesses ready to take on the next iteration of the Internet.
I'm excited to now be joined by Rachel Delacour, who is CEO and co-founder of Sweep. Rachel, climate technology, big theme this year at VivaTech. I want to know, how does Sweep use data to help companies actually reduce their carbon footprint?
Yeah, thank you for the invite. And for your information, of course, we are so glad to see that climate, that climate topic is at the core of VivaTech and very important. It has an important place, So at Sweep, we are helping companies to face, the major challenges that to solve the major challenges that they are facing. It's very complicated nowadays for companies to just have impact, because it's complex to understand, measure, to collect and measure, the data they need to understand, to have action, to act on it. So the way we are using technology is really about helping them to gather all this data, to understand the hotspots, in their whole value chain, in their entire business, to make sure that they are understanding what's happening, and understand the carbon, emissions that every single business activity data point is representing. And we are helping, once you have all this data, and the digital is helping, and, business intelligence is helping to all this. Once they have this data, they are, of course, now able to answer, that major challenge that we have in Europe about compliance, and to anticipate, what Europe is asking from a CSRD standpoint. Okay, it's something that all companies knows now, to make sure that the more you have data, the more you are able to comply and to report on your non-financial data. Okay, that you have to do absolutely, fortunately.
Absolutely. And you've launched a number of new products, from finance, supply chain, and most recently compliance.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Walk us through your solutions. How are they actually working to reduce carbon and build some more sustainable companies?
Yeah. The more you are able to connect all those dots, okay, that you have in your company, the more you are able to track them, the more you are able to track the progress and the initiatives you have when you are trying to reduce those data points. So you need to interconnect your supply chains. You need to interconnect the financial world. When you are a financial institution, you need to act on your company portfolios, okay? Because indirect emissions in the financial world are representing something like 700 times, the direct emission of a financial institution. So the more the financial world is connected to the corporate world, to the extended responsibility that everyone has on the supply chain, the more, we have a chance to have this collective climate action, thanks to digital, thanks to technologies, thanks to Sweep, that platform, with connecting all those dots to just make sure everyone is realizing what's happening, to better track, engage everyone to act. Definitely.
How can companies actually take concrete action to be reducing their climate impact? I mean, is it possible to prioritize profits and planet at the same time?
You have to actually. If you want, we are calling our customers, the forever companies. And if you want to, the major problem today is to make sure you are transitioning to a low carb economy, that you are just existing, surviving, in the next 10 years to come. And it's all about making sure your company has impact. And companies need to understand that transition, okay, is absolutely will be done through data, through technology, and it's our role, to help them. And transitioning, if you are not transitioning at the moment, if you don't think about your impact, if you don't think about how you can engage all your stakeholders, from your financial partners to your employees, you won't make it. Okay, so yeah.
All right, Rachel, I want to challenge you to give us 3 tips that companies can actually do to have a more positive climate impact.
Yeah, so as I'm always trying to insist on this, but engaging, all the different stakeholders, is absolutely powerful, because we are living in an urgency, okay, of action, of initiatives that we have to orchestrate, and that collective climate action must be done through engagement of the stakeholders, through the right governance within the company. When the CEO and the IT, the CTO, the CPO, procurement, the CFO, everyone is working all together, and you need a tech stack for that. So now that more companies now manage to have that decision, that climate strategy at the board, at the board level, on the table of the COMEX. Now they are realizing that they need that tech stack. And 3 points, it's about, understanding the governance of climate action within the company, making sure that you have the right tech stack to orchestrate that at the very, granular level, because the closer you are to the data points, the best opportunity you have to reduce it, in case of your carbon emissions, or from a pure ESG standpoint, you have the opportunity to have an impact on that data point. So governance, the right governance, the right tech stack, and the engagement and communications internally, and externally, and show your ability to engage your extended responsibilities through the most extended supply chain, of your in your network.
Absolutely, Rachel. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you out on the main floor.
Thank you.
I want to turn our attention now to the country of the year. If you know VivaTech, you know every year there is a country that is spotlighted. So let's check in on the action there. Catherine, what can you tell us about this year's Country of the Year?
I certainly can. I'm sure you and our viewers are well versed in K-pop. Well, this year we're talking about K-startups. South Korea is the country of the year. Come with me into the South Korean stand. As you can see, we've got all kinds of startups here. We've got one that uses seaweed
Cami,
to
I can't
replace
hear you.
single-use
Say that
plastics.
Again.
And we've got AI semiconductor development, and one of my favorites. I'm already quite a big fan of South Korean beauty products. This is a new South Korean beauty product startup, and we're here to meet the CMO and the founder of Dear Dot. Hello there. Thank you for being with us. So, Yonghan, you're the CMO.
Yes, I am.
Could you tell us about Dear Dot? What is your startup product?
Well, first of all, thanks for interviewing us. It's a pleasure to introduce our product and our corporation to the offline and online visitors of VivaTech. And our motto of our corporation is to be eco-friendly. And what we pursue is to think about and care about the environment. So we produce this new product with our own technology, including our patent, in order to reduce the waste of plastics. So the product and the sachet, the package of the product itself, both dissolve in water. So after using the product, we do not produce any kind of trash, including microplastics and stuff like that.
Okay, excellent. And obviously, eco products are very much a big topic here at VivaTech this year. So we have the founder of Dear Dot with us. Would you do us a demonstration of the product itself?
Temo. Yeah, sure. She's going to show you how we use the cleanser sheet. As you can see, if you pour water onto our product, it just becomes a soap.
That's very quick. It's turned into a foam super quickly. That was about 3 seconds.
It is, and we also intend to reduce the use of water because it evaporates. Not all of them, but just most of them evaporates in a few seconds. So all you got to do is just wipe out with a tissue.
So I can imagine using this. I travel a lot. I could imagine taking this when you go on these planes and you're not allowed to take your liquids. That would be so useful when I'm traveling, as well as eco-friendly. And is this the packaging?
Yes, this is the package, the sachet, the wrapping paper, and we invented it with a material called natural biomass. So if you just put in the water and just shake it for a couple times, it just disappears without producing any kind of harmful toxic materials. Mm-hmm. That's how you get.
Fantastic. I love a product demonstration. Well, I know you're here at VivaTech for the very first time. You're a startup looking for financing, for backers, and to launch in Europe before they even launch in Korea. We're going to have to get back to the studio, but thank you both so much for showing us this product. And of course, come down and check this out. Check out all the other South Korean startups here at the Country of the Year at VivaTech.
Fascinating stuff. Catherine, thank you as always. All right, I want to head over now to Simon, where we have another reporter with another great interview ahead.
Oui, je t'entends.
Simon, beauty is the name of the game this year at VivaTech. Tell us more about who you're with.
Hi, Upton. Yeah, absolutely. It's a really exciting time for beauty. I have the pleasure, actually, of being joined by Omar Ajeri, the president of the Professional Products Division here at L'Oréal. Omar, thank you very much for being with us. It's a really interesting time for the beauty industry in general. Plenty of new products which are coming out, starting with the K-Scan, the optical hair and scalp reader. We actually have a demo, Upton, going on just behind us, which Omar is going to talk about the product more in general.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. You know that tech is totally reinventing our value proposition toward consumer. One of the iconic brands of a professional product division, Kerastase, is launching an absolute breakthrough, the K-Scan. What is the K-Scan? We are actually bringing AI to consumer. And AI at scale through a diagnostic tool, which is called the K-Scan, which allows actually consumers to see exactly their hair and scalp problematic that they have, and putting ourselves in position ourselves to propose the right product for the right needs. It's a breakthrough, a revolution in the hair industry that we are bringing to the professional market and to the consumer around the world. So you have here behind you, as you can see, going down, a direct, a diagnostic live. So if you have to move a little bit, if you want to see what the consumer sees, it's here on the screen. As you can see, there is a live demo. So we see exactly from the live demo the problematic that the consumer is having through different lenses, and the color are showing, if there is dandruff, if there is irritation of the scalp, if there is, a quite good density in terms of hair, and according actually to the diagnostic image, the AI that we have will immediately capture the image and propose the right diagnostic and the right product in the range of Kerastase. It's a breakthrough in the professional hair industry.
All right, we're going to move back over here just for now, because it's not the only product that you're launching. There's also, we know there's a massive influence on the planet right now, and one of the latest products that L'Oréal are doing is the Water Saver in partnership with Gyoza as well, which is to reduce water usage in salons by 69%. That's absolutely groundbreaking.
No, we have tech for hair and also tech for the planet. And actually, we have found with a startup based in Switzerland, Gyoza, an absolutely breakthrough technologies. These technologies is actually helping salons to reduce water by 69% with the same actually pressure of water. It's a fantastic revolution, and we are, as we speak, implementing these breakthrough shower heads in many salons around the world. Just to give you one simple projection about what this hair shower is going to do in the world and on the planet, we are going to equip in the forthcoming years 100,000 salons in the world, which represent in terms of water reduction the equivalent of 2,000 Olympic swimming pools in terms of water reduction. And as you know, water which is used in salon is also hot water. So when you reduce, the usage of water, you reduce also CO2 emission at scale. So we are really bringing another breakthrough innovation to the professional hairdressing industry, and Gyoza is going to help us actually change the world.
Now, Omar, I'd like to get your opinion as well a little bit more on the beauty tech industry as a whole. We know that you're one of the key partners here at VivaTech. How do you feel the beauty industry is changing thanks to tech and also the younger generations that are demanding different things from their products?
Through tech, actually, we are entering in a new era, an era of reinvention. Tech is in every fiber of our thinking, from product consumption to client satisfaction, from client experience to stylist management, because we are in the hair professional industry. Through tech, we are redefining every level of our value chain and each and every interaction. To give you 3 illustrations, you saw tech in our products through the K-Scan. We are also reinventing customer experience through K-Scan, but also through virtual services. We have on this stand the Inno ID to show it to you. We are also rethinking, our interaction with stylists around the world. We are serving them in a totally different way. Through tech, actually, on a daily basis, we are interacting with millions of stylists around the world, because now digital now drives our interaction with all our stylists and consumers. And actually through tech, and you saw an illustration through Gyoza, we are reinventing our relationship to the planet. So tech is making us enter in a new era. And this era will be a good era for all of us.
Omar Hajeri, the president of the professional product division at L'Oréal, thank you so much for that incredibly insightful. Thank you very much. Upton, there you go. Exciting times. Back to you.
Fascinating. Thank you, Simon, for bringing us that interview. All right, you're watching VivaTech News, bringing you all the action. We're rounding out our first hour here on day 2, but stick with us because we will be with you all day long with more action, bringing you the biggest names in tech, innovation, and so much more. Make sure you're following us on social media. You can find us at VivaTech on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, and on LinkedIn. And we will be back with a short break just after this. I can't...
At Manpower Group, we believe we are entering a new era where technology can help us create a desirable future of work for all. We are very excited to discuss this with you in our lab. What we call the new human age is a world where people use technology not only to be more productive, but also to enhance human connection and live more meaningful lives, where technology is truly leveraged for the benefit of talent and not the opposite. This year, we will showcase the latest HR innovations that serve this idea. Innovations already deployed within our group and others that we are currently developing with startups. For example, we will talk about augmented and virtual reality learning, immersive onboarding and upskilling, AI and human ingenuity, and so much more. So, come and meet us on our booth, and let's create together a better future of work, more connected, more diverse, greener, and above all, more human. A future of work that truly works for all.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting Shiloh's food was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design my own room. And now Dad thinks he's a big, fancy chef.
Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like when I'm your age.
The accessibility of generative AI opens up possibilities that were unthinkable before. This will be the main focus of our discussions during VivaTech this year. By adopting generative AI, companies and organizations are already becoming more productive, efficient, and agile. Our AI-powered products, including Microsoft 365, Copilot, Security Copilot, Bing, and the latest versions of Teams are tangible illustration of what this amazing technology already allows us to do. We also provide the tools and language models available through Azure OpenAI, which can be customized with company data in a secure environment to build your own products and processes. These are exciting times, and this technology will also be key in addressing the crucial challenges of sustainability and cybersecurity. But as with any major transformation, it also raises ethical questions, which we take very seriously. This is why our responsible AI principles guide every innovation we undertake. Join us at the Viva Lounge to learn more about generative AI, discover our latest innovations, and share your thoughts with us. See you soon.
At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And AI is at the heart of our ambition to transform the practice of medicine. Sanofi is back at VivaTech this year, and we're thrilled to show you how we're championing AI across the entire value chain to bring better treatments to more patients and faster than ever before. First, in R&D, where we're slashing research times through improved predictive modeling and automating time-sync activities so our scientists can focus on what truly matters, finding miracles. Secondly, AI is improving the efficiency and quality of our manufacturing operations. Our factories run more efficiently thanks to comprehensive performance monitoring and meticulous yield optimization. And thirdly, when it comes to reaching the people we serve, our patients, our healthcare professionals, we're using AI to better engage them with the information they need in the format they want, when they want it. You'll find all of this and much more on our booth. So join us to discover the journey of a molecule through AI, from the lab right into the hand of the patients. See you all very soon.
Hello and welcome back to VivaTech News. We are following the action live at VivaTech 2023. My name is Upton Saidi, and I will be joining you for the next few hours as we bring you through all the action where tech meets innovation. Some massively huge names are joining us here at VivaTech. Yesterday we heard from French President Emmanuel Macron. I saw him myself, which was incredible to see the president speak. Tomorrow we will hear from Elon Musk, and today we have the LVMH chairman and CEO Bernard Arnault joining VivaTech. So some big, huge names that have come here to talk about the future of tech and business, and it's a really exciting time to be here. Also, a major theme is artificial intelligence. It's a pivotal moment in history as we kind of weigh the pros and cons and determine the path forward. You can really feel that palpable energy. A lot of people with a lot of opinions, excitement, but also skepticism. So we'll be taking deep dives into all of that. We also have a lot of robots here. There's some robots behind me. Excited to kind of see what the future of the robotics will look like as it relates to the food industry, agriculture, and so much more. So the rate of technological innovation is raising significant questions around our systems of education, especially analog ways that we are teaching students quickly becoming irrelevant in a digital world. Think how many students now are writing a lot less than they used to. But at the other end, can current employees keep up with evolving skill sets demanded by the modern workforce? Let's take a look into a pivotal moment of what's happening in the education sector.
A unique moment for the global workforce. Most current employees were educated and trained for an analog world, but all incoming graduates know only digital. There are fears that this situation raises invisible barriers between generations at work, as well as raising issues like potential skill gaps. The accelerating rate of technological innovation further complicates the situation. Old methods of training and in-work education need to be completely reimagined. The World Economic Forum says 65% of children now entering primary school will go on to work in jobs that don't yet exist. How can students be prepared for such uncertainty? The answer could come from companies providing more involvement at school level or even new ways of learning. École 42 in France says that modern education needs to reflect our digital reality.
By having a pedagogy that's based on peer-to-peer, they're not just learning the tech skills, but they're also learning the soft skills, or what we like to call the human skills. So we're going beyond low-value skills like memorization, calculation, and they're learning critical thinking, how to analyze information, how to seek information, how to use that information to come up with creative solutions.
New ways of hybrid working and the so-called Great Resignation may have been the most discussed impacts of the COVID-19 global pandemic, but education is also undergoing a revolution. In the US, only 51% of Generation Z students, those born between roughly 1997 and 2013, said in 2022 they had plans to attend higher education. In 2020, that figure was closer to 71%.
Education worldwide needs to change because the world is changing at an unprecedented rate. This has been happening for the last several years, but the situation has been radically accelerated by generative AI. Learners need flexible, affordable, agile paths to upskill and reskill. And we know this is not only a nice to have, this is an imperative.
Just one of the many indications that established ideas around training and education will need to be rethought as younger generations increasingly turn away from traditional career pathways.
Let's now head out to the main action floor and check in on what's happening today. Luke, it's good to see you back at VivaTech. Tell us, what are you tracking this morning?
Hello, Upton. I've decided to come for a bit of a breath of fresh air, a bit fed up with all the pollution here in Paris. We've come to see one of the most mountainous regions of France, the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. They're presenting 10 different startups here, all related to the adventure sports domain. The first of them that we can take a look at is this pretty impressive jet cycle, it's called. It allows you to fly across the water. I'm joined by the boss of Jet Cycle, Nicolas Picard. Nicolas, tell us more about what makes your product unique. Why is it special?
What is unique is that we are the first in the world to provide a boat, a pedal boat that can make you flying on the water without any assistance and without any wind, you know. So that's really unique.
And how difficult is it to fly across the water? Is it for someone like me, or is it for an athlete yourself?
A fitness guy like you, yes, for instance. But you have to be sport. We invent a new sport. We call it the foil cycling, like a new category of sport. So you have to be a little bit fit, but it's not so hard. You don't have to be, like professional.
Okay, and tell us a bit more about the reasons why you're here at VivaTech. What's the interest here to show off your product? How does it compare to the competitors?
So we are there for two main reasons. The first one is that the one-stop shop this year, with the Global Sport Week and VivaTech, and focus on sport and technology. This is a new sport, and there is full of technology in this. So what's the main reason? And the second reason, we are in the fundraising phase, so there is a lot of investors, potential leads. So I think it's a really good place to be there.
Okay, we are here at VivaTech. Tell us more about the technology. Why is this so special? What marks you out from the other competitors? Is it the shape of the thing, or the?
So it's a lot of things, but the main thing is that we come from a French lab, specialist in mechanics, and we have a lot of efficiency in terms of mechanics. So the propulsion, the transmission, there is a patent on the propeller, and there is a lot of hard works on all the transmission from the pedal to the propeller.
And how fast can you end up going with this kind of thing?
So the best record we beat last year was 10 knots, so it makes like 18 kilometers. So 18 kilometers just with your leg on the lake, it's quite good.
That's a pretty good sensation. You're based in Annecy, correct? On the beautiful lake of Annecy?
Yeah, we're based in Annecy. This product is 100% made in France. Everything is made in France and assembly in our factory. And
how much power do you need to produce to get up to those kind of speeds?
from 200 to 300 watts to fly.
So it's for athletes then. Okay, Nicolas, thanks so much. I'm going to just move over here. We're going to stay in the region, and I want to talk a bit more with Vanya de Oliveira, who represents the Economic Development Agency for Rhône-Alpes, because I'd like to know a bit more about why it is exactly the region and your agency is really concentrating this year on adventure sports. Why is it important for you?
Well, our region is made, 2/3 of the territory is mountain areas. So we have, the nature gave us this specificity, and we have the highest mountain of Europe, the Mont Blanc, also in the territory. So it makes a big advantage for nature sports, and I think it's natural that the ecosystem growed through this thematic. And it was important for us to help our companies to develop in this exhibition.
And tell me a little bit more about that ecosystem. Why do you think it's important to bring the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes ecosystem on technology, on innovation, to a place such as VivaTech? Is it important for you to communicate with other regions? Why is it not, you're not doing it at a French level? Why is it important for you to do it as a region?
Sports company, it represents more than 500 companies in the region, more than 8,000 jobs, so it's about important of the region economy. And here we are here with 13 companies that are working on sports, and it was important for us to help them have some more visibility, to help them develop their business. And this exhibition was the perfect match for us, and I think that it's important to make people know our region, and well, everyone is welcome in Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes.
Okay, thanks so much, Vanya. I just got time for one more quick guest, because this whole ecosystem is the key question here. For a region such as Rhône-Alpes, it's got a number of university cities, Grenoble, Lyon, Clermont-Ferrand, for example. I'm joined by Dominique Rille, who you've been running an innovation competition for a decade now. Could you tell me a bit more about the lessons that you've learned over that past decade about the innovation, what that innovation can bring to the companies of this region?
Well, innovation is the base of growth of economic, also for territory, and also for enterprise companies. So it's a base of, it's very important for us to be present on this type of activity. And the reason for the awards is that every year we have a lot of projects, new projects. Okay, so it's a permanent innovation steps. It's just one time. All the time you have to make innovation. You have one, next year you have another one, and year after you have another one innovation. If you stop, you don't grow. If you go, you grow.
Okay, Dominique, thank you so much for that. I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. As you can see, though, innovation clearly at the heart of what's going on in the French Alps. Over back to you, Upton, in the studio.
Fascinating interview. Thank you so much for that. Well, I want to bring back one of our editors, Stacey. What are you following this morning?
Thanks, Upton. So I'm here to talk about a special bioengineered plant. So I know that you live a nomadic lifestyle, living in between LA, Dubai, and the rest of the world. But do you have houseplants at your house?
No, unfortunately I don't, but I do love plants.
You love plants? Well, you should know that many houseplants are able to purify the air around us. So there was a 1989 study, it goes back a while, done by NASA, called the Clean Air Study, which searched to find out how they can clean and purify the air in space stations. And what they found was that houseplants can not only purify the air by taking away carbon dioxide, but they can also remove a harmful carcinogenic pollutant called volatile organic compounds, which can be found in common substances like fabrics, air varnishes, and all kind of traditional house cleaning products that we have at home. And so what this startup here called Neoplants is, which are exhibiting at VivaTech, what they're doing are bioengineering plants to take the cleaning and the air purification matter to the next level. So what they've done is they've taken the plants and they've added levels of code or bioengineered it to genetically modified it so that the plants can not only purify the air, which all houseplants do, but they actually do it up to 30 times stronger.
Wow, 30 times. And what kind of plants are we talking, and does this require water and soil like a regular plant?
So they're using it at this stage with a plant called the devil's ivy, which is, most people will probably have a devil's ivy in their home, maybe not at your house, Upton, but a lot of people have it at their houses. And it only requires water, it's called the Neo P1, and it only requires water once every 3 weeks during winter and once every 2 weeks over summer. So it's a relatively low maintenance plant. And in terms of soil, so it does require a special kind of soil. So it's not the general or typical soil that you can find at the plant store. So it's a special soil that will provide niches for microbiomes to flourish and to really take that purification matter to the next level.
Stacey, hold that thought. I want to continue the conversation, but we have some breaking news coming out of the LVMH Innovation Awards. Let's get a live shot of what's happening there. Now, of course, the LVMH Innovation Awards have been taking place here at VivaTech since 2017, which put the spotlight on the best global startups, which have these startups have had a powerful provider of solutions to ultimately enhance the customer experience. This is a very exciting time. We're going to have Bernard Arnault, Chairman and CEO, joining the awards. So there you have it. It's a live shot of what's happening right now on one of the stages, and 6 startups will be rewarded for their relevant solutions as it pertains to the customer experience, particularly in the luxury sector. It's one of the highlight tentpole events here at VivaTech. We will bring you more from on the ground coming up in the show. So there you have it. Stacey, so back to these plants. Talk a little bit about the design here.
So the design is used, it's a shell, which really increases the airflow from the polluted air in the outside through the plant. And so what the plant is doing is not only is it just what a typical houseplant does is capture the pollutants in the environment and store it, it actually recycles it through the design and turns into important plant matter like amino acids and water, and it really purifies that carbon dioxide to help make it a stronger plant.
All right, I'm a little bit concerned. What are we talking about in terms of the costs here? Because it sounds like really too good to be true.
So it's a really special plant in the sense that you can have this plant at your house and it will do a lot of the cleaning for you. You can sit back and relax. So it is a little bit more expensive than a normal house plant. It'll set you back $179, but don't race out and get one too soon, because there is a wait list of several tens of thousands. However, you can come and check it out on the floor here at VivaTech.
Incredible. Stacey, what else are you watching today?
So I'm racing back to the Impact Mile. That's that Champs-Élysées innovation of green innovation that we've been speaking about the past couple of days. And there's dozens of innovations all around green tech, all around climate tech. So I'm racing to get back there. I know that Mairead, our Tech for Change editor, came on this morning to speak about the stickers that you can put on fruits to ensure that they have a longer shelf life. I haven't seen that in person yet. I really want to race over and check that out later today.
Amazing. Well, Stacey, thank you so much. Excited to check in with you in a little bit.
Thanks.
All right, the Blockchain Center is a catalyst for innovation, and it aims to position Dubai as a global leader in blockchain technology. This is a big theme last year at VivaTech, and now we're going to see even more discussions around the future of crypto and the future of blockchain. I'm joined now by Dr. Marwan Al-Zarouni, CEO of the Dubai Blockchain Center and Strategic Advisor at the Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism. Dr. Zarouni is a crypto pioneer with extensive experience in blockchain. Let's see if we can start this interview. So again, I'm joined by Dr. Zarouni, Strategic Advisor of Dubai Economy and Tourism, and of course, the CEO of Dubai Blockchain. Welcome to VivaTech.
Thank you for having me.
Dubai has been at the forefront of adopting blockchain technology. Can you highlight some of the initiatives that Dubai has launched?
So we just launched something called the Dubai Metaverse Strategy, which is a 3-pillar strategy where we're actually capitalizing on the technology itself, but also what it adds to us as value to government departments and also the private sector and overall digital life in Dubai. So these 3 verticals are industry creation and talent upskilling and reskilling, and also government use cases.
What has Dubai's vision been for the metaverse? There's been a lot of buzz around the metaverse. So what is Dubai's vision, and how does it align with the city's ultimate goal of innovation and digital transformation?
So the Dubai vision is to create a metaverse that's all-encompassing across all of the different demographics, whether it's gaming, whether it's education, whether it's actually enhancing and supplementing productivity within government departments and private sector. So imagine something that takes 80 hours or more to do, and you can do it with the use of metaverse and AI within 40 minutes or so. So that's a huge reduction in the cost as well as the time that's needed to do a task in Dubai.
When you think about some of the key trends and developments within the Web3, blockchain, metaverse, virtual assets, AI, cryptocurrency, there's a lot going on here, right? So how can they shape the future of Dubai's digital landscape, and how are you going to get it to that next level?
Dubai wants to create an ecosystem where skills and humans are at the forefront of everything that we do. So it is extremely important to focus on education. It's important to actually handhold startups into upgrading their knowledge about everything that's related to tech. And Viva Technology is an amazing platform for that, but also working with governments that are like-minded, like the French government, for example. Here with Paris, we've seen a lot of startups within the space of AI and also things like metaverse and quantum computing even, which you don't see everywhere in the world. This kind of collaboration and this kind of partnership with like-minded clusters like in Paris, and we just met Station F. These kind of startups coming from here and startups coming from Dubai working together on the cutting-edge technology is what's going to make the difference for us here in Paris as well as in Dubai.
And how does Dubai foster collaboration between local and international stakeholders to ultimately build and advance blockchain technology and its applications?
So access to deployable capital is number one. Number two is access to talent, and also improving the talent, like I mentioned, and really capitalizing on the strength of each kind of region. So some region might have the best talent, the other ones has the best cash deployments, the third one has maybe the best logistics. Dubai has an amazing logistical network. So for example, if a startup from Paris wanted to scale up, Dubai would be a best global hub for them. It's not only for Dubai, but for the whole world. We have an initiative, for example, that's called D33, which is the Dubai Global Agenda Economic, and that's actually focusing on 10 different areas, including agri-tech, including clean tech, including sustainable manufacturing. And it's an extremely welcoming kind of agenda for people to come and consider Dubai as their partner and launchpad for their global projects. We aim to create 30 new unicorns in the next 30 years. Next 10 years, so 3 per year.
That's incredible, absolutely fascinating, and I see you have a big presence here at VivaTech. We're excited to check it out. Thank you so much, Dr. Marwan El-Zarouni. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, so you're watching VivaTech News. This is VivaTech 2023. I want to bring in our next guest here, who is going to be Augustine Bernard, CEO of OI Live. Let's bring our next guest onto set. All right, we have Augustine Bernard, CEO of OI Live. Tell us about OI Live.
Hi. OI Live is a digital platform that enables companies to engage their employees thanks to gamification.
And how are you really changing the game here and disrupting the industry?
Well, I think our main competitive advantage is modularity. We based the whole structure of our app on modularity. We developed several gaming features, and we adapt each script of each challenge so that the experience is fully customized and for us, really scalable.
I want to know what are your thoughts on AI in general? That's been a big theme of this event. A lot of people buzzing about it. How are you guys embracing that as you think about the future?
Well, I think it's kind of a massive change. As a CEO, I'm observing it concerning my staff. A lot of questions are popping up in terms of shaping new ways of working, new works as well, because for instance, on our side, we create a lot of contents for our clients. We are now thinking about using AI basically for all the contents we are pushing. So yeah, obviously it's a lot of questions, not all the answers, but yeah, very passionate subjects.
And who is your target audience? I mean, who are the kinds of people that you need to be reaching?
So basically, we sell to companies so that they can engage their internal or external publics. Most of our business today is based on internal communities, so employees of a given company. For instance, we accompany Sodexo on their Olympics program so that they empower their employees to take part of the Olympics adventure with Sodexo. For Lacoste as well, we organized the 90th birthday this year globally, 8,000 people all around the world, a challenge that is fully customized and fully translated into 12 languages.
Wow, 12 languages, wow. So when you think about AI, where do you see it integrating into your company within, let's say, 5 years?
Well, I think for the production of our contents, that's what I'm thinking about straightforward, because basically we have a catalog of thematics, so we push contents around CSR topics mostly, so that our companies can really reach their audience thanks to gamification, sensitize them around those topics, and we basically use AI to create more and more content, more and more fresh content. But my concern on my side will be to have a really deep checking of the truthness of the information we are going to push in our app, because it's our responsibility to have visibility on this kind of things.
Absolutely. What are your goals here at VivaTech?
So we are in the other stage, future of sport.
Hall 2, yes,
yeah,
it's a big, exciting new one this year.
Really exciting. Really nice companies with the big sport events that are coming up in France. I think it's really interesting to do that. So our positioning in this kind of era of huge sport, massive sport events in France is to feature on this core event, so that we can meet some really interesting people, clients. A lot of our customers are on the stage today. Meet new partners and develop connections.
Wonderful. And how about you personally, on a personal level? Anything that you're super excited to witness? Robotics?
I didn't have the chance to check out the program, to be honest, because it's the rush since the beginning of the salon. I'm telling that for everyone who is seeking to come maybe to VivaTech, it's amazing this year how people are excited about everything. So basically my personal view about it is just to walk around and to just step back and wow, a new innovation on the left, a new innovation on the right, and just to enjoy it and to have a nice moment here at VivaTech.
Absolutely. The energy is definitely electric. Yes.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News. We will see you out on the main floor. And you are watching VivaTech News, where we bring you all the latest action from the main floor here at VivaTech 2023. Make sure you're following us on socials. TikTok, LinkedIn, YouTube, you name it, we are there. Make sure to follow us at VivaTech, and we will be right back with so much more of the action here from VivaTech.
40 seconds to buy a train ticket, 100% digitally with no effort and the lowest environmental footprint possible. This is a good example of tech by people for people. Technology is everywhere, in the pockets of our customers and our employees, in the technical centers, in the control centers, in stations, in our freight and passenger trains, as well as in other modes of transport. It is designed and implemented by our creative talents and thanks to collective intelligence. We like tech in all its forms: Web3, virtual reality, predictive maintenance, AI and big data. As soon as it can benefit our passengers, our employees, the communities, the territories and of course, the planet. At VivaTech this year, we will take you behind the scenes. We will reveal about 100 innovations and nearly 100 technology use cases made by people for people, presented directly by those who create and implement them every day. Many of our employees will be present, accompanied by over 40 partner startups. So we look forward to welcoming you at our booth. See you soon.
Four spheres that awaken the senses. See the world with new eyes and experience the next dimension of inspiration. Fascinating, connected, automated, and powered by a sustainable ecosystem. A new era of high-class mobility.
I'm really thrilled to announce our upcoming TotalEnergies booth at VivaTech 2023. Let me take you behind the scenes of our electric journey. At TotalEnergies, we firmly believe that the electricity is the energy of the 21st century. We have created TotalEnergies On, an acceleration program with the aim of detecting and supporting the most promising startups in the electricity sector. We are based at Station F in Paris and we support entrepreneurs working along the entire electricity value chain. This year at VivaTech, we will welcome you to our fully digital booth, where you will discover our vision and ambition for the future of electricity and see first-hand specific example of the solution that we have developed with the 20 startups we have supported since the beginning of the program. So for example, you will see an IoT system to improve wind turbine performance or a second life battery design system and an AI-based platform to optimize business decisions and so much more. So stay plugged in and see you at the TotalEnergies On booth.
Welcome back to VivaTech News. It's now 10:30 a.m. in Paris. I'm Upton Saidi, and I'll be hosting today's morning show, Tech Early Birds. Thousands of people have already began ascending onto Porte de Versailles here in Paris, where it's a very exciting lineup. So yesterday we had French President Emmanuel Macron. Today we have LVMH CEO and Chairman Bernard Arnault joining us, hosting the LVMH Innovation Awards just behind me. Very exciting time. And then tomorrow, Elon Musk will be joining, the man behind SpaceX, Twitter, and of course Tesla. So this is all the live action is happening here at VivaTech. I'm excited now to be joined by a few guests. So Ascendia plays a key role in bridging the gap between different markets and also facilitating international trade. ESW is a leading global direct-to-consumer e-commerce company, an expert in e-commerce technology. Now recently, Ascendia and ESW joined forces to become key players in the e-shop world. I'm now excited to be joined by Marc Ponnet, CEO at Ascendia, a world leader in international commerce, as well as by Alan Clark, Chief Commercial Officer at ESW. Gentlemen, welcome to VivaTech News.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. So, Marc, can you tell us about the collaboration between Ascendia and ESW? How did the partnership come about, and what are its key objectives?
Well, Ascendia is a joint venture between La Poste Group and Swiss Post. We are specialized in solutions for cross-border parcels, small packets, and mail. And the story began 10 years ago. In the US, we had an RFP from our largest customer, Victoria's Secret, not only for their solution for cross-border parcels, but they needed to improve the customer journey from the checkout to the distribution. We didn't have these skills, and we were looking for a partner. So ESW was a startup at this time. We decided to onboard them and reply to the RFP. We won, and thanks to this win, we decided to become shareholder, minority, then majority, and now we own 100% the company. This is how it began.
Incredible. Alan, how does ESW service benefit retailers? And I want to know what specific value-added services or solutions you provide to support retailers.
Yeah, like when I speak to retailers and brands, almost all of them want to grow their business. They want to grow their sales and grow their customer base. And for many of them, the best way to do that is to expand into international markets and new territories. However, there's a lot of considerations when taking a brand or taking a retail service into a new market. There's all kinds of considerations for the brands in terms of localizing their services, local language, local payment methods, local compliance and regulations that they've got to adhere to, not to mention that the global kind of service network that they need to put behind that. And this is where Ascendia and ESW comes in. We provide a full end-to-end service that takes care of every step of the consumer journey. And that means that we kind of design, build, and run websites. We provide fully localized checkouts with the local payment methods that customers would expect, local delivery options that customers would expect. And we also take care of all of the trade, compliance, duties, taxes. And this is where we have the benefit of the Ascendia relationship when it comes to our global fulfillment network. So we service over 200 countries from first mile to last mile. So we provide a very tailored, very bespoke fulfillment services for all of our partners and brands.
Mark, when you think about sustainability, it's a growing concern for many businesses and consumers alike. What are Ascendia's and ESW's sustainability commitments, and how do you integrate these practices into your regular operations?
Well, we already do a lot. We are a front runner because we have a program and we fully compensate our emissions. And we are not so many to do that. And it's not greenwashing because, it helps funding initiatives that are very important for climate transition. So we already do a lot, but we want to do more. So what does it mean, doing more? It means creating a path to reduce our carbon emission. It's not only compensation, it's reduction. And here, the best way is to do something that will be binding. It has to be a commitment, and our intention is to commit vis-à-vis the SBTi to prepare this trajectory and to set science-based targets. And the scope will be broad because it will include all the emissions, including those of our transport partners.
Alan, the e-commerce landscape constantly evolving. How does Ascendia and ESW stay ahead of the industry trends? Any examples?
Yeah, absolutely. There's two main factors for us when we think about how do we stay ahead of trends. So the first one is that we've got a track record of constant investment in technology and innovation. Always looking for how can we improve our solutions, how can we improve our offering for the benefit of our customers and our retail partners. The second thing we take into consideration is feedback and insights from our actual customers, from our retail partners, just understanding what their pain points are, what their challenges are, and what the opportunities they're pursuing are. So a great recent example of how we worked with Ascendia and ESW is on our relaunched global returns platform. So this is a full end-to-end returns portal, and really it's addressing the problem space for retailers and customers alike all around the returns experience. Because a bad return experience can lead to loss of sales for retailers. It can also lead to issues with customer retention, for example. So with this portal, we enable our customers to have multiple drop-off points for the items that they want to return. They can track them live on the portal, so they can track progress. The benefit of that for retailers is it very much reduces the customer service contacts and drives cost efficiencies for them. Whilst customers understand exactly where their return is, when they're going to get refunded their money as well, which is a really important factor. So the benefit is that by addressing and improving our returns portal, we've solved a lot of problems for the retailers and the end customer as well.
Absolutely fascinating. Alan, Mark, thank you so much for joining. We'll see you out in the main floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I want to turn to breaking news now, where we have the LVMH Innovation Awards underway, and we have our very own live reporter telling us what's happening. Alexi, this has been happening since 2017. I know it's one of the most exciting events we have here at VivaTech, the LVMH Innovation Awards. What's happening?
Yeah, Upton, we are live from stage one, where we are following one of the main events, as you said, the main event of the day and main event of VivaTech. A little bit more quietly, not to bother everyone down here on stage one. So I'm talking, of course, about the LVMH Innovation Awards. So the event has begun at 10 a.m. very precisely. Bernard Arnault, the famous LVMH CEO, is here. Of course, he was, by the way, accompanied by Maurice Lévy. So just so you know, hundreds of people, if not more than 1,000, I would say, are attending the event once again this year. The atmosphere, to be very honest with you, is like, yeah, it's quite interesting and very exciting as well to be down here. So in a few words, just a little reminder of what are the LVMH Innovation Awards. This year represents the 7th edition of the contest. In this competition, LVMH rewards the most promising startups that can bring solutions to the luxury challenges of the French company. So it is basically 6 startups recognized in 6 different categories corresponding to the major challenges of the group's maison. We already have almost all of these winners. Started with a retail category. We also had sustainability, followed by employee experience and diversity category. Image also for brand desirability category. Immersive digital experience has just been rewarded a couple of minutes ago. And okay, so Bernard Arnault is going on stage right now. You're live, so this is happening right now. Bernard Arnault is going on stage. We just had a special prize that has been awarded to the most innovative solution on data and artificial intelligence. And finally, one of the finalists will receive the grand prize of 2023 LVMH Innovation Award. And all the winners, just so you know, will have the opportunity to join La Maison des Startups, the group's business accelerator program at Station F. So who's going to be the winner of this grand prize this year? Well, we're just going to follow a little bit of Bernard Arnault's speech, and then he will announce the big winner of that grand prize. So it might be in a couple of minutes right now. Stress and anxiety is coming a little bit up, but yeah, that's it. We are waiting for it.
Delighted to be with you, and first of all, I would like to say I am very impressed.
Alexi, thank you so much. Quite exciting. I know they have a huge pavilion too that I checked out their exhibit yesterday. Really interesting stuff. You have a lot of technology integrated with luxury, integrated with fashion. They had NFTs, they had VR headsets. I mean, it was really quite fascinating when you think about what the future can hold for these industries as it pertains to technology. I want to turn now to our next reporter who is out on the main floor. Let's check in on some more action now. Anna, what can you tell us? Anna, it's over to you. What are you following this morning?
Yeah, we are at Hall 3. This is where a cybersecurity event is happening. That's a cooperation in between AXA and Campus Cybersecurity
Connect event happening right now, and I have Arnaud Tanguy, a Chief Security Officer from AXA Group with me today. Arnaud, can you tell us what is the purpose, objective? Why is AXA organizing this event today?
We're here for three main reasons. I mean, I would say first, raise awareness about this topic, and everybody talk about it, but to make people understand. The second one is about how do we, as an insurer, play an active role, a societal role, and by explaining, raising this awareness, it contributes to this role to make sure that we are living in a safer world. And the last point, which is an important one as well, it's about collaboration. Organizing such events, bringing together stakeholders, skilled people with a high level of competencies, administrations and Campus Cyber and AXA, it's fostering a strong collaboration that we need to have in order to be able to face efficiently the different cyber. So, in a nutshell, awareness, societal role, and if I may, collaboration altogether.
That's very important as the cyber security questions are more and more important. Can you tell us what are the concrete actions that AXA has taken so far in this matter?
Alors, as a Chief Security Officer of the company, I'm in charge on ensuring that we are protected and resilient, especially when AXA is resilient and protected. It's for the benefit of the customer, so that we can stand side by side whenever something happening to the customers. Obviously, it means that as an insurer as well, AXA is working in the journey, in the cyber journey of our customers. When something bad happens, or when there is something happening, an event or a cyber incident, we are here. We are here close side by side with our customers. But it's not only. We worked a lot in all the value chain, from prevention, raising awareness, accompany, why not selecting tools. So really supporting on the whole line to protect the customers, but not only to protect all the community to make a safer cyber world.
Can you take us through the main challenges in cybersecurity and maybe major trends right now?
I see a lot of challenges. I see a lot of opportunities, obviously. The first one would be on the cyber landscape, the cyber threat landscape. What we see is a rising number of incidents, and you just have to read to the news every week. There is some incident. So this is worrying, and that's what we need to work on. But it's a good, I think, some opportunities, because being here today with all those stakeholders that work on the collaboration, having the Campus Cyber, having a lot of administration working on it, it's an opportunity also so that we are all together facing this activity, because you may know it, the cyber criminal activity is one of the most profitable criminal activities. The second one is, it's a challenge, but an opportunity is the tech world. When you see all the new evolutions, the new innovation, artificial intelligence, metaverse, all those elements require to be resilient and secure by design. That's where we are here. I see that as well as a great opportunity. How can I leverage this artificial intelligence to be more efficient in doing security? And the last but not least, it's about the talents. It's like in the tech world, but probably a little bit higher in a cyber world. We are lacking talents. There is a talent wars first, but there is some talent shortage. So how do we attract? And that's why also we're here. I mean, and I see a lot of positive stuff. I see a lot of trainings, a lot of university going on the cyber side. And that's why explaining how great it is to work in cyber, how that you can have a diversity of stuff to be done, from technical stuff like penetration testing to more strategic stuff. It's quite interesting. So we need to bring skills, we need to bring talent, we need to bring diversity in this wonderful words. It's a passion, it's not my passion, and you can do a career. So in a nutshell, cyber threat landscape are still a threat for us, a challenge. The talent shortage is an important topic we're working on, but I see a lot of positive. And last but not least, the one that we mentioned on the one on the technical world. And we're here in VivaTech. It's a lot of opportunities rather than the challenges.
Arnaud Tanguy, AXA's Chief Security Officer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing some of the passion with us. And obviously cybersecurity, very important theme here at VivaTech. That's why Hall 3 today, special event on cybersecurity.
All right, thank you so much for that. Very interesting stuff. And I'm excited for our next interview here on VivaTech News 2023.
More than ever, we are running out of time.
Slight exaggeration? Not really. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres opened up COP27 by saying the past 8 years had been the hottest on record, and more alarmingly still, no tangible improvement in the coming years. Consumers and governments need solutions. The global market is calling for new, sustainable and innovative renewable energy options to safeguard our future.
The direction of travel is very clear, that we are moving towards an economy that values the cleaner energy choices. And policies are being put in place that accelerate that momentum. And I think that people who can find a foothold in the new clean energy economy, there are huge opportunities there.
Solutions are out there. Through new technology, there is a chance to accelerate progress. The decarbonisation challenge has started, and the process has been exacerbated by socio-political factors, particularly in Europe, who are highly reliant on energy from fossil fuels, accelerating the push for renewable energy sources such as clean hydrogen, a choice championed by the European Parliament. Hydrogenius specialises in the clean and safe transport of hydrogen using technology that is also helping to rebuild the energy ecosystem.
It's not only technology enabling Hydrogenius, but Hydrogenius also enabling other technology, and that is the challenge of the energy value chain of the future, that various technologies have to work together in order to enable the industry of tomorrow.
Also on the cards is nuclear fusion, a technology that has huge potential to revolutionize energy production.
Fundamentally, fusion energy is about hope. It is an opportunity to offer to the next generation the possibility of doing something differently, of having a planet where you can do both enjoying the lifestyles, the human civilizational development that we want, and to do that without impacting our own home.
Due to the current political agenda, renewable energy and the green transition are becoming driving factors in a new, modern, ethical and responsible economy.
Well, creating a diverse and inclusive workforce is the top of every company's needs right now. The energy giant ENGIE has shown a commitment to promoting gender parity within its organization, working actively towards increasing the representation of women in leadership and also fostering a gender balance. ENGIE has established several programs to enhance career development for women, such as mentoring and leadership programs, as well as networking opportunities. I'm now excited to be joined by Jean-Sébastien Blanc, who is with ENGIE in charge of human resources. Welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Along with Biljana Kačovic, Executive Vice President Group in charge of digital and IT at ENGIE. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Excited to have you. I want to start with you. The first thing I would like to ask is about your own career path and personal experience as a woman in the digital and IT world. What were some of the main challenges that you encountered along the way, and how have these really shaped who you are today professionally?
Thank you for the question. It's a really good question. There are plenty of challenges that women encounter along the way, climbing up the ladder. Probably the first one will be around gender biases and stereotypes. So even the chair I'm sitting now is a bit too high for me, so it's made for men. And along the way, as you're climbing the ladder, you encounter quite a lot of small biases that people give as feedback to you. As an example, when I wanted to go for my first large IT operational role, people didn't say, great, you go, and after that you're going to do amazing things. Most of the comments I got were, it's not necessary, are you sure, will you be able to combine with the family? And these kinds of comments tend to erode your confidence. So it is very important for women, but also for men around us to be educated not to do that, and to become cheerleaders of women in their environment. So at work, at home, to make sure that they do not get their confidence eroded, but actually that they get confidence boost, so that they believe, yes, I can do it. Even if I haven't done it before, I believe I can. And the second thing is, in the industries that are very male-dominated, like the energy industry or technology industry, there are a lot of male role models. So not having enough female role models also means you sometimes don't get access to some of the informal networks that help you with your career growth.
Absolutely.
So it is really important to find the right mentors, the right sponsors, people to open the door for you and introduce you to some people of power who can actually help by seeing you in action in some exciting projects to move you upwards and give you an opportunity that normally you wouldn't have.
Absolutely. Very fascinating. And Jean-Sébastien, as ENGIE's Deputy CEO in charge of human resources, do you believe that the lack of women in tech is a global issue, not just for the IT and digital sectors, but for engineering positions as well? And what are the reasons for your opinions?
You're fully right. It's a challenge in any technical areas. ENGIE is a worldwide giant in energy. We are recruiting 11,000 people a year. And to find technicians' profile in women is something we have been working for many years. And to deal with, I'm conscious about what said by Biljana, which are the social bias. But what we are building internally is to have role models. So women, where the people from outside, they can say, if she's at that position, and you know that we have our CEO with a female, is, okay, that happened to her, that can happen to me. And last but not least is to make the company a great company for women. So our strong ambition is not to talk about it, but to make it happen. And 3 out of 10 managers in our company are already female. And by 2030, it will be 4 out of 10. So it's a hard work because we are talking about 30,000 managers.
Interesting. So what is ENGIE now doing to bring about the change and reduce the gender parity gap globally?
I can start in my functions. So in digital and IT, overall, in this industry, we have not too many women. So it's the industry with the lowest percentage of women, 25% of women. And when it gets to senior leadership position, it's even worse. It's about 11%. So that's globally. But in ENGIE, we managed to actually change for the leadership positions. So for me, in my senior leadership positions, we have 35%. So 3 out of 10 people in leadership positions are women. And how we went about it is just being intentional. So when you recruit, you are intentional that in the final candidates, you always request to be 1 woman, 1 man, so you actually have a chance. Or doing some specific HR projects like mentoring and sponsoring of women to give them a chance, including the trainings for the overall organization to ensure that people do understand the biases that are at work and how to deal with them. But being intentional, having KPIs, and treating it as a business project is crucial.
Absolutely.
Behind the HR there is a man. And that man doesn't stand that women could not get equal chance to have nice opportunities. My last daughter, she's 15 years old, and recently I've discussed with her about what you want to do next after the baccalaureate, and why not becoming an engineer. And she said, I don't want to sit behind a screen all the day. And I said, look, what you don't know is what is behind the technical world. Is where our duty is very important as a company, as a business, to give to the young girls an opportunity to know how fascinating is the industry, how fascinating as those technical jobs. And why I'm saying so is because we have to be diverse company. We have to balance, because if you have only one kind of people, you are putting the business in the wrong place. By having a diverse community and the executive committee, we have 4 women out of 10. So it's almost the parity. I can tell you that the way we discuss, the way we take decision is much more balanced. So the more the world is complex, the more we need diversity. And at ENGIE, we have a program called Be You at ENGIE. It's Be Yourself, Be United at ENGIE, which gather the diversity on gender, on race, on sexual preferences, on social origin. That's very important. And behind the man, there is the HR, and the HR is very proud to say it to you.
Wonderful discussion. Very inspiring. Thank you both for joining us this morning.
Thanks to you.
Thank you very much.
You are watching VivaTech News. Join us in just a couple minutes because we are going to go into the 3rd hour of the Tech Early Birds. We will be right back right after this.
Welcome to VivaTech News. Live rolling news coverage from the heart of VivaTech. With a leading team of international journalists covering the newest in innovation and brightest minds in tech. 10 hours of live news, interviews, reports, and major announcements. 3 shows capturing the biggest moments of each jam-packed day. Tech Early Birds with Upton Saidi. Breaking Tech with Marjorie Payon. The Tech Newsroom with Thomas Mizrachi. distributed across more than 20 channels, and broadcast live on LinkedIn, on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and VivaTech.com. VivaTech's powerful technology ecosystem brought to you from Paris to Dubai, Cairo, New Delhi, Seoul, and New York.
Welcome to VivaTech 2022.
You can join us on our digital platform globally, anytime, and literally from anywhere.
We talk everything you need to know about tech, startups, AI, you name it, we are here for it.
This is VivaTech News.
Cybercrime is the world's third biggest economy. Every company is affected. This is big, important stuff. And nobody's taking this seriously.
Jeremy, you are downloading an app. Suzanne, what do you do?
Jeremy, no! How useful was it? Zero use. Fun though. Really hurt him, I think.
Orange Cyber Defense.
We are very excited to be back at VivaTech after a first successful participation last year. We were so happy to present you Kappa. At the Adecco Group, we believe that tomorrow's world is built with today's talent. Digitalizing without is amazing. Keeping talent at the core of tomorrow's digital challenges, this is what drives us. As the global leader in human resources solution, we offer the most complete range of services on the market by developing and providing our organization and clients with cutting-edge technology tools that helps to identify, train, retain, and employ talents. This year, at VivaTech, we will showcase some of these tools, which you will be able to try out at our booth, physical and digital. First, artificial intelligence to fight against discrimination, virtual reality for safety training, games to identify talent soft skills and to assess them. There are so many tools available to help us to build a more intelligent and more human future, a future that works for everyone. So join us at VivaTech to discover how we make our talents central to your future.
At JCDecaux, we're very excited to partner once again with VivaTech this year, where we will present to you our innovative out-of-home advertising solutions. We're the world's first outdoor advertising company. We operate in over 80 countries, and we believe that street furniture can leverage the potential of digital technology to improve the quality of urban life. We're coming to VivaTech this year for the 6th time, and we will be present on the JCDecaux Mezzanine with a team of committed experts in R&D, digital, ESG, marketing, HR. We want to discuss the future of out-of-home advertising with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. Our team of experts will be on hand to share our passion for out-of-home and our culture of innovation to offer best-in-class media, urban services, as well as decarbonised solutions. So come and meet us on the JCDecaux Mezzanine to discover a showcase of future tech and sustainable services. See you very soon at VivaTech.
Hello and welcome back to VivaTech News. This is VivaTech 2023 live at Porte de Versailles in Paris. Whether you're joining us this morning in Paris, welcome, or somewhere around the world, we've got you covered here on VivaTech News, where we're bringing you all the live action, the best guest speakers, interviews, and more. It's a very exciting time to be here because this year we have the biggest guest list ever from the French President Emmanuel Macron, who spoke yesterday here at VivaTech, to today we are going to hear from LVMH Chairman Bernard Arnault, and tomorrow Elon Musk. We have more than 90,000 delegates attending VivaTech this year, an entirely brand new hall. It's called Hall 2, where we're looking at the future of sports tech. It's a big year for Paris, for France in general. Of course, next year will be the 2024 Olympics here in Paris. So there's a lot to discuss as it relates to the future of sports and technology. I want to get to a soundbite where we had the founding partner of Corelia Capital yesterday here at VivaTech, Fleur Pellerian, who explained how the cultural policy set by South Korean government around the series like Squid Games or, of course, the popular music, K-pop, makes South Korea a more attractive country, and it is ultimately benefiting the entire economy and business market. This is a fascinating soundbite. Take a listen.
No one knew anything about Korea 20, 30 years ago. Yeah. And now look what happened. You open Netflix and you have a whole section with Korean contents. It's amazing. I think this success over the years and with different governments still continuing this policy, which is called Hallyu, so the Korean wave. So, bringing the contents abroad and making your lifestyle and your country desirable. This is very powerful because it creates power. It's smart power. It's not just soft power. It's smart power because it's power of brain. Yeah. So I think having this policy must have very positive outcome, for all the rest of the economy. Not only tourism, not only cosmetics, but also for companies like Sophie's because it creates an interest. Oh, you're from Korea, and people are interested now in learning more about the country. So this was one of the smartest examples of public-private policy carried out for a long period of time that has amazing effects on the whole economy of the country.
I'm excited to now be joined by Pierre-Etienne Bardot, Chief Data Officer and Head of Analytics at La Poste Group. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Now, you joined La Poste 5 years ago to drive and accelerate the group's data transformation journey. A year ago, you created a new division that brings together 400 data experts with AI. Today, the group is one of the main players in the digital transformation sector in France. So I want to know, why did La Poste decide to create its own school, and where did this need come from?
Yeah, that's the key question. Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
Yeah. La Poste has always played a central role in facilitating exchanges. For the last 6 centuries, one of its missions has been to keep the pace with change in society, even several revolutions with 6 centuries. The continuous transformation has been fueled by digital and now by data and artificial intelligence. To keep the pace, La Poste has been investing in developing its own division in data and AI, leveraging its subsidiaries, DocaPost, OpenValue, and ProBayes. And together, this division is about 450 experts with 2 missions, which is the role is twofold. First, support and enhance the digital and data transformation of the group, but also being able to support our customer in their data journey. So in order to pursue this development, both for us and for our customer, we need to significantly increase the number of our experts by recruiting this expertise, which is scarcer than ever on the market, or by upskilling and reskilling our own staff. That's the rationale behind creating our own data and AI school.
How does this school work, and what role does it play in the group's digital transformation?
This is a strategic project for us, and the goal is to integrate students or internal staff in these courses. The courses led to 4 jobs so far: data scientists, data engineer, data analyst, and data product owner. The school is leveraging La Poste values, openness and inclusivity. So on top of our technical, we provide soft skills, but also, above all, we provide to the students the notion of sovereignty and ethical. And it also put in place practical work the students so that they can work on concrete job and activities within a group. So it's 1 year of mix of courses and apprenticeship to better understand the role that they will do and they will have in our companies.
What's some of the help that how do you help your 250,000 employees to integrate innovation processes such as agile working methods or design thinking into their work and ultimately help with the company's digital transformation?
So La Poste is continuously in a state of transformation for centuries and particularly for the last 20 years with the decline of the mail. So we support our 250,000 employees through this transformation of their day-to-day activities. Training our staff to better cope with this transformation is vital to us. So what we can say is 9 over 10 of our employees get a training each year. It means that 700,000 days of training are delivered per annum. The current strategic plan put a strong focus on digital to enforce our staff with these technologies, but also to foster people to move to this job, providing them a strong career path. Of course, the school, we are now applying the same principles that we apply on digital to data and AI. By opening the school to people outside the company, we will be able to recruit new talents. Hundreds of postal workers have already been trained, and we have an objective, leveraging our partners Simplon and EIC and our internal AI companies, to reach ultimately 250 people, students trained each year. That's our ambition.
That's very impressive. What tangible steps have you taken in the school to ensure the compliance with GDPR regulations, especially as an ethical approach to collecting data?
So that's very important for us. 1790, what the Post put in place is what we called secret des correspondances. It's secrecy of correspondence. This is a oath that each employee is taking to respect the privacy of our customers. So 1970, it's quite old. And this oath has been extended in 2016 to all our digital services. So this is very key for us. We put in place our internal data charter to foster this compliance and the spirit of respecting people's privacy. We apply it to AI with our Trusted AI Charter, which is now a brand new charter with a dedicated governance body that enables to control the respect of our AI principles, but also to make sure of the relevancy of these principles compared to the upcoming AI Act that is being currently approved at the European Committee. This ethical approach is also applied to all our employees, and these values, the overall values that drove La Poste for centuries, are even more essential for digital and to remain the trusted partners of our stakeholders.
Pierre-Etienne, thank you so much. It was amazing. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Well, you're watching VivaTech News. Let's bring in our next guest. I'm excited to now welcome our next guest, Karine Dussart-Sarith, Executive Vice President of Marketing, Design, and Open Innovation at Orange. The French multinational specializes, of course, in a range of services like telecommunications, internet services, and digital TV, with a strong focus on innovation and technology. Now, of course, we have the upcoming Rugby World Cup, as well as the Paris 2024 Olympics, which will mark a new milestone to serve as a showcase for Orange's cutting-edge innovations. All of this as wireless technology and the needs for a hyper-connected society continue to push the telecommunications to new horizons. Welcome to the show.
Yes, hi.
So the impact of telecommunications on society has not only been related to enabling voice and data connectivity, but also the way we experience daily life, thinking about AR, blended and extended reality. Can you talk us through the exciting technology advances that have led to major business opportunities?
Well, let's just put it that way. We are in the very, very beginning of a new era. Before, it was science fiction, right? Immersive technology, immersive experience. We all, have watched movies, read books, but now it's becoming a reality. Why? Because now we've got the processing, computing power meeting the network capabilities, and you need these two worlds combined to make it happen. So that's the first thing, is we are now entering a phase whereby new things are possible. And I want to stress that because it's fairly difficult to predict what's going to happen, but now at least we have the different enablers of the ecosystem to make that happen. And obviously Orange, as a key network provider, we are providing one of the key enablers to achieve and to make sure that this is going to be possible. So now, if you look at consumer, our research shows that 40% of our consumer, any consumer on the planet, basically, project themselves into these new experiences. So it's not science fiction anymore. Now they can see that the enablers are here. And they project themselves into this new world of, immersive experience. And obviously, recently, the last but not least ingredients that an enabler that you need is the headset. And you can see that all the big brands, Microsoft, Meta, and now Apple, have released their headsets. So we've got all the ingredients, and we are Orange. We are quite humble, and we said, okay, we're bringing some of the enabling, and we're also working with different parts of the ecosystem to make that happen. But we need creative mindset. We need, people to invent those new services. What we've done so far is putting all these ingredients together. And for example, we've worked with Snapchat on a B2C application, leveraging the 5G, a very powerful network. And you are, as a visitor, you are in front of Notre Dame, and you can see Notre Dame in a very interactive way through your smartphone with a kind of augmented reality / immersive experience, and it's now live in Paris. Without 5G and the processing computing that Snapchat can bring into the experience, and from the headset, it's not going to be possible. So it's a very, very early start, but we are really confident. I am really excited about that future, especially when, you can, again, I repeat that 40% of our consumers strongly believe that it's the new world, and they would love to be in that new world.
On the note of 5G, how is Orange leveraging technologies like 5G, AI, and extended reality to provide immersive experiences for major sporting events?
Yes. So obviously, you name them, right? In this immersive experience, you can, assist, you can attend a live concert, you can visit a virtual museum, fairly nascent, initiatives for the moment. Sport, for us, it's like car manufacturers, like Formula, because it's the cutting edge, way to test things and, breaking ground on new things. So for us, we've been a long time partner of sporting events. 2 are coming up in France, World, Rugby Cup, as you said, and Paris Olympics. So we are now in a kind of laboratory. We are not accountable for everything. We are accountable for the connectivity, and we're working, and daily with Olympic Games to make sure that we can leverage our network to to have new experiences. For example, and we have here at Oldo some of the examples. We've worked with a rugby team we call it touche rugby augmented. So it's a new way to train the athletes using immersive experiences. We also have 3D volumetric capture. We strongly believe, and you can see that when you are, watching a live event, people want more. They want the live, they want their smartphone, they want to know everything about athletes, they want the stats, they want to be projected into what happened, what's going to happen next, what happened before. So we are enabling all this, together. We've run an experiment called Augmented Match, whereby you can see you watch the match, and you can also watch what's going on your smartphone at the same time using what we call digital twin technology. technology. So it's early days, but we are again confident that there is a demand, and so we need to provide the demand with the ecosystem. It's not only Orange as network provider. We need organizers, we need athletes, to be part of that, and we need fans to respond well to whatever innovation we can propose.
Absolutely. Well, with that, we are out of time. But this is very fascinating, super innovative and exciting as we get into some major sporting events coming up. So thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We do have breaking news now at the LVMH Innovation Awards. You're looking at live shots right now. Let's see, there it is of LVMH Chairman Bernard Arnault, who is getting ready to take center stage at the LVMH Innovation Awards. This is the big tentpole event, one of the big tentpole events that happen here at VivaTech. It's been happening since 2017, where startups have the opportunity to be showcased, pitch themselves, and get recognized by one of the biggest names in luxury and beauty. So that's happening at one of the stages right behind me. Big name guests. I want to move on and now bring in our tech trends editor, Rudy, who is joining me back in the studio. Rudy, we've been talking a lot about technology, but can you tell us a little bit more about what you've been seeing and the themes that we should be expecting for today?
I mean, I just want to harken back to what you said about Mr. Arnault being here and this being so important. Obviously, Paris is the fashion capital of the world, and LVMH is the biggest fashion company in the world, the biggest luxury goods company. So, to have the two combined here is really exciting. I mean, some of the trends that we're seeing, we were discussing about this earlier, has been around the regulation. That's been very interesting. We had President Macron here on stage yesterday making some of the comments and about how he thinks that maybe regulation should not stop innovation. So that is interesting. And also very timely, of course, because we had the EU Parliament with its approval of the EU AI Act. Some questions yesterday already about whether that is going to handicap Europe. And of course, right now, we've seen that these large language models, so ChatGPT, but also others developed by IBM, by Microsoft, by Meta, all of these are coming from the United States. And Europe does not have this capacity at this time, and also does not have the computer facilities to develop these new and train these large language models. So there'll be some investment coming there, and Macron actually mentioned that there is going to be some spending to get that up to speed in Europe.
Absolutely. So a lot of, discussion or non-discussion, I guess, about the regulation around artificial intelligence. What else is on the agenda today as it relates to AI? Because this is a big theme this year.
Absolutely a big theme. And as you said, and we know that VivaTech also addresses some of the bigger questions around these technology themes. There'll be a very interesting panel about, can democracy survive AI? And this is a big issue because we've already seen, of course, in 2016 in the US presidential elections and also in 2020 that social media, which is sort of a proto AI, is at work there, and it's our first brush with AI as a society, and we're already seeing that that's having humongous impact. And with AI, this is going to become more ubiquitous. These, the deep fakes,
yep,
the content creation that is possible with AI is extremely interesting as well. Has its bad sides, but also its good sides, because if you can create individual content for voters, you may be able to better target the people that you want supporting you politically.
Yeah, it's especially interesting when you see the reports that, sometimes ChatGPT actually is giving out fake information, and it's like, well, this is supposed to be smarter than all of us, but it's not quite there yet. So, Rudy, we have to leave it there. We're out of time, but we'll catch up with you throughout the day. All right, you're watching VivaTech News live at VivaTech 2023. Let's bring in our next guest. I'm excited to now bring in Sergio Pimenta, VP for Africa IFC, the International Finance Corporation, of course. The IFC is the largest global development institution focused on the private sector as well as emerging markets, delivering billions of dollars in financing across the developing world. Sergio, welcome to VivaTech News.
I'm very excited to be here.
What are the opportunities for startups, and what is the impact on Africa's growth?
Well,
The opportunities in Africa are very, very large. I mean, we have to look at several factors. The demographics, there's a very large number of population, young people, a middle class that is growing, and then a lot of opportunities in terms of the demand for services that are not still yet available. So I think this is really the next frontier, and it's really booming. And here at VivaTech, if you go to the Africa booths and you see all these entrepreneurs who are there, all this youth full of energy, there's so many things that can be done.
Absolutely. You really feel the palpable energy. And I did see the exhibit, which is fascinating. What are the key challenges that startups face in Africa?
Well, startups face challenges everywhere, in Africa also. I think access to finance, access to capital is always a challenge. And on the IFC side, we're very excited to be one of the largest providers of capital for startups in Africa, and will continue doing so. But there are some other challenges, particularly in terms of regulations, to make sure that they are conducive to having more startup doing excellent business in the continent. So there are a certain number of challenges, but you also have to look at the opportunities that these challenges bring, and they are very, very significant.
Helping Africa tap into the potential of the digital economy is one of IFC's top priorities. So how is the IFC working to achieve this goal?
We've assessed that the opportunities in Africa of the digital economy by 2050 would be above $700 trillion in Africa alone, right? So what we are doing is that we're trying to support the sector in a holistic way, from working on the regulatory side with governments to start with, then looking at the infrastructure. We've deployed several billions of dollars of funding for infrastructure on the IT side. Then we work with startups individually. We support a few of these really champions that we think are going to be the unicorns of tomorrow. We also have put in place a number of funds that can be deployed, several initiatives that are available for startups in Africa. And then we're also looking a lot around the education side, so that people can develop the skills to leverage these startups that are coming.
What would your advice be for startups and companies here in Paris and throughout Europe for engaging in the African market, either through partnerships or accessing the consumers there?
Well, my advice is hurry, because the opportunity is there today, and you have a lot of African startups building on the youth that are creating a lot of new businesses, a lot of new markets. So there's a lot of opportunity to do partnerships for European and other startups, for companies to go and invest in Africa. This is where the markets are, this is where the growth is, this is where the future is.
Fascinating. Well, thank you so much for joining. We'll definitely check out some of the exhibitors here this week, and thank you for joining us.
Great, thanks, Upton.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Make sure to follow us on social media, at Twitter, at TikTok, you name it, we're there. We're bringing you all the live action from VivaTech 2023 here in Paris, France. We will be right back after this quick break. Wonderful. Thank you so much. This was great.
The accessibility of generative AI opens up possibilities that were unthinkable before. This will be the main focus of our discussions during VivaTech this year. By adopting generative AI, companies and organizations are already becoming more productive, efficient, and agile. Our AI-powered products, including Microsoft 365, Copilot, Security Copilot, Bing, and the latest versions of Teams, are tangible illustration of what this amazing technology already allows us to do. We also provide the tools and language models available through Azure OpenAI, which can be customized with company data in a secure environment to build your own products and processes. These are exciting times, and this technology will also be key in addressing the crucial challenges of sustainability and cybersecurity. But as with any major transformation, it also raises ethical questions, which we take very seriously. This is why our responsible AI principles guide every innovation we undertake. Join us at the Viva Lounge to learn more about generative AI, discover our latest innovations, and share your thoughts with us. See you soon.
I'm Livy, the face of innovation at LVMH. I'm glad to be back for this new edition of VivaTech. This year, we will showcase how our talents leverage innovation to create unique products and experiences. Let me give you a taste of what to expect. You'll see a showcase of our latest omnichannel and retail experiences. We'll have exciting innovations from Tiffany & Co., Dior, Fendi, Sephora, and Louis Vuitton, including 3D customization and sensory experiences. Loro Piana will also show how the Aura blockchain allows them to stay ahead traceability and authentication. On the wines and spirits side, we'll talk with Veuve Clicquot about the use of organic materials for packaging, while Renard will present how technology helps to preserve biodiversity and regenerate soils. These are just a few of the examples we want to share with you. Come and meet us at the LVMH booth to find out more.
Good morning and welcome back to VivaTech News. You're watching VivaTech News here at VivaTech 2023 live from Paris, France. The energy is so palpable today. You can see thousands of people behind me have arrived here at Porte Versailles for day 2 of VivaTech 2023, where business meets innovation. We have some huge names. We heard from the CEO of PayPal earlier. Of course, French President Emmanuel Macron spoke yesterday, speaking about the future of AI and where he sees France playing a role in that. We're also going to hear from Elon Musk tomorrow, which I'm personally extremely excited about. This is the man behind Tesla, SpaceX, and now Twitter. Of course, there is some split opinions on, his style, his leadership. So it'll be really fascinating to hear from him firsthand here at this event. He'll be with us in person, so that will be very exciting. Also, you have a lot of cool tech innovations. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to walk inside the LVMH booth, and they have all of their different portfolio companies that have different types of technologies, from AI to metaverse to, I noticed Sephora had this activation where you can actually create a profile and you'll get recommended scents for you based on your specific personalized profile. So there's really no shortage of things to do and explore. I walked around yesterday afternoon and only explored a small portion. So today I'm super excited to explore Hall 2. That's going to be the sports tech section, as well as visit more booths as well. I want to head out to the main floor and get to some of the action. We have 5 reporters here at VivaTech News that are out scouring for the best stories, the best interviews, the best robots to give you the best, coolest, unique information. So let's head out to the main floor and check in on the action. Catherine, it's good to see you. Let's check in with you. And what are you following this morning?
Yeah, thanks, Upton. Great to see you. I'm having a fireside chat with Hugues Foulon, who is CEO of Orange Cyber Defense. The French telecommunications company Orange has made cybersecurity a strategic priority. They're recognizing evolving threats in the digital landscape and aiming to protect their networks, infrastructure, and, of course, their customers from cyber attacks, which we all hear so much about, don't we? Hugues Foulon, thank you very much for being with us.
Hello.
Great to meet you. Now, first off, let's just start with a question about you yourself. Could you name a characteristic of yours that got you to where you are today?
So this is something which is not differentiated, but I like challenges. So in sport, in my family, in the business, and to become the European leader in cybersecurity is quite a challenge for us.
It certainly is. I mean, cybersecurity, it just encompasses so many different things, doesn't it? If we just talk about some current cyber threats that might be targeting the general public, if you could tell us about a couple of those, and also how Orange Group is protecting customers from those cyber attacks?
Yes, we all know, we all need to understand that the threat is here. This is not in the movies and the books, it's on the field. And the fact that what's happening in Ukraine since February 22 is a good illustration of this kind of new war. And you are talking about the threat, so for everyone, of course, phishing initiative and everything you can receive in your inbox could be a threat, and the quality of the threat is evolving, unfortunately for us, in the good way. So it's very difficult to differentiate an attack from a real serious mail.
It really is, actually. And we get so many of them as well.
The wording is perfect, logos, the colors are perfect, so it's more and more difficult. And of course, we are at the middle of the era of ransomware for big, medium, and even small companies. And we can see within Orange Cyber Defense that it can affect everyone and with quite dramatic consequences when it happens.
Absolutely, yes. As you said, businesses, individuals, even hospital systems have been victim of ransomware. And this sort of hyper-digital world that we live in today, it is evolving so rapidly. You said you like a challenge. If you could pick out some of the key challenges that you're facing to try and ensure effective cyber defense.
So maybe three items to keep in mind. So my main challenge, my daily challenge every morning is to think about talents. How attract talents, how train them, how to keep them, and so we have in France, but not only in France, in every European countries where we are present, the same challenge to attract talents and young people choose cybersecurity as a good activity. So when you choose cyber industry, you don't have any issue about finding a job, have a good package. So this is very interesting for them. The second topic is maybe about information and training. So make people aware that cybersecurity is not anymore a subject for cyber experts, but for everyone. So it can happen, it can affect you in your family, at your job. So it's something which is very serious. And despite all the good things of the digital transformation, you have a flip side, which is cybersecurity threat. And the last thing, maybe which is important for me, it's about innovation. So we are speaking a lot about generative AI at this stage. What does it change for the cyber industry? It will change things. It will lower the entry barrier for attackers. So we will see consequences on this. And this is the third challenge I have in mind.
And of course, Orange is not the only entity working on these challenges.
Yeah.
How does Orange Group work with other entities, other industry partners, government agencies to address these cyber threats?
So like in the global IT industry, cybersecurity industry is highly fragmented with a lot of competitions. So we need to partner and to combine joint forces to make us more efficient. That is what we are doing with vendors and partners. So we are choosing European, French, but mostly US and Israeli solutions to make the cyber protection effective. So we are very used to do so. We also are able to partner with customers, like you mentioned, the public part of our administration, armies, police, hospitals. So every kind of in different countries where we are able to partner and we just announced yesterday about this. The Software Republic with Renault, the fact that we are investing a lot to cyber protect vehicles, next generation of vehicles, because they will be highly connected to every kind of network. So we need to protect them, and this is Orange Cyber Defense who work on this kind of project. So this is different kind of partnership which are very important for us.
It's absolutely vast. I'm very glad to hear that you do enjoy a challenge. Hugues Foulon, thank you so much for talking to us here on VivaTech News.
Thank you very much.
And send it back to you in the studio.
Wonderful interview. Absolutely fascinating. Thanks so much for that. You're watching VivaTech News. Let's get out back to the main action floor. All right. right, let's bring in Simon now. Simon, it's an electric day. You can feel the energy everywhere. So much going on. What are you following this morning?
Hi, Upton. Well, as you mentioned, the energy is everywhere. I'm right at the heart of VivaTech this morning for you. We're actually in the middle of Hall 1. You can see it all around me, all the businesses, all the crowds that are here. We're at one of the main crossroads, and the key word, which I think you said actually, was it is electric. There are people absolutely everywhere. And you know, when VivaTech says that it wants to create those bridges between the rest of the world and between Europe and French technologies, that's exactly what's happening here. Everyone's talking, everyone's conversing, the conversations are being had. We've seen countless investors come by. There's been plenty of startups as well. Everyone's just really soaking in the atmosphere and having a good time, whether it be with the Man Group just down there and everywhere else. So I'll try and get someone for you in a second to get a little bit of a flavor of how people are feeling. But essentially what we're seeing, particularly at the country stands, 35 country pavilions once again this year at VivaTech from all over the world, and even from countries perhaps that you wouldn't expect would have a stand, little places like Luxembourg, like New Zealand, but who are coming through with some fantastic innovation in their own right. So it's really, really incredible. And if we just walk down here, there's so much activity going on, and the people are really enjoying the buzz that there is around here, with a lot of key focus on the key technologies. We know today the Africa Awards are coming, Africa Tech, which you can see down there in the distance at the top, where we have all the country pavilions, 9 finalists who've made it in the 3 key main area, the health tech, the fintech, and the climate tech industries. So it's all happening at a very fast pace. Right, I'm going to try and grab someone. Excuse me, can I ask you a quick question, please? No? Well, there you go. Not everyone speaks English, Upton. That's why you need to be aware of that. But generally, really a good time, and you can see that the atmosphere here is good. The business is happening, the innovation is happening, so everyone's happy.
Absolutely, Simon. You know, don't be discouraged. People are busy. That's what I've learned yesterday. I actually interviewed a lot of people, and I found out at least 1 in 2. It's not that they don't want to talk to you, it's that they're on their way to a panel or to go pitch an investor or to go meet a startup or go check out LVMH's, exhibit. So the energy is really exciting. You have a lot of people just like very driven and excited, which is one of the reasons, VivaTech is so exciting to be here. So next up, we are going to have an interview with our very own Luke Brown. Let's check in on the action with Luke. Now, Luke, I know sustainability is a big theme this year. Companies have to have a practice and a plan for how they're going to protect the environment. What can you tell us?
You're quite right. That's exactly what we're talking about, sustainability and climate strategy, this time with JC Deco. We're joined by Lénaïque Pinault. You're the Chief Sustainability Officer at JC Deco. That's the #1 outdoor advertising company in the world. We see them everywhere here in Paris, across France, but across Europe too, and further afield too. You always see the logo on the outdoor advertising boards. The company has just unveiled an ambitious climate pledge, a roadmap to achieve global carbon neutrality by 2050. Lénaïque, can you tell us a bit more about you personally? Tell us a bit about your motivation and your personal qualities that you bring to the role of Chief Sustainability Officer at JC Deco.
So it's very interesting because I think that my mission is quite simple, to be honest. It's to facilitate and accelerate the company's transition to embed sustainability in every function. So it means that I need to define the ambition, but this is not enough. On top of that, it's very important to really hear and understand our stakeholders' expectation. So you are sure that you will be able to fulfill their expectation in a meaningful way.
Tell us a bit more about the new sustainability strategy by 2050. What does it mean to the company, to JC Deco, concretely to implement those measures?
Sustainability has always been part of our DNA since the creation of the company. We launched a unique business model where we want to provide and maintain environmentally friendly services for the public, financed by the brand's communication. And since the beginning, it was very important to embed circular economy and frugality of raw materials. And we want to give back to society because, for instance, today, 41% of our revenues go back directly to the community through our landlords. And last year, we decided to launch our new ESG strategy to reinforce our commitments on social aspects, environmental aspects, and societal ones.
So you mentioned some of your keywords there: circular economy, frugality. There's also measure, reduce, contribute. Those are the keywords for the new strategy. How do you use each of those keywords? How are you building the strategy around those keywords in your carbon neutral pledge?
Yes, last week we launched our new climate strategy, and it is based on 3 main steps. Measure as much as possible, because what you do not measure doesn't exist. Reduce, because it will always be a top priority. We want to reach net zero by 2050, but we have also a midterm target to reduce by half all our carbon emission by 2030. And contribute, we want to support decarbonization projects beyond our value chain. This is how we want to tackle climate change within JCDecaux.
Can you talk about the examples of what exactly it is you're doing? How are you helping the brand you work with on your media, on the advertising boards that we see around the cities here in Europe and in France and further afield? How are you working with those brands to measure the impact on their campaigns?
For sure, it's really necessary to move forward within our ecosystem and with our clients. So, for instance, 2 years ago, we launched a unique footprint calculator for our advertiser clients. It's unique because we have 4 main criteria. We are looking at carbon footprint, water footprint, social and economic footprint. So now, in France, all our clients can have a holistic vision of their impacts when they are broadcasting their campaign through our media. And this was such a success, we plan to launch it internationally in 2024 so that all our clients can better understand what are the impacts and how they can move forward with us.
Okay. And you mentioned already then the target is 2050. When you're putting together your action plans, what are the fields and the ideas that you're pushing further, the innovation in the field that you're really looking to improve on?
Yes, well, we need to push for low carbon assets. It means that we need to work on our media itself. We need to work closely with public authorities in order to promote responsible purchasing, because what we know is that if we want to reach our target, we need the help of all our ecosystem. And we need to promote refurbished assets instead of new assets. And this will always only be possible if we work with our landlords to do that.
Okay, it's been fascinating talking to you and really interesting to learn about those ambitious goals for something that's really an everyday sight for a lot of people around the world, to see just to what extent change can be achieved in that field. Thank you so much, Lénaïque Pinault of JCDecaux. Thank you so much. Hand back over to you, Upton in the studio. Over to you.
Fascinating interview, Luc. Thank you for that. Well, on day 1 of VivaTech, which of course was yesterday, we had a very special visit and major announcements by French President Emmanuel Macron on the future of AI in France and Europe. I had the honor of seeing him speak just at the stage behind me. Take a listen at what he had to say.
Au fond, le pire des scénarios, c'est une Europe qui investirait beaucoup moins que les États-Unis ou que les Chinois, qui n'arriverait pas à créer les grands champions, mais qui déciderait de commencer par la régulation. Ce scénario est possible. Ça n'est pas celui que nous défendons et ça n'est pas celui que je soutiendrai. Il y a un autre scénario qui serait de dire on essaie de mener cette compétition mais on est trop décoordonné et on ne régule pas. Ce scénario serait aussi mauvais parce qu'on le voit aujourd'hui, beaucoup de peur qui naît surtout d'une partie des applications et plutôt d'IA générative, mais on a besoin d'une régulation et ce débat existe dans le monde. Donc la question, c'est comment, au fond, on se resynchronise et comment nous, on va beaucoup plus vite et beaucoup plus fort en Européens pour investir et comment on crée un cadre qui permet de penser les débouchés de l'IA et ses conséquences sociétales, sociales et économiques, et comment on crée un cadre de régulation intelligent. Pour moi, c'est ça, les 3 piliers de la 2e génération du plan IA qu'on veut faire.
I'm now joined by Philip Moyer, who is Global VP AI Business and Solutions at Google Cloud. Let's talk about AI business and its transformation. First of all, what is your role at Google Cloud?
Thanks very much for having me today. You know, in my role, I get an opportunity I'm part of the engineering teams, and I get an opportunity to work with the largest customers in their adoption of AI and the use of our products.
And what do you hear from customers? Like, what do they fear right now? What do they praise?
I have been thrilled with the companies here at VivaTech, as well as throughout France and all of Europe, about how excited they are about AI. I think most organizations look at this as a really significant opportunity, an opportunity to add a lot of value to their customer service processes, you know, to the information they follow, but they also have concerns. They're concerned around things like security of their data. They don't want to make models smarter by training on their information. They're worried about accuracy of the information inside of those models, and is the model giving the right answer? They're worried about openness. They want to be able to use the right model for the right job and ensure that they're not overrunning in costs. And the last thing is they really want to be able to get started quickly with the skills they have and manage this at scale with the skills they have.
Absolutely. We have the impression that we've been talking about AI for only the past few months, but it's actually been here for years. It just seems to be at scale now.
Yeah, I have to tell you, artificial intelligence, we've been working on some of these problems in computer science for decades, and I mean decades.
Wow.
And, you know, a lot of AI has been built that's very purpose-built. We've been doing things like parsing dictionaries in the past to understand meaning. We've been, you know, listening in and trying to interpret and predict what questions people are going to ask in AI. And this generation is truly different. It's extraordinary. You know, back in 2017, Google was one of the proud inventors of the transformer algorithm that really kicked a lot of this technology off. And every step of the way, we have over 3,000 researchers in AI. Going back well beyond 2017, we produced over 7,000 papers in that time period. And AI right now, there's many forms of artificial intelligence. This form is truly extraordinary in that it not only understands language, but it can actually project language and project images. And so yes, it's been around for a while, it's coming of age, and it's becoming more approachable than it's ever been for humans.
How do you see your business transforming now that AI is leading and taking center stage?
You know, I would tell you that so many organizations were focused on trying to migrate applications into the cloud. They think that's still important. The reason why they were doing that, it gave them agility to be able to adopt the best technology for the best job, as opposed to having to build up large infrastructure for this. AI has moved to the center of every single conversation we're having, because you can get results so much faster. I mean, I can spend literally a few days in training a model to get a result. I can spend a few weeks to get an application into production, and that impact has far-reaching impact in my organization, in serving customers, and filling out roles that were hard to fill in the past. And so organizations are coming to Google and a lot of the AI companies to really help them with this transformation, because it can help in, you know, the area of doing customer service, in content creation, in compliance. It helps in so many functions inside of a business.
Absolutely. Final question, what are your goals? What are you looking out for here at VivaTech?
You know, there is incredible innovation all around. If I think back to just 1 or 2 years ago, the letters AI didn't show up on many of the screens, on many of the boards that are inside of this inside of the center today. In almost every company I walk past, someone is talking about AI. They're talking about the innovation. It's kind of captured the imagination of everyone. So my goal here this week is actually to really, first and foremost, spend the time with the customers to tell them how our technologies transform, but it's also to learn about all the other great innovations and make sure that we're great partners of all the companies that are here at VivaTech.
Yeah, it's an absolute fascinating time. I've heard a couple of people say it's kind of like, you know, when Google first came out or the iPhone first came out, we're now at this, you know, transformative time in history. So
yeah, it's happening way faster than any of the past transformations. So it's exciting.
Philip, thank you so much for joining. Great conversation.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Now, modern global cybersecurity is like an invisible arm race against anonymous enemies from anywhere around the world. Hackers are constantly updating and evolving their technologies and methods, so those fighting against them are forced to stay one step ahead at all times. The unending struggle represents an opportunity for businesses willing to straddle the risk, but with great potential for innovation. Take a look.
An ever-present and ever-growing challenge for every connected organization and individual. In 2020, a single data breach anywhere in the world was estimated to cost companies on average $3.86 million. Significant financial loss is not the only threat businesses need to be aware of.
Weak security practices make it easier for the bad actors to get into your network and to launch their attacks. And of course, once they're there, they can steal your data, they can access your business secrets, they can try and steal your money, they can do all sorts of things. So you need an actual plan, not just on paper. It needs to be tested and to be kept fresh, such that if the worst happens, you've at least got something that you can do about it.
The infrastructure surrounding cryptocurrencies remains especially vulnerable. Leading blockchain analysts, Chainalysis, called 2022 the biggest year ever for crypto hacking, over which an estimated $3.8 billion worth of cryptocurrency was stolen. 2022 also saw major hacks at News Corp, Microsoft, and the Red Cross, showing that almost any organization is at risk. There is no lack of demand for security experts and technologies that can help to stem the tide, like blockchain, AI, and quantum computing. Companies like Proton Mail are keen to underline the importance of safeguarding data.
The best way to actually protect data is to not have it in the first place. And by using end-to-end encryption, we actually don't have access to any of our user data. So all your emails that you might store on Proton Mail, we cannot decrypt from that. And this is also not just good for your privacy, but it's also good for security, because a hacker cannot steal from us something that we do not possess ourselves.
With cyber crimes escalating from extortionate attacks on companies and government departures to acts of cyber warfare on critical infrastructure, there is little excuse for organizations to be lax about security. With an expected 30 billion interconnected devices online by 2030, cybersecurity is a critical issue for societal and business sustainability.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News 2023 live at the action floor. This is coming to the end of the Tech Early Birds. I'm Upton Saidi. It's been an honor to be with you for the past 3 hours, but don't go anywhere, because up next is Breaking Tech with the excellent Marjorie. She will be capturing the action heart of the day, focusing on more breaking news announcements, technology demos, and startup pitches happening here at VivaTech. Now, it's been a personally very interesting day for me, because I heard a lot of cool, interesting stuff happening in the future of artificial intelligence. This is the big theme this year. Of course, first we had ChatGPT really explode onto the scene in January or December of last year, and that, to me, really made AI go mainstream. Now everyone knew AI, from people who wanted help with their homework to companies looking to save on costs. Before this, artificial intelligence has been, decades in the making, but it was only until more recently that it's become so mainstream, and I think that's because it became relatable. Now everyone was instantly engaging and interacting with it. And it's going to be really interesting if that same inflection point that's happened to AI at the beginning of this year is going to happen to things like virtual reality and augmented reality. Of course, Apple announcing their $3,500 headset, which took a lot of us by shock, right? Who's going to spend that much money for a headset, especially when you can buy the Meta headset for just a few $100s? But it's going to be really interesting in the next year if we're going to reach that inflection point where it becomes a main consumer product. I personally bought a headset back in 2016, but haven't really picked it up that much, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the world of AR and VR, and we'll be talking all about that throughout the day and this week here at VivaTech 2023. Make sure you're following us on social. We're on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, you name it, at VivaTech. There it is. It's been an honor to be with you the past 3 hours. Stay with us. Marjorie has your next show up just right after this break. We'll be right back.
At ENGIE, we are an energy company which is committed to be net zero by 2045 on all our activities. We will need lots of innovation, and that's why we're so excited to be here at VivaTech 2023. At ENGIE, we are working to make energy transition possible. That means working to decarbonize cities and industries. That means also finding the right energy mix between electrons and molecules, producing green electricity and producing green gases, biomethane or hydrogen. And that means also, of course, finding ways to store energy and to make the system flexible. We need an energy transition that's reliable, affordable, and of course, we need solutions at scale given the needs we have.
Our research and innovation at ENGIE is about opening up a new path to accelerate energy transition, to accelerate to a carbon neutral world. So how we do that? Thanks to our 4 research labs, to our corporate venture fund, to our incubation systems, to our open innovation approach. We do design the new solutions that will match the sustainability, scale, and competitiveness we need to deliver energy transition. We also connect talent with technologies, connect talent with solutions, and then we integrate the best of breed in terms of technologies, so we mobilize technology to make the impossible possible.
You're right, Olivier, to talk about talents, because at ENGIE, with our 600 researchers in our labs, we need lots of talents. So if you are watching the video, think about joining ENGIE. We need talents, and we need especially women talents. We very much believe in diversity in our labs. We need more women to join us.
So we're looking forward to meeting all those talents that are passionate about technologies and energy transition. Please come and meet us. We'll be happy to engage. See you soon.
Je fais partie de l'Immersive Lab chez BNP Paribas Real Estate. On travaille sur un outil qui permet de voir une ville sans y être physiquement. Typiquement, si on a des clients qui sont à l'international et qui cherchent à investir sur le marché français, on pourrait leur permettre de prévisiter la défense en amont pour leur faire gagner du temps pour quand ils viendraient potentiellement.
The bank is changing. Discover our unexpected jobs. BNP Paribas, the bank for a changing world.
Edenred is the everyday platform for people at work, and we're proud to return to VivaTech this year. This year at VivaTech, we will showcase our innovative payment solutions and share our company purpose, enrich connections for good, with all tech enthusiasts. And we're bringing something extra special to the table. At our booth, we'll be offering an immersive 3D gaming experience that has been especially designed for VivaTech. It's an opportunity to interact with our digital solutions in a whole new way. It shows you how the Edenred platform is changing food, gift, and mobility, making them more responsible and fun along the way. Edenred's innovative technology is designed to meet the needs of today's rapidly changing working world, and we're very excited to be sharing it with you. So whether you're an HR director looking to provide benefits to your employees, a business owner looking to streamline operations, or simply curious about the future of payments, we've got you covered. We really cannot wait to connect with you at our booth. Please come and see us.
Welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Payon and you're watching Breaking Tech, your daily dose of innovation, live here from VivaTech. Of course, our reporters, guests, innovators are literally in the starting blocks to give you a glimpse at this 2023 edition. Coming up, he's always been upfront about the risks and opportunities of tech ecosystems. We'll get an state-of-the-art update with John Chambers. And somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, but can cloud go green? We'll speak to AWS. But first, let's go inside VivaTech with Simon Harding. And Simon, let's get a vibe of Africa Tech with you.
Hi, Marjorie. Yeah, the key areas of VivaTech 2023, right in the heart of the African Startups Hub and the Africa Tech. So $5 billion in the African continent last year, 50,000 jobs created as a direct result of investments in tech. And in partnership with the International Finance Corporation, VivaTech are really trying to bridge the gap, the tech gap between Africa and the rest of. It's a really important day with the Africa Tech Awards coming up a little bit later in the afternoon. There are 3 on offer. There is the Climate Tech, FinTech and Health Tech. And we're actually joined by one of the 9 finalists. I'm going to wander over. Hello. Hi, Priscilla. I'm joined by Priscilla Muhu, who is the country director of My Dawa, which is, and My Dawa offers a mobile and web healthcare platform. Thanks for being with us, and tell us a little bit about your journey about being here at VivaTech.
This journey has been amazing. I've met very, very many interesting people, and potential partnerships are going to be forged out of this. So I'm super excited about going back next week and pursuing some of these opportunities that we've discovered here in the event. Yeah.
So first of all, congratulations as well for making the final. Tell us a little bit about My Dawa, what it is you offer. You're based in Nairobi, Kenya. You operate out of there. And a little bit about the tech ecosystem in Africa and how it's developed over the last couple of years.
Okay. My Dawa is an e-health platform. It's a mobile and web application. We have a mobile and web application. So we have 3 main services. You're able to come in and book a consultation with a doctor. We are also able to do what we call lab concierge services. So in the event that you require a lab test done, we are able to send a lab tech to your home. We do the analysis through partnerships with different labs, and then the results are sent back to us. And once we get the results, we call you up, let you know about the diagnosis, and write a prescription and get the medication delivered to you. You can literally get health you at the comfort of your home. No need to leave the house completely. So we've been existing for the last 6 years, and we are currently in Kenya only, and our service is available across the country. We're able to deliver medication across the country in Kenya. Hopefully soon we'll have Uganda as the countries that we want to work with. And in reference to your second question around the Africa Tech, I think we are at the nascent of things are really moving fast, and I always say that COVID was the growth hack that we needed. So COVID has really spurred a lot of growth in the tech space. Just to give you an example, for My Dawa especially, we grew almost 3 times during COVID. That tells you that it was the growth hack we needed. Yeah, and things have been looking very good. We are getting a lot of interest when it comes to investments as well. Hopefully, we'll launch a big round. And this has been amazing journey. Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this, because you were actually telling me off camera before that you never expected to be here at VivaTech. So what's it been like to be here, the VivaTech experience? What's it done for you? What's it like?
The visibility. For me, it's the visibility. It's amazing. It's amazing how when people come into our stand, we take them through what we are trying to do, and they're actually amazed by what we are doing. And that gives you some sort of validation as a company, right? So I think we are onto something. There are very many problems when it comes to the health space in Africa, in Kenya also. And problems always present opportunities. So that means that we have a big opportunity to solve some of the problems as well as build a sustainable business around it.
Well, let's talk more about Africa. As an entrepreneur, as a startup in Africa, how do you feel that the market is going? We know that Africa was one of the few tech ecosystems that actually grew last year. A lot of other people had more of a difficulty, really. But Africa, we're finally seeing or thinking that the continent is matched Do you feel that resonates as well with how you're going through business?
Yes, I feel that. And as you know, we are a very young population. Like, for example, in Uganda, 50% of the population are below the age of 19. In Kenya as well, 50% of the population are below the age of 21. So that tells you we have a young population. In 10 years' time, these people will join the addressable market for us. So the market is growing, yeah? So it presents a lot of opportunities. So I've had the privilege of working with a couple of tech companies. So I worked at OLX for about 7 years, Glovo, a delivery company, for about 4 years. And I can tell you I've had the privilege of interacting with people around the world in terms of the tech space, and Africa is now growing. It's now, we can actually start seeing the growth. To give you an example, in Africa, or rather in Kenya, for example, when we launched Glovo in Kenya, within 6 months we had really taken off. So that tells you, in terms of adoption of technology, people are really beginning to embrace it. And what I've found as a big lesson when it comes to launching tech companies in Africa, it's super important for you to understand the context and the nuance in the local market. Interestingly, the different markets in Africa are super different. I would like to give you an example of when I was working at OLX. The messaging around OLX was sell your stuff to make some money. But you can't go with the same messaging in Nigeria, for example, because you need to make money. They don't want to seem as poor. So we had to change our messaging to sell your stuff to upgrade your life. When you go to Tanzania, it's all about socialism and taking care of other people. So we had to sell your stuff to take care of your neighbor. So that tells you that the markets are super different, and it's important as a tech company to understand the context and the local nuance and adapt accordingly.
Priscilla, I could speak to you all day, but unfortunately that's all the time we have. Priscilla Muhi of MyDawa, thank you so much. My pleasure. Well, there you go. An important day for Africa. Africa, young but developing, and the Africa Tech Awards later on in the afternoon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Simon, for this update on Africa Tech. And now we're joined live on this very set by Murad Dendes. Murad, we're going to actually review some tech solutions for a better future, and we'll deep dive into climate tech for this hour.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to introduce my guest here by my side, Nicola Urze, CEO of Switch Energy. Welcome to you.
Thank you very much.
Before I get to you, Nicola, though, I'm going to turn to you, Marjorie, with a couple of questions. Have you heard of solar energy?
Solar energy? I definitely have.
Have you heard of tidal energy?
Yeah, not that much.
Have you heard of osmotic energy?
Never.
Well, to be perfectly honest, either had I before I discovered Switch Energy, and I believe we are not the only people here at VivaTech that don't know much about osmotic energy, and that's why Nicola is here. To start with, can you explain to us in just a few words, for those that are not scientists, what exactly is osmotic power or osmotic energy?
All right. Well, so no shame, because obviously many of you don't know osmotic energy today. Osmotic energy, to put it simply, this is the energy of mixing salt water, seawater, and fresh water. And you can find it in all deltas and estuaries of the world. And it's a massive source of renewable energy. It's probably the last renewable energy that we can really use to accelerate the energy transition. And it has been a grail of renewable energy because it's clean, renewable, and it's permanent. You can use it 24 hours a day.
Which is obviously one of the criticisms of wind or solar.
Yeah, this is one of the limits of wind and solar. And this one, just like hydro energy, for instance, is permanent. So this energy, it's been on the radar screen for like 75 years. Scientists, academics, industrial have been trying to find a way to harness this energy and produce electricity with it in a competitive manner. But so far the technology was not there, and we changed the game with our technology.
So basically what you're saying is that this technology, this energy has existed forever. Around 75 years ago, we learned how to harness it, and what you've done is found a way to bring down the costs. Is that right?
Yeah, actually, so the core of the system to use osmotic power is a membrane, because you need to basically select your ions transferring between fresh water and seawater. I will keep it simple. And so the membrane has to have certain specification, particularities, and so far the membrane available at very low performances. Plus, they were very expensive. So low performance, high cost means that it did work, but it was not competitive at all. And what we've done over the last 10 years at Switch Energy is that we've applied very recent breakthroughs in nanotechnologies to design a completely new membrane that is selective but can generate much higher current. Plus, we've worked on materials, and we're using biomaterials that are very low cost, so that at the end of the day, we have a membrane that is very high performance and low-cost membrane. So we broke the ceiling, I would say, and suddenly, osmotic power become a viable option for energy transition.
Can you give us an idea of the scale and the possibilities linked to osmotic power?
Yeah, sure. At global scale, if you take the main deltas and estuaries of the world, we have about 30,000 terawatt hours of osmotic energy that is available every year.
Okay.
Just to give you an order of magnitude or a comparison point, the electricity demand on Earth every year is about 25,000 terawatt hours,
so
right?
It's more than our demand right now.
Right. So we're not going to use all of that. But we think that eventually, in 30, 40 years from now, we could produce up to 15% of electricity needs with osmotic power. It's huge.
Absolutely. Do you imagine that this form of renewable energy, I'm going to call it this new form of renewable energy, even if it's existed for a while, is going to replace some of the existing? Is it going to push out some of the others, or do you think it's going to complement?
Well, we will need a lot of electricity, right? Probably much more than we think if we want to make the transition. So I think this technology is going to complement other type of technology. When you look at forecasts today, it is expected that in 30 years from now, we will still produce half of global electricity with coal and gas. Mm-hmm. So we need more sources of renewable energy, and this one is a great complement to existing ones.
Can you just tell us, finally, some next steps, perhaps? Like, where are we going from now? The first production plant will be set up in France?
Yes. So the objective is to go fast. And so the first pilot plant with our technology will start in less than a year from now. It's going to be on the Rhone River Delta in the south of France. Just to give you, again, an order of magnitude, on the Rhone River, we could install up to 500 megawatt power capacity. This is half a nuclear plant, right? It can provide electricity for 1.5 million people.
Okay. That really does give us an idea of the scale of the technology. And perhaps if I've got time for one last question, climate tech's obviously a big subject here at VivaTech. We know that, investments over $50 billion US per year. Is it easy to attract money for these kinds of projects?
Well, obviously there is a lot of traction of interest around us. It's never easy. But,
it's rare to find any business say, it's easy, but...
No, but we are probably at the right place at the right time, and we need to go fast, and investors understand that there is big opportunities, yes.
Right place, right time. Thank you very much, Nicolas Uze, for joining us here on VivaTech News.
Thank you.
Perfectly on time. Thank you so much, Murray. Thank you so much for this amazing piece of innovation. And now Anna Kowalska awaits in the Fireside Chat studio. She sits with the moneymaker of Amazon, AWS.
Yes, I have Tanuja Randari here with me from Amazon Web Services. She's the Managing Director for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Let me just remind you that Amazon Web Services is a cloud computing platform that offers various services to help businesses operate, scale, and obviously innovate. And innovation, that's what we're going to be talking about today. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Can you give us a little overview of the policies and initiatives that Amazon Web Services are taking in your regions to help innovation?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I'm very excited to be at VivaTech, by the way, and we're serving hundreds and thousands of customers across startups and enterprises, our digital native clients as well, software vendors. We've been very committed to this journey to the cloud because we know the impact that can create. We did some research recently with Public First that shows that by adopting AI, ML, and cloud technologies, Europe could actually unlock 2.8 trillion euros of value. And what we've been doing is investing in digital infrastructure and skills. On the digital infrastructure side, if I take, for example, France, We've been investing 6 billion euros between 2017 and 2031, and that's investment in our availability zones here in France, the region itself, as well as investment in other technologies, vertical solutions like our supply chain solution or our clean room solution or our Amazon Connect solution. And then the other area that we're very focused on is skills, because without skills, it's very hard for people to unblock technology. So we've trained in France, as an example, 100,000 people on cloud skills, and we've committed to almost training 29 million people for free by 2025. So very committed to bringing people into the digital economy.
Yeah, let's talk about the EU skills gap.
Yeah.
How big is it, and what impact does it have on this transformation efforts?
Every time I speak to a CEO, there are 3 topics on their mind. The first is, how do I transform digitally? The second is, how do I embed sustainability? Big topic, as you know. But the biggest consistent one is digital skills, right? And we saw a survey that was done by Vantage Partners, new Vantage Partners. 92% of the C-suite they surveyed said organization was the barrier, right? And we had our own AWS digital skills study. 85% of workers feel they need digital skills post-pandemic even more, right? The European Union has this digital decade ambition. They want 20 million ICT specialists. At the pace we're going, we're not going to get to the proficiency they want, which is 75 to 80% of all companies using AI ML. Today, it's 25%. So we have a long way to go. The gap is big, particularly also given we are both women on the female talent side. Only 1 in 3 STEM graduates is a female, and only 17% of ICT specialists today is a female. So we're investing very heavily to try and increase the inclusion and diversity associated as well with technology. Yeah, it's a big gap. We got to solve it.
The gap is big and we are slightly behind. What are companies like Amazon Web Services doing exactly about it? You mentioned certain initiatives, right?
Yeah, and so I mentioned a little earlier to you, we are investing hundreds of millions of dollars to train 29 million people for free around the world by 2025. By the way, we've already done 13 million. In Europe alone, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 800,000 people trained. In EMEA, my area, it's 1.8 million people trained. And there's 3 or 4 programs, if I can call them out. The first is, how do you inspire the next generation of talent? And so we've got this great program called Get IT, where we are helping girls in the ages of 12 to 15 and to really help them get excited about STEM by building apps. And I just judged a competition in London. Amazing what they come up with. The second is for the underserved unemployed. So we've got a program called Restart, and Restart is actually a classroom training 12-week program. And when you finish that, you can get your first job in a cloud or digital world. And then we work very closely with universities, academies. We have online training. We even have a game called Cloud Quest. Anybody can go and take that, by the way. And then with our customers, we are building academies for them so they can reskill their workers. Because when you go from a traditional environment or cloud environment, it's a whole new way of working.
That's Amazon, but let's talk about policies. What do you think, for instance, Europe should be doing in that matter?
I think that what we need to do is embed curriculum in every single university that has a digital AI, ML, cloud aspect to it, right? It just should be what you study. And it doesn't mean that's the only thing you study, because you need both the EQ and the IQ, as we say, right? So I think embedding curriculum right from the early days is really important. We need to also make sure that we are creating the space for more women into tech. And that means supporting them with policies around them, from childcare to other things, to be able for them to take the time to actually learn and be back in the workforce as well. And I think at the end of it all, this is a public-private partnership. It's really governments, it's public companies, it's private companies like us coming together and creating groups that allow basically training, but not only training, we've got to also hire these people. And that's what I like about Restart, because we connect our graduates to jobs. So those are, I think, the things we need to do, but it's very critical that we act now. Because the digital skills gap is very, very big.
Tanuja Randuri from Amazon Web Services, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
And I obviously invite young girls and boys out there, if you're watching us, get into tech, get into innovation. There are jobs waiting for you here.
again for your interview with AWS. Now, it's always been super upfront about the reality and risks and opportunities of the tech ecosystem. I'm really honored to be joined live by John Chambers. John, of course, the former executive chairman and CEO of Cisco, but the current founder of GC2 Venture. Can I actually think is John Chambers 2 Ventures?
You can think of it as John Chambers and my son, John Jason, 2, plus 2 other partners.
There you go. I mean, so you literally attended every single edition of VivaTech so far. Now, we're actually at day 2 of the 7th edition. Do you think it's the age of reason for tech?
Well, what's exciting to watch is when we and others bet on France as the innovation engine and the gateway for Europe, many people said, John, I've always followed you. I'm not so sure you're going to be right on this one. And all you need to do is look at this session today where VivaTech has become the top session in Europe and may surpass the Consumer Electronics Show in the US. So it speaks to the innovation engine in Europe and how France is leading the way on that. As a venture capitalist now, this is a great place to invest. I like the future of Europe, and having presented 5 top unicorn awards here at VivaTech, every year that winner gets better. So I'm the optimist for technology in the future. I think it's inclusive, well beyond just the US or key areas in Asia.
Absolutely. You're definitely the lucky charm of VivaTech, always ahead of the trend. I do remember you pushed really hard at Cisco during your time for AI, and now it's literally trending.
Well, I'm back in vogue. You know, I have a lot of weaknesses, and I've made many mistakes, but I've seen every movie. I got the internet pretty right, the movement to the cloud, and then 7 years ago I said AI will be the future, probably twice the capacity of the cloud and the internet. And even though I'd come to VivaTech and talk about it, people go, yeah, John, that's interesting, maybe not right this time. Then in November, AI clearly crossed the chasm. AI will be bigger than the cloud and bigger than the internet combined. It will create huge opportunities for society and some challenges, but it's here to stay. And I think once again, it's important for VivaTech to present that opportunity and nations around the world to say, how do we take advantage of it? And how do we put reasonable regulations around it to avoid some of the problems?
Yeah, now the European Parliament has actually begun to pass a very important piece of regulation yesterday, the AI Act. I remember some concern about Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO, about maybe too much constraint on his own creature. Now is actually leading a call for stronger regulation on generative AI. Will AI eat the world?
The answer is no. Every technology that came out was, in theory, going to destroy more jobs than it created. Same thing was true of the internet, with Cisco leading that, where we had 40 to 70% market share on it. It created many more jobs than it destroyed, but at the same time, the market had to transition to new job areas. This one's happening at 3 times the speed. But it's the first time since the internet, and remember on the internet, we had no major issues on regulations. Not in Europe, not in Asia, not in the US, but we work with government to say, how do we put reasonable guardrails in place? On social media, that got a little bit out of control, and I'd argue some of the social media companies did not do a good job. I think the fact that you're seeing the industry now say, how do we work on reasonable regulations? Now, what government has to be very careful of is if you overcorrect here, become too restrictive, all you do is destroy your own country's jobs and your own ability to compete on a global basis. AI is here to stay, but reasonable guidelines with reasonable regulations, I think, is the right thing to do.
Now, let's follow the money, if you may, because it's definitely your new role being an investor here. I mean, startup investment are continue to plummet on the very first quarter of 2023. Is this due to major geopolitical events, and how much geopolitics affects the entire investment ecosystem?
Well, it's interesting. When I look at the entire geopolitical environment, I'm honored to be the French high-tech ambassador of the world. I wish the U.S. would think about somebody from France or Germany being our ambassador. And I am seeing Prime Minister Modi from India this next week when he visits the U.S., where he has a digital India. What you're seeing is high-tech is not only here to stay. High-tech, especially with AI, will be part of a digital world for everybody's life. And so I'm not worried about the industry long long term. There was too much free money. Too many companies got funded. I saw that in 1999 and 2000. History, we tend to forget, it repeats itself. And so I think this is a normal correction that has occurred, and so far the market's handled it well. To your question on availability of capital, the funding raises have slowed. There's a huge amount of capital put in. France was the only country in all of Europe that actually had a year-over-year increase in venture capital investments in the startups last year. All of them are down probably 60% this year. I think you'll see that recorrect over time as we get back in line with, it isn't growth at any cost. It's about profitable growth with free cash flow. So I think this will actually be good for the industry in the long run. A little bit of pain in the short run, however.
John, you have an extraordinary observatory and perspective when it comes to where should we look at when it comes to investing wisely. What is the key digital and tech sector we should look into?
Well, the ones that I would recommend are the ones that I bet on 6 years ago. I bet heavily on AI. I think it will be one of the few areas that will overachieve its hype. And then I like cybersecurity. As 500 billion devices get connected, that's going to be a huge area for growth. And by the way, the two will come together. AI with cybersecurity really, I think, will be the future on it. But the exciting thing we're seeing, we're going to cure cancer. We're going to make changes in the world that people thought were impossible 10 years ago. And it will come through technology. And all of us will become a digital person over time. The creative ideas would normally come from the startups, however. It's a chance for Europe to reestablish itself as a tech leader as opposed to a tech follower.
Well, hopefully I will actually have you on set next year and try to see if those predictions were right. Thank you so much, John Chambers.
You had me at a low for coming back next year. I'm all in. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That's all we have time for in this half an hour. But stay tuned, actually, and stay tuned online on our digital platform. When we're back, will FDG win the lottery of digital transformation? We'll definitely see you after the break.
Four spheres that awaken the senses. See the world with new eyes and experience the next dimension of inspiration. Fascinating, connected, automated, and powered by a sustainable ecosystem. A new era of high-class mobility.
We are very excited to be back at VivaTech after a first successful participation last year. We were so happy to present you Kappa. At the Adecco Group, we believe that tomorrow's world is built with today's talent. Digitalizing without demising, keeping talent at the core of tomorrow's digital challenges, this is what drives us. As the global leader in human resources solution, we offer the most complete range of services on the market by developing and providing our organization and clients with cutting-edge technology tools that helps to identify, train, retain, and employ talents. This year, at VivaTech, we will showcase some of these tools, which you will be able to try out at our booth, physical and digital. First, artificial intelligence to fight against discrimination. Virtual reality for safety training. Games to identify talent soft skills and to assess them. There are so many tools available to help us to build a more intelligent and more human future. A future that works for everyone. So join us at VivaTech to discover how we make our talents central to your future.
Cybercrime is the world's third biggest economy. Every company is affected.
This is big, important stuff. And nobody's taking this seriously.
Jeremy, you are downloading an app. Suzanne, what do you do?
Jeremy, no! How useful was it? Zero use. Fun though. Really hurt him, I think.
Orange Cyber Defense.
And we're back on Breaking Tech Sets, of course, for VivaTech News here in studio, but also on the ground with our extraordinary reporters, innovators, and creators. You know that actually you can literally join us anywhere, anytime on our digital platforms and social media. But for now, FDG bets on digital transformation and inclusion. It's Chairwoman and CEO Stéphane Pallez joins us live. Hi to you, Stéphane.
Very nice to be here and very nice to be with you today.
Well, it's good to have you because from what I'm being told, it's the very first time that FDG is actually attending VivaTech. Is it even possible?
It is actually the first time. Well, it's not the first time that we visit VivaTech, that we enjoy this great event, but it is the first time that we actually have our own stand to show what we are, which is a tech company, an innovative company, and to show all the great projects and the great startups, the great partners that we are investing. And if you come to our booth, you can enjoy a very, I think, funny and entertaining experience, because that's, of course, part of the DNA of the company, to be an entertainment company. So you can join the Inno draw game with Jean-Pierre Foucault as an hologram presented it.
Oh my God, Jean-Pierre as an hologram.
Exactly.
I want to see this after Breaking Tech.
You need to see it, and you need to see the draw. It's a great experience. You can test some haptics on our games on your mobile. You can see how we envisage our future games in the Web3. You can look at how we see our point of sale in the future, with also some new features, some very tech features. So really, we show that we are really on a journey, an innovation journey, with very concrete things that you can touch and enjoy, and of course more to come.
Absolutely. So I mean, I definitely understand that to you, innovation levels up the entire game when it comes to the lottery and sports betting industry. But it's way more than that. I mean, you've been undergoing a great strategy of digital transformation. How is it going?
Well, it's going well. It's amazing how it has transformed the company, and we've been into this digital transformation since 2015, and innovation is, of course, at the core of this strategy. So today, if you visit again our booth, you will see that we have 5 main subjects or topics for innovation that we're thinking about. Of course, looking at what's happening around us, our customers, our retailers, and all the things in the environment that are moving very fast and that we need to also to anticipate. So we have a future of gambling, we have a future of players. Our players do want to interact with us in this new world and with these new features that you can find everywhere. You have the future of our omnichannel distribution network. We have the Web3. And of course, we have Tech for Good. And Tech for Good is this part which is very important for our company, which is how we also drive innovation to sustain this very important mission that we have, which is to redistribute, to impact society. And of course, with innovation, you can also make things going faster and larger and more efficient and more visible for everybody.
Absolutely. That's definitely the 2023 way to actually operate as a monopoly when it comes to the FDG group. Now, is it literally the illustration of what open innovation means for FDG Group?
Open innovation is at the core of how we deploy this strategy. Just to point one thing, that yes, we're a monopoly, but we also do operate in very competitive markets, in online markets, and we also have diversification activities such as payment and services, which are of course in a very competitive and very fast-moving world. So open innovation is really how we operate within this ecosystem, how we interact with actually 1,000 companies every year. We interact with those. We select 500. We invest in some of those through our investment fund, and we of course have experience to implement into our business what those startups are doing. So we are, of course, we benefit from this as a company because it's moving us much more faster than if we would just be a closed company. And we also, I think it's part also, I think that we want to do. We are a great support of the French tech system. We are part of this system. We believe it's very important to be part of it and to support it. So we have the capacity to invest 100 million in startup or through different funds. We have great partners, and it's really changing our company and changing our environment.
Absolutely. And now you know that the season 2 of digital transformation is definitely societal transformation. How does FDG Innovations impact on a more inclusive society overall?
I'm a militant too, and my company is a militant company, not only because of me, because we believe that innovation and tech also does have an impact on society, and also can drive society moving forward. And we believe that, for instance, women in tech is certainly something that on which we still need to have great progress to make. I think this is not a scoop that I'm having today. So we are a part of SISTA. I've been a part of SISTA initiative since the beginning. So we invest in SISTA to make women more in capacity to have financing, to make more visible as entrepreneur. And we believe this is also part of the success that Invest in Tech means. So that's one example. Another example is how you can use also our games linked with digital platforms, for instance, to talk and to raise funds about biodiversity. So there are plenty of matters on which a company like us is going also to use innovation to fulfill its mission and to impact society.
FDG Group bets definitely on inclusion. Thank you so much, Stéphane Palez, for your perspective here on Breaking Tech. And now, Femtech is definitely on the rise. Many startups in the sector have made it this year to VivaTech. Simon Harding has more on the topic. And actually, are you an avatar? I'm seeing Alexis Lallemand and not Simon Harding here.
No, it's not Simon indeed. Okay, all right. Anyways, so Marjorie, we have Marie-Pascale Ballet joining us today on the stand. So she's the CEO of Omum. Yeah, that's it. So she's the CEO of Omum. And well, what's best than asking her directly what she's doing over here? So Marie-Pascale, tell us a little bit more about your company. You were telling me that it's been here for 10 to 12 years already. So what is it all about?
Yes, we are here on the Femtech village. You know, the Femtech is all the companies that are working on products or services to work on the woman's health and well-being. So we are part of the products, as you see. I've got Omum. It's a brand of cosmetics and food supplements that will address women from the first period to the menopause and coming to pregnancy, postpartum and menopause. So we have products that are experts of the impact of the hormones on our skin, our hair, and our well-being, physical or emotional well-being. And we work on inside and out routines. That is to say that we have a global approach. We have the synergy of the cosmetic and the food supplement. We have the immediate relief of the cosmetics you apply on the skin, on your hair, and the long-lasting effect of the targeted ingredients of the food supplements.
So that is very interesting. So could you tell me why it was important for you this year to be part of the femtech area, but moreover, why is it important for you to be at VivaTech? What is it going to bring to you as well?
Yes, it's the first year that we have a femtech village on VivaTech. It's really important to bring more funds, to bring more interest on companies that are led by women and support women's topics. So it's really important for me to be part of the Women Village today. And I'm here to meet investors, to meet partners and other femtech companies to enhance the community.
So did you succeed? Have you already met investors and they're going to bring you a little bit of help, I guess?
Maybe, yes, I met them, but I will see if it's successful.
So it's still a secret, right?
Yes, no, but I don't know yet. And I met a lot of people here and a lot of customers, direct customers, because there are many women here in the tech world, and they are coming by the booth and they say, oh, but it's me, I'm near my menopause, or I'm pregnant, or I know the brand because I had your cream when I was pregnant, so I have a lot of direct-to-consumer touch.
That's interesting indeed. And so one last question for you. What are the next big steps for you in the days ahead and the years ahead for the company? Or how is it going to evolve, do you think?
We've got a lot of projects that are in the process of development. So cosmetics and food nutrients, like 15 products are currently being developed now. So the next step is to enhance the range to be very precise on some particular topics, feminine topics, and then to enhance our distribution in France but internationally, and maybe to have financial partners like VCs or industrials specialized in the women's health to be more quick on the market.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much, Marie-Pascale, for that moment with you. That was very interesting to underline the femtech area and to highlight what you're doing over here. So you'll be there as well tomorrow, I guess, and Saturday?
No.
Not Saturday?
2 days, yesterday and today.
Yes, so this is your last day. Okay, so this is your last day. So, well, good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again for your time. And now we're back to you, Marjorie.
Well, this is definitely not your last day, Alexi. We'll have you back on Breaking Tech in a few. But for now, Catherine Nicholson's got the big name in the industry for us. Let's see what she has in store. And Catherine, the future of the medical industry is actually going to be shaped by robotics, apparently.
Lincolnheil of United Robotics Group, who's got a whole load of different innovations to show us. So, Thomas, thank you so much for being with us on VivaTech News. Tell us first about the company, United Robotics Group.
Okay, the United Robotics Group is a leader in the service robotics area. We design and we design and develop a new generation of robots. We call that Copiot X. That's the third generation. That's designed robots to work together with humans. That's really the key. And at the moment, we are focusing on the global problem of shortage of labor, of skilled labor. And in order to do that, we automate as much as possible in the processes in the healthcare sector, for example, because we're showcasing here for the first time our portfolio and our vision for the healthcare sector in order to help them be really adding value to the stuff. And how we do that, I would like to show you, because we have a strategic partnership with Siemens Healthineers, and I could show you that with our first robot here in our setup.
Perfect. Let's go and have a look. And your colleague is ready to show us how this works. So what's happening? This looks like a lab situation.
Yes. So I hand over to our solution partner from Siemens Healthineers, Dr. Guido Schütter. So he can explain it very well what we have developed together.
Fantastic. Yes, Guido, over to you. You've developed this together with United Robotics Group.
Yeah, and that's really great to have this partnership with United Robotic Groups. And we as Siemens Healthineers, we are, I think, one of the biggest medtech companies in the world. And the topic is that we have to find a solution for hospitals. Yeah, we have a lack of staff, not only in Germany, also in different other countries, and therefore we need a solution. And we worked on a solution together with URG. And most important is, if we are patients, of course we want to have the results also during night. And sometimes you don't find people who want to work during the night shift. And here the solution is that for routine work, the Robotic X version will help us to work and help for the routine work. So during night shifts, now we are possible in small and mid-sized hospitals to work 24 hours, 7 days a week. And before that, there were a lot of hospitals, they were not able to open their lab during the night. And with this solution, you can see here the loading process. It's really a great solution, and we are happy that we have this solution and that we also already implemented, and we have a live solution in Germany already implemented. And we want to extend this version together with URG and with Thomas. And there are also other possibilities, not only for the lab, also to work together in a hospital in different processes. And this is what you will see right now.
Well, thank you. I mean, as you can see, this is really helping doctors to get the results of the analyses quicker, and patients can get their solutions and treatments quicker. Yeah. Thank you so much, Guido. Thomas, back to you. One of the robots that's actually designed and produced here in Paris.
Yes, I would like to show you Plato. Plato is coming into our family since in September last year, when we completed the acquisition of Alibaba. And what we do, this is a robot which is designed and produced completely 100% in France.
As we can see from the flags.
Yes, it's not just the flags, it's actually really true. And the reason why we do that is Alibaba had a lot of knowledge about in the social robotics area. So how do we interact as a robot, which is a machine, with the humans? And that is very, very important in the social robotic area, as we have seen just in the other station. So Plato is designed to address a logistical challenge, so bringing goods from A to B. That is the one thing. That makes it not necessarily so exciting. Exciting is that we combine now these different robots. And the way how we combine it, I would like to show you on another station, please.
Okay, let's go. We'll keep going around the United Robotics Group stand. So this is how it integrates with the patient experience?
That's right. This is our the solution partner from Robert, from Medvedi. And here we have the integration of the robots into the workflow of a hospital. So here you see, for example, when I push the button, the patient want to order a water. So be careful, the robot might do something now. So confirm. So the patient can be in his bed or wherever he is, and be autonomous. And that's also, you have the autonomy as a patient yourself. You don't have to wait until someone comes. When you are thirsty, you can do it yourself. And with this integration of the different units into the workflow of the customer, in that case the hospital, we believe we create this additional value which makes it enormously beneficial for everybody involved. And with this capability, we really take away the more repetitive tasks and focus the humans on more the complex tasks, the more tasks which makes the difference. And in particular in healthcare, where we want to have nurses spending more time with the patient to have a higher value service, and not these few workers have to focus on logistical topics. The patient is much more important.
Absolutely, and as nurses and doctors are always saying, they go into that job to be with the patients, not to be doing those tasks. So you've come up with a solution for them.
Your water.
And here's my water. Well, there you go. That's a perfect way to end this. Thank you so much, Guido, Thomas, and also Robert, who we didn't get to speak to, and to Plato for my water. And back to you.
Well, I'm so much jealous right now. I want my own robot, to bring me some water, but I'll ask our stage manager in a few. Now, would you rather actually have some outdoor sports or VR indoor experience? Well, our next guest combines both best actually of both worlds. Leon Vinekes, you're the CEO of Virtual Walk. Is it actually what it sounds, a virtual treadmill?
Yes, it's actually what it sounds. It's a walk in the virtual world. It's a treadmill in which you can walk around corners, you can interact with others, you can do gaming, you can do sporting, and you can exercise on Mars or on the moon or in the Paris of Louis XVI. So you can use it for lots of abilities, and we have chosen a concept that is simple to build, easy to create and to build, and actually it's a tool for walking in the metaverse. And why walking? Walking is our oldest form of transport. We walk for generations, for millenniums we walk. So our legs tell us also to our brain what we do with our surrounding and our spatial world. So we use it for lots of things, but especially sport and movement.
Well, these boots are definitely made for walking, but I'm hearing metaverses in your sentences. Is it still a buzzword? I mean, can we still talk about metaverses in 2023?
Yeah. Well, I think someone tried to steal the word, but the metaverse will definitely be a parallel VR world in which we will be able to do very special things. One of the items we design is a therapy, a EMDR anxiety therapy, in which you can walk on our system to wonderful routes and being accompanied by the therapist who helps you. And so we are doing a lot of stuff with this wonderful machine. And what the best for us is to develop is multi-user. You and me, we can walk on the moon and see each. Yes, we can. And we can see each other as avatars.
Okay.
And we can stop and wander around, and we can interact with our world. And it's great for gaming. So I invite everyone on booth C17. That's the Dutch national booth, and we are a part of that.
Well, before walking on the moon together as avatars, I want to get back to the technology behind Virtual. What I'm told is that it's a safe treadmill using haptic technologies. How do you actually blend them into this treadmill?
What we did is we noticed that people feel unsafe when they stand up with the VR glasses. So we created a sturdy steering wheel in which you hold on tight. And if you can hold on tight, you're not only feeling safe, but you also feel that you can feel free to move. And by just lightly pressing on the steering wheel, it starts to walk, as if you're doing shopping in the shopping mall with a cart. And the cart is in front of you. Of course, you don't see it. It's a virtual cart, but that's the idea. And we found out that people, also young and old people, are easily used to the system because they feel safe and they can walk. And our system is patented. You think you walk around corners, but in reality you walk straight on. It looks like a machine that just ran away from the gym, but it isn't. It's a new invention, and we tricked your brain. Brain thinks that it walks around corners. In reality, you walk straight on.
So the promise is definitely to stroll on the metaverse.
Yeah, stroll on the metaverse. You can stroll in the metaverse, yes.
And we're going to do this as avatars, of course. And now the application seems to me endless. You mentioned gaming, of course, or health therapies. They can be architecture, simulation, name them.
Yeah. Well, for example, we had an architect on the system, and he said, oh, goodness me, I should have had this 20 years ago.
Wow.
And I could take my annoying clients with me in the building they wanted, but they didn't understand how it would look like. No one understands drawings, but everyone understands the 3D world, because that's where we live in. So, for example, you and me, I can build a house for you. Well, I'm not an architect. And we could walk together, and you can say, now I need the ceiling lower there, and I need this wall yellow instead of purple, and I need the stairs here, it needs to be broader. So we can influence your living world before it's even built. And that could be very interesting for architect bureau agencies. So another example is a factory, in which you can build a factory or a hospital, like a utility building. People, the doctors, the nurses, they can try the building before it's built. Because lots of the time, a lot of money gets used, spoiled, because things are built which are not tested. We have the ability, because our walking legs tell us everything about the space we want to need.
Well, it's definitely not a safe treadmill in the VR world you got here. I mean, it's literally a time machine.
Yeah, well, we could create a time machine of it. You could walk in the Colosseum in times of the emperors together with your family, and then see one of the fights there were. So it's it's an infinite machine. I'm very proud on it.
Oh, I can see that. Thank you so much, Leon, for stopping by Breaking Tech. That's all we have time for. But actually, do stay tuned. You can do that on our social media. You know, we're on TikTok, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. Every single social media you want to find us, you will. But when we're back, AI changes the face of reproductive health rights. We'll see you definitely after the break.
Edenred is the everyday platform for people at work, and we're proud to return to VivaTech this year. This year at VivaTech, we will showcase our innovative payment solutions and share our company purpose, enrich connections for good, with all tech enthusiasts. And we're bringing something extra special to the table. At our booth, we'll be offering an immersive 3D gaming experience that has been especially designed for VivaTech. It's an opportunity to interact with our digital solutions in a whole new way. It shows you how the Edenred platform is changing food, gift, and mobility, making them more responsible and fun along the way. Edenred's innovative technology is designed to meet the needs of today's rapidly changing working world, and we're very excited to be sharing it with you. So whether you're an HR director looking to provide benefits to your employees, a business owner looking to streamline operations, or simply curious about the future of payments, we've got you covered. We really cannot wait to connect with you at our booth. Please come and see us.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting Shiloh's food was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design my own room. And now Dad thinks he's a big, fancy chef.
Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like when I'm your age.
At Manpower Group, we believe we are entering a new era where technology can help us create a desirable future of work for all. We are very excited to discuss this with you in our lab. What we call the new human age is a world where people use technology not only to be more productive, but also to enhance human connection and live more meaningful lives, where technology is truly leveraged for the benefit of talent and not the opposite. This year, we will showcase the latest HR innovations that serve this idea. Innovations already deployed within our group and others that we are currently developing with startups. For example, we will talk about augmented and virtual reality learning, immersive onboarding and upskilling, AI and human ingenuity, and so much more. So, come and meet us on our booth, and let's create together a better future of work, more connected, more diverse, greener, and above all, more human. A future of work that truly works for all.
We are very excited to be back at VivaTech after a first successful participation last year. We were so happy to present you Kappa. At the Adecco Group, we believe that tomorrow's world is built with today's talent. Digitalizing without demising, keeping talent at the core of tomorrow's digital challenges, this is what drives us. As the global leader in human resources solution, we offer the most complete range of services on the market by developing and providing our organization and clients with cutting-edge technology tools that helps to identify, train, retain, and employ talents. This year, at VivaTech, we will showcase some of these tools, which you will be able to try out at our booth, physical and digital. First, artificial intelligence to fight against discrimination, virtual reality for safety training, games to identify talent soft skills and to assess them. There are so many tools available to help us to build a more intelligent and more human future, a future that works for everyone. So join us at VivaTech to discover how we make our talents central to your future.
And welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Payon, and you're watching Breaking Tech, your daily dose of innovation. Coming up at the top of the hour, can AI be a game changer in reproductive health? Well, we're about to find out with Elixir Health CEO. And if you're an electric vehicle owner, well, you should benefit from vehicle-to-grid technology. To learn more about it, Luke Brown is waiting for us with his next guest. Luke, V2G had the potential to turn energy into money.
Yeah, you're quite right, Marjorie. Here at the VivaTech, we're always talking about solutions. Here we're talking about one of the solutions which is going to be increasingly important over the next few years, given, of course, that here in the European Union, there are moves in Brussels to ban the sale of petrol cars. So the future is all about electric vehicles and how to reduce the burden on the electrical grid. We're here with Ziad Deguer of Mobilize Group for Renault Group. And you've got solutions that will revolutionize how electric vehicles are going to be charged at home, but also benefits all of society. Tell us more about how it works.
Hello, yes, with pleasure. Today we are showcasing our forthcoming offer, Mobilize V2G, Vehicle to Grid. So basically, your electric car will become a source of energy and savings. It works thanks to the Renault 5 electric car, who will be the first of a long series at Renault equipped with a bi-directional charger. It also works with the Mobilize Powerbox, which is also bi-directional, and we'll provide our customers with an electricity contract, enabling them to become producer and retailers of energy. And that's the three components of the offer that makes Mobilize V2G, which will bring lots of benefits to our customers.
Tell us more about the bi-directional aspect. What are the benefits that provides to the consumers and to the electrical grid?
Well, all that I said have two very important advantages. First one, economical. A customer charging his car with V2G will be able to cut in half the charging cost of charging his car. Then he will, using V2G, incorporate more energy renewables, because when they're produced and used, they will be stocked in his battery. And on top of that, we will ensure that the electricity he has within his contract is carbon neutral.
Tell us a bit more about why the product that you're working on is unique. Why is it something that no one else is doing? Why is Mobilize Group really at the forefront?
Well, because we have the three elements. It's a package offer with the car, the power box, and this electricity contract. But on top of that, what is very important is that we've chosen to do that based on alternative current technology. What does it mean? That this power box costs almost the same as a standard wall box already on the market. So we will be able to democratize this wall box in the house of our customers. So many people will be able to do that. And the good news is that home is where the car is parked most of the time. So this will maximize the economic and the environmental positive impact that I had mentioned.
Can you give me an idea of just of how many customers will be necessary for this to become beneficial to all of society? We're talking hundreds, thousands? At what point does it really contribute?
There is no limit. Our ambition is really to democratize it, starting with Renault 5, and then proposing other cars who will be compatible with the service. There is no limit. We can do it in few cars, but the more you have, the best it is. And to give you a rough idea, 13,000 cars doing V2G equal roughly the power of a medium-sized gas power plant.
So that's a pretty immediate benefit. Can you tell us more about how you hope to contribute to reducing the burden on the electrical network and the solutions that you provide, how they'll contribute to both your customers but also to the broader society?
Well, with Mobilize V2G, we enable our customers to become actors of energy transition and to make a step further toward decarbonization of mobility and energy. So imagine that many customers do that. Instead of having electric vehicles becoming a burden to the grid, they will, on the contrary, become an opportunity. Bear in mind the comparison I gave to you, the 13,000 equal the gas power plant. So instead of having to invest in reinforcing the grid locally and having to import energy more expensive and obviously more carbonized when there is a huge demand, thanks to Mobilize V2G, we'll both alleviate the pressure on the grid and have an overall electricity much less carbonized.
And just one final question. How close are you to be ready for market? How close is this for people to be able to buy this product?
We launched this offer in 2024 with the Renault Electric 5. It will be the first car to benefit from it. We'll launch it in France, in Germany, and the United Kingdom.
Thanks so much, Ziad Daguerre of Mobilize, part of the Renault Group. That's a really interesting way, a really interesting solution there to contributing to the future of electric vehicles here in Europe and further afield, of course. Over to you, Marjorie, back in the studio.
Well, I know everything now how about the earning money thanks to V2G technology. Thank you so much for that, Luke. And now, Stacey Bignon scoots VivaTech for us. Let's see what she has in store.
Thanks, Marjorie. Great to be back. So I'm in the SportTech Hall, which is the 8,000 meter square zone, which was a new addition to VivaTech this year. And I'm here with the startup Pleo. So Pleo is a French startup founded by Riyad Megdessi. Welcome, Riyad.
Welcome. Thank you very much for having us here. We're very happy and excited.
Thanks for talking to us today. So we're in the SportTech stand, and we're looking at our colleague Alexi jumping through Pleo. So, Riyad, talk us through Pleo. Where did the idea come from?
Well, the idea is we wanted to make physical activity more accessible, more fun, and more social. So we thought about using the mini trampoline because it reduced the pressures on the joint. And it has a lot of health benefit. Every time you jump, you have 680, all your muscles are flexing. So it's very good from that sense. And also mentally, it makes the physical activity less difficult for people and motivate them to do by combining video game techniques and visual interactions. It makes it more engaging and immersive. So that's the main thing about it, converting the mini trampoline to a game controller to achieve that active social experience.
And where is it being used currently?
At the moment, it's used in companies as competition between teams. They can have different competition, different games, in events, company location-based entertainment where people can go play bowling centers. But the goal is to take it further and introduce more content to make it active, to make gaming active for more people in general.
And so it's a French startup.
Yes.
Have you expanded outside of France at this stage?
Yes, we just launched last year, and we have more than 50 leads in different countries. We have in Belgium, we have a client. We have last year. So we just started with the export, but we have a lot of traction from outside as well.
Fantastic. I'd love you to walk us through how it works exactly.
Yeah, well, it's very simple. You have sensors with the trampoline that understand what the player is doing on the trampoline and convert it to the actions into the visual on the game. So as you see, he's now racing. He will have some... so you can have some obstacle tracks, or you have some interesting game quests that you can do on the trampoline. And it looks much easier, but when you are on the trampoline, your heart rate goes much faster, but without the efforts on the joint.
And how many different kind of games are available?
At the moment, we have 3 games. There's more like a Beat Saber with your feet, rhythm games. It's called Neon. We have a revisited Space Invader where you attack aliens and you jump on the trampoline to shoot them. These are the most popular into events. And then we have the forest games where you have a simulation where you can have obstacle track and you run and you collect different points during that.
Now, I just want to walk over to our colleague Alexi and ask him how he's going. Alexi, how are you?
He's dying.
I'm doing great. I'm running out of breath, but no, that's great. Good feeling, good sensations in my legs, but oh man, I'm exhausted. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. I can't answer more. But that's yes. I love it.
So as we can see, Alexi is a little bit puffed out. He's been jumping around, working up a sweat, and he's already been working up a sweat running around VivaTech for the past couple of days. I think we've exhausted even more. Riyad, so how are you finding VivaTech so far? Is this your first time to the event?
Well, this is our second time, but this time, the first time with the Sport Tech. This is the first time with the kind of specialized topic, and we find a lot of interesting connections, collaborations with different companies, and also it's an opportunity to test the product with a lot of people who are coming as users for the target user for us. So it's perfect for feedback. We're a lot of visibility. We're very happy about that. So.
Fantastic. We're very happy to test this out. I can't wait to give it a go. Thanks for your time, Marjorie. Back over to you.
Well, what can I say? I mean, Stacy, Alexi, you guys are literally priceless. Thank you so much for this jumping tech moment. And now, sports and tech, of course, is an absolute powerhouse of possibilities, from athlete development and performance to fan experience. Tech muscles up the sports industry. Let's warm up.
The sports world and the tech world have intertwined for a lasting and inevitable bond. At the heart of this union is fan experience. Tech has the potential to bring sports fans closer and deeper into the sports industry than ever before. A recent study conducted by the Capgemini Research Institute found that 69% of global fans had their viewing experience enhanced by technology. One company leading the way is WSC Sports, who with major sports partnerships are helping digitalize all content to meet fan expectations.
We're meeting the fans both in the arena, on their mobile, in the apps, in the website, distribution, syndication, wherever your content is. Like WSC enables to create and generate content at scale and then distribute it wherever it needs to go.
New cutting-edge methods of bringing the consumer experience to the next level without missing a second of the action. Not only to empower supporters, but also build your brand, drive revenue, and engage the community, such as SaaS-based startup FanPrime, who reward user engagement, gamify the community, and offer Web3 features.
Our solution enables fans to interact, to be recognized, to level up in terms of status, to be able to share their status to other fans, and to be rewarded with money can buy experiences, exclusive merchandising, to have access to exclusive benefits. So they really feel part of the community. They really feel they are, in immersion with the team.
Despite a challenging economic situation, the sport tech market is expected to double by 2027 to over $40 billion as the sports industry embraces this new era.
I will hope we will continue driving with the sport tech movement in France, mixing together investors, athletes, which are super important, both active and non-active athletes. That's for me the magic mix to support French expansion in the near future.
Emerging technologies are no doubt the future of sport, and at the heart of every club, organisation or brand is the fan.
And now let's see how tech empowers reproductive health with the CEO of Elixir Health, Elodie Chapelle. You are actually coming up with a solution since 20% of women who do need fertility treatment in order to have a child, which often requires patients to do self-injections at very precise time every single day. IVF can be a burden, to be honest.
Yeah, IVF can be a burden, and women bear the brunt of the treatments because these treatments are very invasive. there are injections, as you said. It's painful. It's a complex pathway. It's a long pathway because on average, couples spend 4 years in IVF treatments. And in the end of these 4 years, 40 to 50% of couples still don't have a child. So the success rate of these pathways is a very big problem, a very key topic, and we want to tackle this issue with Elixir.
So it's definitely a long journey. You just actually remind us about how long it can be. And again, you came up with a solution. And the platform solution that you've been coming up with is combined with an AI-enhanced decision support system to optimize the dosage of fertility drugs. How does it work concretely?
Nowadays, you know, when your medical doctor is giving you an IVF treatment, he guesses that this is the right dose for you.
Oh my God, it's just my guess.
Well, he has a big experience, we can hope.
Hopefully, yeah, we can.
Hopefully. Yeah, he guesses that somehow it will work. And, well, we see that in the first attempt of IVF, in 70% of cases, it fails. So we can think that we can improve this success rate. And with Elixir, we try to double the success rate in the first attempt by personalizing the treatment regarding the biology of the patient and trying to, you know, in a big database to look for the same person as you, to give you the right treatment, the treatment to achieve your dream, which is having a child. Yes. Yeah.
Which is also the reason why you're trying to make the entire IVF process way smoother in a way. Do I understand that patients and doctors get the same information at the very same time?
Yeah, we try to optimize every step of the pathway. We try to aid a healthcare professional to communicate with patients when the treatment change, for example, because every day you can have a different dose of hormone, for example, in your ovarian simulation. So we try to make it smoother, to make it simpler for the patient and for the professional, and to give the patient scientific information, because fertility is a big issue, is a painful issue, and patients try to find every information everywhere, and sometimes people try to, you know, to abuse the patients, with bad information, non-scientific information, and we try to give the best information to patients in a scientific and medical way.
Yeah, it takes two to tango, definitely. So reproductive health is eventually getting traction in the tech sector. Can tech level up the way pharmaceutical companies are embracing women's health issues?
Yeah, of course, because with startups and femtech startups come the patient's point of view, because a lot of startups were created by patients or former patients, and this is very important because these tech startups will bring the tech to the front of the stage, and will bring the tech to the pharmaceutical companies, and they will say them, okay, there is a big issue. The success rates in fertility pathway is a big issue, and we can help you to solve this issue, and we can help you to improve the way your treatments are given to the patient, and we can improve the way your treatment is monitored too, because we want to lower the risk associated with the pathway too, Because, for example, when you stimulate a woman in an ovarian stimulation, she can develop hyperstimulation, and this is a very risky period.
Absolutely.
And we want to monitor the patient to lower this risk too. And that's how we will improve the way the treatments are given, are used in the care pathway in general.
Elodie Chapelle, thank you so much for your perspective here on Breaking Tech. And now we're going to celebrate Africa Tech. VivaTech had its own Africa Tech Awards in partnership with the International Finance Corporation and supported by knowledge partner Deloitte. The aim is to underneath, under Earth actually, the most promising startups in Africa. We're definitely going to take a look.
A year on from bursting onto the stage with a bang, the Africa Tech Awards in partnership with the International Finance Corporation are back. However, Africa Tech isn't back in the same way. The tech ecosystems across the continent are growing in financial strength and innovation power.
It is probably the only geography alongside the Middle East that did not see the capital arrival decrease last year. In fact, there's been a jump.
2022 was a record year in terms of money invested in startups operating in Africa, leading to over 50,000 jobs created. The numbers mirror the growing opportunity and expertise on the African continent across three key sectors: climate tech, health tech, and fintech. However, quality remains the paramount necessity.
Whether you lock Africans in Africa or overseas, the bottom line is that they need to produce quality companies that benefits from the African story. And you do not need to limit yourself only to the African continent. You just need to create value that can be captured for African individuals, African employees, African economy.
Of more than 380 applicants, a 33% increase on last year, 45 were selected for the final. Cairo-based 2022 Africa Tech Awards winner in the health category, Shefa, have grown exponentially since their win and encouraged others to follow in their footsteps.
Basically, we help patients to order, schedule, refill their recurring prescriptions and improve their compliance to their medication. As a chronic patient, the two key pillars to improve the compliance are accessibility and affordability. And Shefa is working to design all its services and features to tackle those two key pillars. At the end of the day, you will always be a winner at VivaTech Africa Tech Awards. It will always be in the history. So typically you're making history.
Despite all the positives, Africa commands only 1% of the global tech market. VivaTech, the International Finance Corporation, and their partners are working toward creating bridges from Africa to the rest of the world, pushing for real progress in capturing the tech innovation that the continent has to offer.
And we had the great luck to be sitting actually with Tony Belloni from LVMH yesterday on Breaking Tech. Well, the LVMH Innovation Award happened this morning, and Alexis Lelmont was fortunate enough to get an interview with Asna Kourdash, the founder of Save Your Wardrobe. Let's take a listen.
The success of a company like LVMH, which was a startup some years ago, and which we try, all of us, to still manage as a startup, is due in part, in a large part, I think, to the family spirit. And we have a real attachment to the family, and every employee is considered really as part of the family. I can give you this advice. I think it's key to go from the startup stage to more important company in keeping the motivation, the spirit, and optimism.
The time has come. Let's now reveal together who is the grand award winner of the 2023 LVMH Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is
Xavier Wardrobe mission is truly to extend the legacy of the luxury. We care about clothing. We care about how clothing makes us feel. And being supported by the group and partnering with missions give us the scale to have a global impact on people and also on the planet. So I'm extremely grateful, and also I'd love to dedicate this award to the team. They are incredible, and I truly consider them as family. They are younger than me, so I feel like a mother to them, but still they make me super proud. Thank you so, so much from the bottom of my heart. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Could you tell me a little bit more about your startup and what is your startup bringing like solutions and how is it going to be helpful for LVMH as well?
So our solution is a platform that connects all the stakeholders, customers, client advisors, maisons, but also tailors and ateliers under one platform that supports aftercare, care and repair services, whether they are requested at home or in store. And the idea is to make the experience as outstanding as the purchasing one.
What are the big steps for you ahead in the days and months and years ahead?
I think the first step is thanking the team that wasn't able to join us today. This is where I think it's a shared victory. And then rolling up our sleeves and discussing with as many maisons as possible to understand how our solution can fit the best way we can to their problem or the pain point they are facing, but also the needs or like improvement of their existing services.
How can that help the development of your company as well?
So we will be part of La Maison des Startups for 12 months. And during those 12 months, the team will listen to the needs and pain points of the maisons and then feed them back to us. And we will work together on understanding the maisons' cultures and how we can be the best service provider they could hope for. And the idea is also to understand, immerse ourselves as well, which 12 months might be short, but also it's also an incredible opportunity as well to be supported by people from the inside to get us into open the doors of those maisons.
And if you want to dive into Xavier Wardrobe, well, tune in tomorrow at 2:15. Asna Koda will be our guest on Breaking Tech. And now, if you do think CDO stands for Chief Data Officer, well, you gotta get a new definition in mind, because a CDO is now a transformer in chief, which is amazing challenges to take to discover those. And what are those in 2023? VivaTech brings you today the CDO Summit, from IT operator to business strategist.
At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And AI is at the heart of our ambition to transform the practice of medicine. Sanofi is back at VivaTech this year, and we're thrilled to show you how we're championing AI across the entire value chain to bring better treatments to more patients and faster than ever before. First, in R&D, where we're slashing research times through improved predictive modeling and automating time-sink activities so our scientists can focus on what truly matters, finding miracles. Secondly, AI is improving the efficiency and quality of our manufacturing operations. Our factories run more efficiently thanks to comprehensive performance monitoring and meticulous yield optimization. And thirdly, when it comes to reaching the people we serve, our patients, our healthcare professionals, we're using AI to better engage them with the information they need in the format they want, when they want it. You'll find all of this and much more on our booth. So join us to discover the journey of a molecule through AI, from the lab right into the hand of the patients. See you all very soon.
At ENGIE, we are an energy company which is committed to be net zero by 2045 on all our activities. We will need lots of innovation, and that's why we're so excited to be here at VivaTech 2023. At ENGIE, we are working to make energy transition possible. That means working to decarbonize cities and industries. That means also finding the right energy mix between electrons and molecules, producing green electricity and producing green gases, biomethane or hydrogen. And that means also, of course, finding ways to store energy and to make the system flexible. We need an energy transition that's reliable, affordable, and of course, we need solutions at scale given the needs we have.
Our research and innovation at ENGIE is about opening up a new path to accelerate energy transition, to accelerate to a carbon neutral world. So how we do that? Thanks to our 4 research labs, to our corporate venture fund, to our incubation systems, to our open innovation approach. We do design the new solutions that will match the sustainability, scale, and competitiveness we need to deliver energy transition. We also connect talent with technologies, connect talent with solutions, and then we integrate the best of breed in terms of technologies, so we mobilize technology to make the impossible possible.
You're right, Olivier, to talk about talents, because at ENGIE, with our 600 researchers in our labs, we need lots of talents. So if you are watching the video, think about joining ENGIE. We need talents, and we need especially women talents. We very much believe in diversity in our labs. We need more women to join us.
So we're looking forward to meeting all those talents that are passionate about technologies and energy transition. Please come and meet us. We'll be happy to engage. See you soon.
Je fais partie de l'Immersive Lab chez BNP Paribas Real Estate. On travaille sur un outil qui permet de voir une ville sans y être physiquement. Et typiquement, si on a des clients qui sont à l'international et qui cherchent à investir sur le marché français, on pourrait leur permettre de prévisiter la défense en amont pour leur faire gagner du temps pour quand ils viendraient potentiellement.
The bank is changing. Discover our unexpected jobs. BNP Paribas, the bank for a changing world.
Welcome back to Breaking Tech. I'm Marjorie Payon. Coming up, let's climb the Mount Everest of innovation with the world's first 3D printed climbing shoes. And to do so, Alexis Lelmont is on his mark for Inside VivaTech. So Alexi, I know you love testing things. Have you already tried those Spanish 3D printed climbing shoes?
Well, no, I haven't the time to try it just because I went out of a jumping thing just before. I think you all saw it and you all have a good laugh watching me jump over there. So I didn't have the time to try it, but you know what? I am with Mar. She's the CMO of Atos and she's going to tell us a little bit more about Atos. So hello, Mar. How are you doing today? Could you tell me, what Atos is all about, please?
Okay, so Atos is their climbing shoes. Their climbing shoes are custom made and made to the feet and personalized also to the user. So what we do is we first scan the user's feet. Then with all the measurements that we have, we create like the sock that the user can personalize the patterns and they can put the name on it. And they can also choose the laces color. And then once we have this, we just pull the sole on it, and that's ready to climb. And it's 100% adapted to the user feet because the climbers used to have pain in their shoes while they're climbing.
I've been told this is all 3D printed. Is that it?
Exactly.
This is the first one?
Is the first one. Is the old sock is 3D printed, so it's just 2 processes. With these 2 processes, we reduce the 70% of the manufacturing process versus the actual one.
Okay, so why is it important for you all to do that?
Sorry again?
Why is it important for you to do that especially?
Because nowadays the importance of the sustainability and the recyclable world is the impact that we need to do as a startup and as young people.
So as a startup, jumping on this, as a startup, where are you guys at? Are you going into markets? What are the next steps for you?
Okay, right now we launched the first 50 pairs, and we're super glad to have our 50 customers, 56 exactly, and we're now looking for funding. See, we can scale a little bit more.
Okay, all right. So tell me how and why is it important for you guys to have made the trip from Spain to, well, that's not the longest trip ever, but still, it's a trip, to come down here at VivaTech 2023. What is it going to bring to you guys?
I think coming here to VivaTech will give us a lot of traction, a lot of people to know what Atos is, and also maybe to find some strategic partner that maybe we can put this through somewhere, or climbing gyms or shops, and also maybe to see if any investor is interested in us. We'll be super grateful.
You bet. No, that's for sure. That's for sure. Well, that's what we can wish to you, I guess. Well, thank you so much for the time you spent with us today. That was very interesting to get a focus on this, especially. You guys are staying tomorrow as well?
Yeah, until Saturday.
Until Saturday, so you'll be here for the big public attendance, right?
Of course, and if anyone can come to see us, we will be glad to welcome them.
Okay, so booth number U09, that's it, U09, in the Future of Sports Hall. Thank you so much, Mar, once again for what you did for us. And now I guess, I'm ready for climbing. I never did it, but yeah, I guess that's going to be the time to try.
Now the time, exactly.
Sure, sounds good. Thank you. And back to you, Marjorie.
Alexiano, you can definitely try everything here at VivaTech. You're our best and favorite tour guide, of course, touring for more innovative solutions here on the ground. And now I'm joined live in the studio by Mounir Zok. You're the CEO of Next Sports, and you're as much as a sports fan as a tech believer, and you found a way to merge your passions with your new company, Next Sports again. So, I mean, to put it in short, it's a sports consulting firm specialized in end-to-end digital transformation, innovation, technology, of course, and investment strategy. How does it work exactly?
Next Sports is simply a company that generates new value in the sports industry. We bridge the gap between the technological offering that the market has and the needs that our clients, who are mainly rights holders and sports organizations, have. So in some cases, we work with our clients and helping them defining their direct-to-consumer strategies, and then help them put that in place by developing digital products and data analytics solutions. In other cases, we're helping our clients optimize their business processes by streamlining different operations that they would be carrying out, typically on pen and paper.
So speaking of pen and paper, you also provide your clients digital benchmarks, and those clients are sports team all over the globe. What I've been reading out of your website is quite fantastic, from data governance to sustainability strategy to fan and athlete experience. You do have a 360 perspective on how this entire industry is being revolutionized.
Absolutely. Our clients rely on us to help them understand what is currently happening within their organization. They rely on us to help them perform a diagnostic of everything that they're working on, and for us to be able to deliver an amazing quality to them, we have to do benchmark analysis always. So we help them understand how do they compare to similar organizations that are sports in nature and that are anywhere in the world, and then what should they be thinking about and what should they be putting in place to be able to close the gap with respect to their competitors. Sometimes it's a business gap, sometimes it's a sport performance gap. But we definitely see a very strong need today to deploy digital transformation initiatives. I think the industry came to realize during the COVID pandemic that relying only on hosting sports events is not enough, and that the industry has to find digital touch points to be able to communicate one-on-one with its fans and followers and consumers.
So speaking of diagnosis, tell me, Dr. Zok, where should we look at for the years to come? Because again, I mean, you're covering various range of stories when it comes to transforming the entire sports tech industry.
Yeah, there are a couple of trends that we see happening on the long term. The first trend is that of digitizing business processes. There are very simple operations that happen within sports organizations, such as registering athletes into a specific system and then registering teams into a competition system. In many organizations, believe it or not, there's still a very manual process that is carried out, and we believe strongly that this process can be fully automated so that there's only one single source of truth for any data point that can be streamlined. And the other long-term trend is that of finding touch points directly with the consumer. You know, sports organizations like football or clubs or basketball leagues or hockey federations, they have been relying in the past on maybe some of the partners or sponsors to connect directly with the consumer, whereas today we see a very strong shift to the organizations taking ownership of that relationship, which means that they have to put in place a data collection plan, a data collection platform, and figure out how do I connect, how do I understand that this person is called Munir. He's originally from Lebanon. He lives in Spain. He's married. He has 2 kids, and he's passionate about sports. All of these data points are very important for a sports organization to know, because that way they would be able to customize solutions and come up with personalized products that I, as a sports enthusiast, would be interested in consuming.
And Spain is definitely the country you're based in, of course, when it comes to exports. You do believe that Spain can be the perfect hub for sports tech. How come?
Listen, I've lived in many countries over my life. I've spent now 4 years in Spain, and I have to say I'm very surprised by the very high quality of life. My wife is Spanish, and we've been together for more than 15 years now, so I was exposed to it a little bit, but I never lived there up until 4 years ago. I believe that Spain can be an amazing hub for sports technology and sports innovation. It's an amazing country. It's quite diverse from north to south and from west to east. It's very well connected. The infrastructure there is amazing. The talent hub is amazing. There are significant number of universities and academic institutions that generate really, really good talent. The cost of life is still reasonable. The food is amazing. So I've lived in the Silicon Valley for many years. I compare it a lot to the Silicon Valley. And I truly believe that Spain has an amazing opportunity to establish itself as one of the main sports tech hubs in Europe.
Will actually Spain become the sports valley? We'll definitely see that with you, Munir Zak, in the upcoming months and year. Thank you so much for stopping by Breaking Tech. And now, Catherine Nicholson stands by in the Fireside Chat studio with our next guest.
Thanks so much. Yes, I am here with the CEO and co-founder of a startup here at VivaTech, which is getting a lot of people talking, not just the people here at the salon, but also President Macron himself. We'll come to that in a little while. Kiros Asfal, Cubic co-founder and CEO. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Just to tell everyone a little bit more about your company, it turns plastic waste into low-carbon buildings. It's won many, many awards, but among those, the Global Startup Award, Startup of the Year, and the first African company to win that award. So congratulations for that. Welcome to VivaTech News. Tell us a bit more about your mission at Cubic.
So at Cubic, we believe in building dignity through clean and affordable living for all. Our product is using hard-to-recycle plastic waste to turn it into low-carbon and low-cost building materials. And we believe that we can be fighting 3 of the key challenges that cities face around the world: climate change, affordability, and plastic waste.
And when you say buildings, we're talking about entire buildings, houses, businesses?
Anything with a wall.
Right.
So our product makes walls, and we're able to replace cement-based products and use something a lot more sustainable and affordable so that real estate developers can be focusing a lot more to catering to low-income communities.
Mm-hmm. And so, for example, you're particularly active in Addis Ababa, in your home country of Ethiopia. Is it right you're building a daycare? This links in as well with your previous work in your previous life for UNICEF, right?
Yes, we're really excited about this. Our first operation is in Ethiopia. We've been partnering with the mayor's office in Addis Ababa to build a daycare that we can showcase to the country and to the world.
Fabulous. So how did this actually get started? As I said, you worked for UNICEF before, so you're not in the construction trade.
So my co-founder, Panda, comes from construction, and I've worked at UNICEF for over 8 years as a innovation leader there. In 2018, I read some news about a trash avalanche in Addis Ababa, very close to where I was living. And that really started having me think about what I need to be doing back home and what I should be doing around cities. So we partnered together to create the first ever circular economy project for UNICEF in Côte d'Ivoire, where we've built over 300 classrooms throughout the country.
And you're here at VivaTech, obviously spreading the word about your company, but also somewhat of an investment journey.
Absolutely. We started Cubic 2 years ago. Like any founder will tell you, it is very tough raising money.
Certainly is, yeah.
But we've been very fortunate to have incredible partners that are mission aligned with us that have helped us along the way. Mm-hmm. And soon we'll be announcing a closure of an investment round that has brought together some phenomenal investors to get us where we are today and will get us to grow even further.
Exciting times. As I mentioned before, yesterday you had a one-on-one chat with President Macron, not just a couple of words. He really spoke to you for a while. What did you talk about?
We were really thinking about what we can do with Cubic to transform cities and reimagine the fight against climate change with our product. He was really impressed with our traction and our work in Ethiopia, and he really wanted to see how France, as a leader in climate change, can be able to support us in our growth.
Fantastic. And of course, Africa, the fastest growing continent on the planet. Thank you so much for this, sharing your inspiring journey at Cubic with us. Kidus Asfel, thank you very much.
Thanks again for having me.
And with that, back to you in the studio, Marjorie.
Thank you so much. As usual, Catherine will definitely see you later and catch up on you with other guests here at VivaTech. But now, back on set on Breaking Tech. I'm sitting with Christian Ruiz. You're the CCO of Our Vision Games. Well, I'm saying Our Vision, but should I say AR Vision?
We could say both, because it's about augmented reality, but Our Vision Games is okay.
So, I mean, from what I understand, you're all about gaming, but like we've never imagined.
Yes, so what we are trying to do is like a Netflix for AR content. So today you have platforms to play movies, to play videos, but there is no platform to play AR content. So we are starting by developing a platform called Aridol, where we are going to find dozens of games about AR, and starting with Escape games.
Well, that's definitely a great riddle to me. So you're definitely a leading provider on augmented reality collaboration and gaming solution. How do we actually make these extended realities, I'm talking about AR, VR, XR, MR, name them, into gaming?
Yes. So what we choose is to develop more than VR is the AR, and we are really innovating with a multiplayer feature, because making multiplayer in VR or any kind of game is quite usual, but in AR is more complicated because you need to take count of the environment that doesn't exist, and two players that are not in the same place can be in the same virtual place, and we are synchronizing the situation for the players in all the places.
Well, which is an extraordinary effort when it comes to fostering these kind of technologies, from what I understand. And XR is definitely on the rise. The French XR Committee has published an interesting study a couple of weeks ago, underlining the potential of VR, AR, again, extended reality, in terms of creativity, of course, but also of market. It's a business endless.
Yes, because about augmented reality escape games, we can make missions about any topic. So sports, movies, horror, everything. So now that we have the platform, we just need now to add content in this platform, and we are going to open this platform to other studios for them to be able to create games and then put them in our platform. Like when you make a movie, you are put it in YouTube, then you can make your AR game and then put it in the Arridor platform.
Wow, definitely sounds like open innovation to me. And you're unveiling here at VivaTech this year a brand new series. It's called Save the Cup, and it's been developed in partnership with Un Maillot pour la Vie, the NGO supporting children facing adversity. Gaming and AR are definitely great tools for impact.
Yes, this is a great project that we have with this association called Un Maillot pour la Vie. So this association takes care of kids that are in hospital for a long time. So we had the idea to make a special escape game for them to be able to play from their bed and transport them, thanks to the augmented reality, to a chocolate factory, to an Egyptian pyramid. So we did the mission in the series of 3 episodes. Save the Cup is about the World Cup that has been stolen, and then we need to find it back because the final is the day after. So we need to find the cup to be able to give it to the final.
That's an amazing story, and I guess an amazing game. So let's save the cup together. Thank you so much, Christian Reis, for stopping by Breaking Tech. And now we're going to be joined by our next guest, Pauline Adon-Calfon. She is the Chief Inclusion and Diversity Officer and member of PwC France and Maghreb Management Board at PwC France. So let's talk about diversity with you, Pauline, again. Just a quick reminder, definitely a partner. You're responsible for Web3. We're going to dive into Web3 in a few. But first, let's tackle the Chief Inclusion Diversity Officer I have in front of my eyes here and this story and topics with you. First question. You don't have 4 hours because it sounds like philosophy, but how is tech contributing to humanity's development?
First of all, hello. And tech is a very powerful lever to transform the existing business models so that they can meet, the challenges of our contemporary world, such as climate, democracy, equal opportunities. Well, in short, what the 193 UN members have called the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Goals.
Absolutely. And as head of inclusion and diversity, what are some of the challenges you face and how is technology helping you to overcome them?
Many, but just to mention 2 of them, I would say probably the first is culture.
Yeah.
Second is measurement, to be able to measure the progress and how tech can be a wonderful lever. I would say that, for example, within PwC, we have developed a training based on new technology called In My Shoes, which is wonderful in terms of impact, so that the people understand, and because they really feel in the shoes of the others, what are equal opportunities. Another thing about measurement, obviously tech around all the solution, tech analytics and so on, is also very powerful to help companies like us to measure the progress.
Absolutely. Now, the French tech sector is really trying to commit to more inclusion and diversity. How can technology can actually, what concrete steps actually can we help them take in terms of policy creation? Again, just for commitment's sake.
PwC is really committed for a few years to work with an incredible French nonprofit organization called Diversides. And together with Diversides and Occurrence, we released last year a report on diversity within startups. And we released this report and shared it with the Minister of Digital Transition and Telecommunication. What does the people told us in this report, because we went and we interviewed them, many things, but one figure I want to share. 40% of the startup employees tell us that either they witnessed or they were a victim of discrimination within the companies they work in, the startups.
Yeah.
Which is why we are very, as a committed player, again, PwC, we're very happy to continue the work and to join what the Take Your Place initiative has done by aligning investment funds so that they commit themselves within their portfolio companies for a more inclusive tech, and globally they are putting together some objectives and some measures, and 9 funds have already been aligned and signed the charter around this measurement.
Absolutely, change needs to be measurable if we actually want to commit to more inclusion and diversity. And just let me say that Anthony Babkin does an amazing job with diversities.
Clearly.
Now, I mean, I promised we would get back to Web3 because it's also, I mean, your core subject and topic here at PwC. So Web3 and the metaverse, of course, they have a massive potential to harness a lot of different revolution out there. But I mean, they used to be on the rise a year ago. Now we're still trying to see them and to understand how much and how far they're going to change the way we learn, the way we live, the way we work. How can they actually contribute to improving society?
So PwC, we launched with the Helix Foundation the first sustainable Web3 coalition with Web3 pure players, but also traditional corporates. Why did we decide to launch this coalition? Because we are convinced that Web3, through the community which is by design transparent, which is inclusive and also decentralized, is a powerful accelerator to achieve these 17 sustainable development goals. And how are we working together within this coalition? We have worked around 10 convictions that we have. For example, Web3 can be a levers for a fairer remunerations across stakeholders that work on the same value chain. Mm-hmm. And we are working together to create some solutions around those 10 convictions. And today at VivaTech, if you come on our booth at PwC, we are going to showcase some concrete examples on how Web3 can really help achieve the 2030 agendas around these sustainable goals.
Now, there's definitely a controversy when it comes to AI about its bias and potential bias. Now, what you're telling us is that AI and Web3, and of course the metaverse too, can definitely reshape our life experience, but also the way we can impact on future societies.
Probably, if I would say in world, I think it's a hybridization, mm-hmm. and this implies to have trusted AI, trusted, these emerging techs, so that we really get in our society the expected sustained outcomes. And this is precisely the mission of PwC, to help our clients to build trust and achieve sustained outcomes.
Web3 technology can definitely be a great help and tool when it comes to more inclusivity and, of course, diversity for our societies. Thank you so much for stopping by Breaking Tech and VivaTech News. Of course, that's all we have time for right now, but when we're back, AI is eating the world. We'll grab a bite with Rudy Rittenberg, and of course, you can follow us on every single social media.
Hello, I'm Livy, the face of innovation at LVMH. I'm glad to be back for this new edition of VivaTech. This year, we will showcase how our talents leverage innovation to create unique products and experiences. Let me give you a taste of what to expect. You'll see a showcase of our latest omnichannel and retail experiences. We'll have exciting innovations from Tiffany & Co., Dior, Fendi, Sephora, and Louis Vuitton, including 3D customization and sensory experiences. Loro Piana will also show how the Aura blockchain allows them to stay ahead traceability and authentication. On the wines and spirits side, we'll talk with Veuve Clicquot about the use of organic materials for packaging, while Renard will present how technology helps to preserve biodiversity and regenerate soils. These are just a few of the examples we want to share with you. Come and meet us at the LVMH booth to find out more.
Cybercrime is the world's third biggest economy. Every company is affected. This is big, important stuff. And nobody's taking this seriously.
Jeremy, you are downloading an app. Suzanne, what do you do?
Jeremy, no! How useful was it? 0 use. Fun though. Really hurt him, I think.
Orange Cyber Defense.
At Manpower Group, we believe we are entering a new era where technology can help us create a desirable future of work for all. We are very excited to discuss this with you in our lab. What we call the new human age is a world where people use technology not only to be more productive, but also to enhance human connection and live more meaningful lives, where technology is truly leveraged for the benefit of talent and not the opposite. This year, we will showcase the latest HR innovations that serve this idea. Innovations already deployed within our group and others that we are currently developing with startups. For example, we will talk about augmented and virtual reality learning, immersive onboarding and upskilling, AI and human ingenuity, and so much more. So, come and meet us on our booth, and let's create together a better future of work, more connected, more diverse, greener, and above all, more human. A future of work that truly works for all.
Welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Payon, and you're watching Breaking Tech, your daily dose of innovation here live from VivaTech. It's definitely 2 p.m. here in Paris and probably somewhere else coming up at the top of this hour. Startup valuations continue to plummet in 2023. Well, there is room for hope. We'll navigate the VC seed stage world in a few. AI is bubbling here at VivaTech. We'll get an update with our favorite human expert. And actually, this favorite human expert is, of course, sitting with me here on this very set, Rudy Rutenberg. I'm definitely going to need some of your knowledge about AI on day 2. Yesterday, we were just, trying to understand how President Macron, especially, would actually embrace the AI revolution in terms of regulation, too. But overnight, actually, the EU Parliament met further steps when it comes to the AI Act. This is definitely the piece of European regulation everyone has on its lips here at VivaTech, but it's not expected until the end of the year because due to the European political process, now we need to go to trilogue.
Right. Europe obviously has a decision-making process that starts with the Commission, then the Parliament, then the countries have their say. What was interesting, of course, is that yesterday we had the input from President Emmanuel Macron, and he was indicating that he was not so much in favor of an implemented regulation. He was arguing for something more like what was done around the international fiscal process, which happened within the OECD. That is obviously a much longer process than something that would be put in place quite quickly, relatively quickly, I would say, by the European Union. The discussion here is very mixed.
Yeah.
Some people are saying, yes, we do need regulation. Some people are saying, okay, well, let's first focus on the immediate issues with AI, for example, avoiding bias, making sure that AI gives the right answers, first of all, because we know that AI right now, because it's trained to provide you, we're talking about the large language models here, for example, they are trained to provide you with an answer. if they don't have an answer right now, they're just making stuff up. So we need to fix that. And at the same time, for example, there was Siemens, the Siemens CTO today on stage who was saying, let's be very careful with regulation of AI. Yeah. At the same time, you have Google, the head of the AI business, who's saying, well, actually, we welcome it because then we know what we need to design. And he was saying, we already put in principles in 2018. We're talking about things like do no harm. Because, yeah, AI can go to many places.
Yeah, but when I think of Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO, pushing for more regulation and more actually pieces of legislation to regulate its own creature, then I'm just actually saying like you, Rudy, or thinking like you, Rudy, that, yeah, probably it's better for those type of scale-ups and big tech to know what they have the right to do or not and play by the rules to create further development when it comes to AI. Speaking of which, is generative AI already in the past? That's basically what Meta's Yann LeCun was saying yesterday on stage one.
Well, what is different with generative AI is that it affects knowledge jobs, right? Because we've had the industrial revolution where we saw that manual labor was affected. Now, for the first time, we have a technology that basically has an impact on mental jobs. Mental job sounds a little weird, but
it is. But I'm not going to. You know what?
Knowledge
You're
jobs.
Human, so still.
Knowledge jobs. And that is something that we haven't dealt with. And again, is it going to free up people to be more creative, or is it going to hurt jobs? When the Siemens CTO was asked this direct question, he sort of avoided the issue, and he says it's going to basically stop people from having to do boring, repetitive tasks, but he didn't really say what it's going to mean for jobs.
So now, what the matter with Kansas? I mean, what the matter was actually fostering AI in Europe? We do have the knowledge, we do have the scientists, but we don't have the labs.
Right now, what is interesting is indeed that we are lacking the computational facilities, so the computing power to train these large language models, and large language models are one of the very exciting areas of AI right now since ChatGPT-3. And all of these models are coming from the United States. So we have obviously OpenAI, you mentioned them. We have Google, we have IBM, we have Microsoft all working on these, but there's nothing in Europe. We have now, for the first time, a French company, Mistral AI, who just founded a month ago and raised 105 million euros already. They want to be the developer in France of a generative AI company. So we'll see where that goes.
Absolutely, and we'll continue actually following pretty closely AI stories here at VivaTech with you, Rudy. Thank you so much for your know-how. And now, Total Energies is committed to expanding its renewable energy portfolio, especially in the offshore wind energy sector. To do so, the French multinational oil and gas company has partnered with Nash, a Dutch offshore wind developer.
A new focus for Total Energies' offshore wind power team. The energy giant has been supporting startups like Nash through its Total Energies On program dedicated to startups developing innovative solutions to make waves in the renewable energy landscape. With Nash's data insights, Total Energies will be able to better respond to the Dutch government's need to boost offshore wind energy production.
Nash has extensive experience in the industry, which is very valuable to this project. And on top of it, they are one of the few companies in the market that can actually provide these different concepts and layouts based on the exposure to market prices.
As part of its IJmuiden tender, the Dutch government wants to develop 2 offshore wind farms that will supply around 4 gigawatts of electricity. Nash's specialty in providing data projections and optimization will be critical to Total Energy's plan. They will help Total Energy design offshore wind projects as well as supporting and adding to their in-house expertise. The Dutch government's IJR project is only the beginning. Total Energies aims to use Nash's technological expertise in future offshore wind projects around the world.
Technology plays a major role in this one. We see the involvement over
over the last decades about wind and solar. And in the beginning, we looked into wind as a one-figure thing, saying, okay, there's an average wind speed over a year. That's not good enough anymore. We need to see it from a very much high granularity. You can see that the compute power needed for all of this is so much more than we ever had in the past, that a lot of these things which we're doing now, which we will actually apply to this tender, are only feasible now. And they have not really been feasible the last 5 years.
By incorporating this technology into the bidding process, Total Energies aims to secure the tender and contribute to the Dutch government's objective of generating 70 gigawatts of electricity from offshore wind by 2050. Over the past 6 years, Total Energies' gross renewable energy capacity has increased from 0.7 gigawatts in 2017 to over 17 gigawatts in 2023. The multi-energy giant aims to reach 100 gigawatts and to rank among the top 5 global producers of solar and wind power by 2030.
And now, let's see if there's room for hope in the startup investment landscape. I'm joined live by Fred Destin. You are actually the co-founder of the London-based Stride.vc. You definitely launched it back in 2018. A very different, actually, investment landscape than today. Startup valuations continue to plummet, to be honest, in 2023. The first quarter of the year saw European startup valuations remain flat, and VC deal-making slowed down even further. Would you qualify it as a turbulent year? Would you actually qualify this year? I mean, as startup valuation continue to plummet in the first quarter of 2023, would you say it's a turbulent type of year?
So I've been in the business since 2000, and I think the crisis is as bad as we had it in 2002.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be a long marathon, yes.
Absolutely, a long ride. Now, let's say startups have suffered the most, but prior to Stride, you were a lead investor and board member at Kazoo, Deliveroo, or Zoopla. All companies went public. Is IPO still the holy grail for startups and scale-ups?
IPO is always the holy grail, for a simple reason, which is we're trying to build sustainable companies that can dominate a vertical. It's going to be shut for a while. The good news is startups are highly evolved or highly adaptable organisms. So I would say we thrive on chaos. So we're very good at adapting to crises by the nature of how we operate.
And from risks come opportunities, right? So in this context, is it crucial to focus on investment stage seed, for instance? This is definitely in your range, your C-stage startups.
So the Series A plus market is unbelievably quiet. So it's tough to get refinanced. Interestingly, at the seed stage, we're seeing a ton of opportunities. My observation is every time there's a crisis, a lot of people get fired or decide to leave their job, or they realize the company is not going to go public, so they start new companies. So we're seeing a ton of projects. So there's this bifurcation between the seed stage, which is extremely active, and then the follow-on, which is extremely quiet, which comes with its own challenges. But my part of the market is very vibrant.
So, I mean, I know you love to say that you do back up founders more than growth itself. But still, I mean, when you're an investor, you have to weigh the pros and cons. And, I mean, great stories, of course, make great companies. So what do you look at first? The founder or the project? Okay,
this is a debate that will never be solved. The right answer is look at both. And so, when I backed TJ Parker at PillPack, who's a pharmacist, you can feel this is the kind of person who really can modify their industry. And you could tell that when he was 27. So you're looking for something special and indescribable in the individuals starting the company. But we always look at both founder and idea. And I think this dichotomy is a fake dichotomy because it's really both.
You have a great observatory with Stride.vc again. What key tech sectors should we actually look into if we want to better invest seed stage again in 2023?
So my observation is that everything in tech is still in the early days. Like, don't tell me that a mobile phone is the final evolution of our interaction with technology. So if you think of software as a way to create new experiences for how humans relate to their environment, the world, and their cool services, I actually think we're seeing a continuing explosion of innovation across all sectors. Now, the things that are obviously moving the needle right now are things like tech bio not just in human health, but in new materials, for example, next generation leather, things like that. Of course, AI is everywhere, both as an enabler and as a core technology in itself. But honestly, I think if you look at banking, lending, health, education, access to mental health, I mean, you can look at pretty much every aspect of how we humans lead our lives, and there's still a ton to do. So I tend to think that the founders are better at finding white space. The founders are the one who come with unexpected ideas. There's nothing more boring than asking a venture capitalist what the trends are, because we all say the same things.
Well, actually, I mean, the items are literally piling up on my to-do list if I really want to pay attention closely to other key sectors to follow. Final question with you, Fred, again, because it's definitely on every single person's lips here at VivaTech this year, generative AI. Will you buy into it?
So the thing that I think the reason why people are excited and scared about Gen AI is because its evolution is completely non-linear. So most technology adoption follows linear curves. Here, the adoption and the evolution of the technology itself is non-linear. So it looks like a complete explosion in capabilities, fields of application. And if you think about recursive learning, the fact that these things operate at the scale of the web, we can't actually imagine what's possible because the type of intelligence that's being created is something that we as humans can't relate to. And so I think half the room is saying, oh my God, it's going to change everybody's life for the better because we can do away with all the mundane tasks. And the other half of the room is terrified because we can see that it's going to destroy jobs at very high speed. And so which version of the future do we build? And can we, as a community, come together to make AI a good thing rather than a bad thing?
Absolutely. Well, let's join, like the good guys team. Thank you so much, Fred Destin, for stopping by Breaking Tech. And next, we're going to sit with Stéphane Ferret-Beaumont, VP of Innovation and Smart Mobility at Alstom. Thank you so much. Well, actually, Fred Destin wanted to stay a little more with us, but he's right, because you're here on the right place if you want to have your daily dose of innovation on Breaking Tech. Now, I'm joined live by Stéphane Ferret-Beaumont. You're Vice President for Innovation and Smart Mobility at Alstom. Artificial intelligence, again, we just see it with Fred Destin a couple of seconds ago, has a huge potential for so many different industries. Could you tell us some of the way AI can benefit rail transportation?
It's a great question. And as you said, artificial intelligence is now taking the whole industry to the next level. Yeah. We in rail, we've been engaged with artificial intelligence for a while now on topics like optimizing the control laws, optimizing the supervisory control of the trains at nationwide level, network-wide level of a typical territory, I would say. And some other application, like typically in the maintenance, where we have a wonderful demonstration of a robot dog who is helping the maintenance people to figure out how to make sure that when we are bringing back a train to the service, everything is okay. So the robot dog would just watch at everything, every part, every screws, everything, so that everything is really ready for prime time. And that's the kind of thing that we do within Alstom. We are baking the domain knowledge of the mobility system and the rail system together with artificial intelligence and using some other means like robotics to make it happen.
Well,
that's great.
Yeah, that is great. You definitely got me at robot dog, to be honest. Now, we live in an increasingly digital world, and rails is definitely no exception. In that context, what is the importance of cybersecurity when it comes to railway systems? It's huge.
Cybersecurity is for us a key topic. As soon as we touch the world of software, as soon as we touch the world of data, artificial intelligence, all that things, cybersecurity needs to stand side by side. You know what? In rail industry, we are dealing with critical infrastructure. Therefore, we take cybersecurity very seriously for our customers. And as I said, it starts from the beginning of the design making cybersecurity by design, making sure that everything is protected so that at the end of the day, we're able to comply with the law, because that's by law that we need to make sure that we are delivering the service. And at the end of the day, we're also delivering the operational availability because, you don't want to be stuck by a train which has been hacked, even if safety is not, involved, but, the lack of service, the lack of operability is at stake here. So cybersecurity is really part of it, so that we are delivering, at the end of the day, the mobility service to our customers.
Well, definitely safety and cybersecurity first. Alstom is already a world leader in the driverless metro. The next challenge is to make regional and freight trains autonomous. What are the challenges when making this transition? Because it's going to be massive.
It is massive, and as you said, we are a world leader on a driverless metro. I can tell you that we are in June 23.
Yeah, we are.
In June 03, I was a younger engineer delivering one of the most advanced metro at that time, driverless metro. That was in Singapore, and I'm very proud of it. That's one of my baby. But now, when you are moving from metros to the main line, the freight, whatever, it's all about making sure that the train is having perception capability. You need to be aware. It's not only, the usual way of doing things. It's perceiving the obstacle, perceiving the environment, perceiving everything which goes around so that you can deliver the driverless or the autonomous train. And it's also a way to make sure that all the functions that typically a passenger or a freight train would allow would be at stake. The good thing is we're on rail. So the rail is helping. However, we are, again, as we said just earlier, sticking to a high level of performance from a cyber perspective, from a safety perspective, and that's how we are progressing. We are progressing. It's going to come. However, we take it very seriously because we need also to make sure that we'll get the homologation by the authorities so that ultimately they are able to bake the autonomous trains into their rule of operation.
Well, AV are definitely coming, but you need to play by the book, of course. Now, to empower the entire society and rail industry with the further innovation, you definitely need to look out for new partnerships, and that happens through startups and scale-ups.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can't do that alone. It's all an ecosystem that we need to animate. Startups and scale-ups are part of it. We could mention the academics, we could mention other groups, blah, blah, blah. But startups, they bring the energy, they bring the agility, they bring the way to make it much quicker. And we need to take the advantage of that. We obviously need to go there with our eyes wide open. There are plenty of things that we need to figure out, to the benefit of everyone. Intellectual property is going to be another one. But at the end of the day, it's going to be beneficial to both of the partner. And that's what we need to make sure. And we are structuring this kind of collaboration. And, we are getting there. It's delivering some results, and it's very exciting to be here. And by the way, we also have a bunch of our startups on our booth that we show how we work with them and how we make, at the end of the day, a better mobility for everyone.
Well, innovation on rails, definitely with Alstom. Thank you so much for talking to us here on Breaking Tech. We just actually dived a couple of seconds ago in AV. Well, we're going to talk about EV because the rise of electric vehicle is putting at its core the battle for better batteries. Anna Kowalska has more for us. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? And Anna, you're definitely waiting for us.
Absolutely. I'm here at the Publicis stand with Monsieur Laurent Alifa, who is the Vice President for Renault Brand Content Creation, and also Monsieur René Thomas Nelson, from Publicis Sapient. Thank you very much. We will be talking about electric cars. Did you know that there is 1 million electric cars in France, but already 80,000 charging stations? And there is a solution, Plug-in. That's this new application developed together by Publicis and Renault. The idea behind it is to fight charging stations At home, for instance, can you tell me first how this idea for the application for plug-in came about?
Oh, it was 1.5 years ago. We were preparing the launch of the new Renault Megane 100% electric. And in a discussion with our agency, the idea was to find an idea to promote the new car, to remove the remaining barrier for adopting electric driving. And then when we saw some figures about the supply in terms of charging station and the demand, increasing demand, we thought it was a good idea to propose an additional service.
And you ended up working together, Renault and Publicis. How did that happen?
We are strong partners, historical partners as well, so I think what described the most our relationship was to dedicate our best forces into this challenge, and I think we commit the two companies to bring all the forces that we can have to make it a success. So, innovation is hard, and this kind of business model is hard, so we try to make it a success with small milestones to achieve one by one.
Do you have an idea about how many people exactly will be concerned by your application, like by the problem of lacking charging stations?
So, first, Renault has provided and have sold about 250,000 electric vehicles for 10 years now. And in France, the number of people using this type of car is about 1 million. So this is a size of market which is big enough to promote this kind of idea.
As you said, 80,000 charging stations right now, with the app up till 680,000, because we could use those basically French homes. Is it like a new Airbnb for charging stations?
Yes, that's the idea. We have built a marketplace where the supply and the demand are coming. You have on one hand electric drivers, and you have on the other hand owner of charging station at home. And the process is very simple. You create an account in order to describe what car you drive or what kind of charging station you have, and you set the different parameters, and that's magic. The supply and demand are coming together. As you said, it's a kind of Airbnb for the plug-in station.
And I think if you log to the app today, you will find more than 500 available stations already. But beyond the number, what is important is the location, because not competition is the fast charging stations that you have around the road. It's another offer. It's more on the countryside. It's more everywhere where people go with their electric car. So we have a decent number already, but we have the locations that will help people to find a charge even out of the highway and out of this existing offer.
Yes, so plug-in is already in service. Do we have an idea about the number of customers, active users already?
Yes, so in terms of application which have been downloaded, it's about 40,000 units. In terms of active users, it's about a quarter of that. And inside that, you have 2,000 charging station owners, and the rest are the drivers.
And could you walk us through the business model of this application briefly?
Pretty simple, very inspired by the other platform like Airbnb at the other. So people, they make their charging station at home available, and we share the revenue between them and Renault.
And any ideas about global expansion? It's very useful in France. Maybe it will be useful in other European world countries?
So we focus on the experience, customer experience, first in France. So the next project for improving the application are about creating a kind of superhost, which means who is the best person in order to supply this kind of service. So it will be a mix between the cost of the service and the quality of the home where the charging station is located. And the second idea for development is about including charging station coming from our dealer network. So we are very focused on that first, and then in several months we will think about going outside the hexagon to address people in Europe.
Okay, we're going to be following that, obviously. Thank you very much, René Thomas-Nelson from Publicis Sapient, and Monsieur Alifa from Renault. We are talking about plug-in, the new application of Publicis and Renault, obviously. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you so much, Anna. And that's all we have time for here now on Breaking Tech. But stay tuned and keep updated on our digital platforms. We'll be back in a few seconds. And when we're back, Software Republic unveiled its first concept car with human first vision.
I'm really thrilled to announce our upcoming TotalEnergies booth at VivaTech 2023. Let me take you behind the scenes of our electric journey. At TotalEnergies, we firmly believe that the electricity is the energy of the 21st century. We have created TotalEnergies On, an acceleration program with the aim of detecting and supporting the most promising startups in the electricity sector. We are based at Station F in Paris, and we support entrepreneurs working along the entire electricity value chain. This year at VivaTech, we will welcome you to our fully digital booth, where you will discover our vision and ambition for the future of electricity and see first-hand specific examples of the solution that we have developed with the 20 startups we have supported since the beginning of the program. So, for example, you will see an IoT system to improve wind turbine performance, or a second life battery design system, and an AI-based platform to optimize business decisions, and so much more. So stay plugged in and see you at the TotalEnergies booth.
We are very excited to be back at VivaTech after a first successful participation last year. We were so happy to present you Kappa. At the Adecco Group, we believe that tomorrow's world is built with today's talent. Digitalizing without demising, keeping talent at the core of tomorrow's digital challenges, this is what drives us. As the global leader in human resources solutions, we offer the most complete range of services on the market by developing and providing our organization and clients with cutting-edge technology tools that helps to identify, train, retain, and employ talents. This year, at VivaTech, we will showcase some of these tools, which you will be able to try out at our booth, physical and digital. First, artificial intelligence to fight against discrimination, virtual reality for safety training, games to identify talent soft skills and to assess them. There are so many tools available to help us to build a more intelligent and more human future, a future that works for everyone. So join us at VivaTech to discover how we make our talents central to your future.
And we're back on Breaking Tech for a final half an hour of innovation here on the ground at VivaTech. I'm Marjorie Payon. Coming up, when French industry leaders join forces to embrace the future of mobility, Software Republic unveils its first concept car, human in the driver's seat. That's definitely what they're promising to us, and we'll see it in a few. But first, Luc Brown is apparently craving for some Belgian innovation. So, Luc, you're definitely waiting for us on the Belgium booth, and you are craving for some Belgian innovation. You have not one, but three guests for us.
Yep, you're quite right. Here in Belgium, here at VivaTech, the different ecosystems are, of course, key, and bridging the gaps between those different ecosystems is one of the key themes. And here we are with the Belgian stand. We're with Robert Berry, who represents a high-tech incubator in Belgium. Robert, tell us a bit more about what exactly it is Belgium and all of the people that you've brought with you are contributing to VivaTech this year.
All right. So we have been here. We are, well, first of all, welcome on the Belgian booth. Our presence here has been organized by two regions, Wallonia and Brussels, through their development economic agencies, AWEX and Brussels, in partnership with the digital ecosystem actors of our regions, Digital Wallonia and Software Brussels. So we brought here 33 startups, active in deep tech domains, varying from artificial intelligence to IoT, electronics, medtech, fintech. And Belgium is a very dense, multicultural territory. And therefore, we are naturally inclined to establish links with the outside world. I used to say that Belgium is Europe in a box. So if you're in Belgium, you can basically experiment business with quite a number of different culture, economic behavior, and so on. We host the European Union, we host the NATO, we host a number of important international institutions. So our presence here has to be seen in that global internationalization context.
Okay, and you mentioned there you've brought 33 different startups. Can we meet some of the first ones? This is Lawrence from Celinco. Lawrence, can you tell us a bit more about what Celinco contributes? What's the product that you're presenting this year?
Sure. So we protect luxury goods, such as high-end wines or fashion goods, by embedding in them an NFC or QR code. And basically, we link that to a digital certificate, and it will allow brands to basically create a very secure communication channel with their consumer throughout the life cycle of the product. And today in luxury, as you know, online sales are rising. Second-hand market is really of importance. So it's essential that the brands can connect with the consumer and delight them through the product, essentially.
What are you hoping to gain here in VivaTech? What's the role this week?
So, as I just mentioned, the luxury French ecosystem is key for us. We're part of the LVMH incubator program called La Maison des Startups. And what we expect to gain is, more engagement with the brands.
Thanks so much, Lawrence. We're going to turn back to speaking with you, Robert, if you will, because we're going to have a quick look at some of the other brands, the other startups here. Tell us a bit more about the value for you and for VivaTech to really work on those ecosystems that we were talking about. What do you contribute?
So we contribute, of course, in bringing the valorization of some of the expertise that we have in our land. We have a very, very dense network of universities, developing, as I mentioned already, a diversity of technology expertise, but also being confronted with a quite varied economical environment. So we bring them here so that they can basically network with other companies in other countries. And we also here because we have launched together with AWEX a soft landing program, which basically helps startups from elsewhere to establish a foothold in Belgium. And being in Belgium, as I mentioned, is a very good place to actually irradiate to the rest of Europe. So it is a first territory a good territory to start activities that will basically grow outside of Belgium very rapidly.
And you mentioned there the soft landing program. What are the goals here this week at VivaTech for that soft landing program and your objectives this week?
Yeah.
Belgium.
So we are going here. We have a meeting organized with quite a number of different ecosystems from other countries that will basically visit us also to see the complementarity with some of our startups and to envisage the possibility to establish a startup of themselves in the Belgian soil.
Robert Berry, thanks so much. You've brought us all the way along the stand. You've shown us a whole host of different products. There is time for one. We've got time for one more product, I believe. We've got Penbox here with Emile.
Hello.
Very much taller than me, which is quite rare. Emile, tell us more about your product. It's about streamlining administrative tasks, correct?
Yes, indeed. And what we are actually doing. You still have a lot of processes where there is a lot of paperwork involved, and it means that it creates a lot of ping-pong and emails between employees and customers.
What kind of success are you here having at VivaTech promoting your product to the other participants?
Yes. So what we are doing actually, sorry.
No, my apologies.
I didn't explain everything we were doing.
Okay, continue. Tell me more about the product.
Yes. So, and what we are doing, we are replacing this ping pong of emails by giving a personalized link to the customer, so that is guided in the process to give all the information, documents, and maybe even sign some documents. Then it's sent back to the system, so it's the process is really streamlined.
Okay, Emile, thank you so much, and that's really an interesting look at all the variety of different products and work that's being done in Belgium with the various startups and the various high-tech incubators. So back over to you in the studio, Marjorie.
Well, I now do understand your passion for Belgian innovation, Luc. Thank you so much. Now, mobility is still a strong sector to drive innovation, of course. Catherine Nicholson puts her hand on Software's Republic brand new concept car. Catherine, I'm so jealous. What does it look like?
I know, it's quite cool, isn't it, to be here with a concept car with so many new innovations. I'll just step out the way so you can have a look at the car itself here on stand J10. It's a Software Republic stand, and I'm here with two people who were involved in creating this concept car, Fatma Ouslati and François Beringer. Thank you very much for being with us. Fatma, if I could just start with you, if you can just tell us about Software Republic. It's a sort of an association that brings together several companies to create innovative products.
Exactly. Software Republic is an open innovation ecosystem created 2 years ago by 6 tech champions, including Atos, Dassault Systèmes, Renault Group, Orange, Thales, and ST Microelectronics. And our goal is to create together new products, new services, using our technical and technological assets to the mobility of the future.
Fantastic. And if we look at the license plate of this car, H First Vision, Fatma told me just before, H First standing for Human First. So Fatma, if we take a bit of a closer look at this car, I mean, it looks extremely futuristic to me, but tell me some of the innovations that are involved in this car.
So this Human First Vision actually is a car that knows you and takes care of you. It knows you because today the car is able to authenticate your identity, so you don't use any smartphone or physical key to access. It's very natural and very secure.
So the car recognizes my face?
Your face and also the way you walk, actually. So you have exterior cameras that actually helps the car recognizes the way you walk through this camera here, and we have another camera there. And once the car knows you, actually we are able to welcome you with a personalized welcome message here, and then you can securely enter the car and experiment it.
Okay, so that's about getting inside the car, but what about once you're in the car? What happens then?
Well, what is innovative about H-First Vision is that we integrated some sensors in the steering wheel so we can monitor in real time the key health indicators such as heart rate variation. And we also have a partnership with a French startup called Stern-Tech, which does mood analysis, so we can understand if you're happy, if you're stressed, or if you're angry, and we can also adjust the light inside the car to help you relax and play music.
So if I'm driving around the Paris city streets, I'm going to be in a difficult mood and it's going to play me some lovely relaxing music, is that right?
Yeah, correct. And we have like a companion, an avatar on the screen who can also suggest some breathing exercises to help you relax.
Fantastic. François, let's bring you in now. You're with Dassault Systèmes. Tell us about your involvement in these projects.
So Dassault Systèmes is involved since the beginning of the year of this consortium. So we are involved to help the collaboration between all those actors. We have a software for collaboration and for collaborative innovation. And one key element of this collaborative innovation is to create virtual twins of the possible innovation of everybody. Virtual twins, which we are demonstrating here, virtual twins which are connecting all the contribution, all the software, all the systems that all our partners are contributing to the mobility experience.
Fantastic. Well, let's come with our fantastic camerawoman, Alice. Let's have a closer look at this virtual twin experience. If you'd like to present that for us, Henri.
We can show the virtual twin experience here. So this is a car in a city. It's not only a car in the city, which is also connected to systems of recognition from Thales. The V2X platform, the communication between vehicle and infrastructure provided by Orange, all those different systems are connected to this experience, and we create this innovative experience, and we test many options, many novelties quickly with this experience here, with the solution that you have seen. And this is connected to the car. So you have, for example, here the possibility to act on the car. The car is opening the door here, as well as in the virtual. So we can experience either in the physical or in the virtual the new ideas or the new use cases that we want to do. For example, we are testing a passenger welcome for a carpooling experience. When you are a carpooler and you wait for your driver and it's cold, you want to go in the car, and that's possible, would be possible if we had this capacity.
It's so high-tech, it's so innovative. This is obviously, as we said, a concept car. Henri, how many of these innovations do you think we might see in our cars in the years to come?
I will not be able to count any, but I think the dynamics of Software Republic with all the startups and partners makes, we had 20 innovations that has been embedded in this car. Those are already considered for integration with future car. And we are also looking at innovation outside the car for new mobility services, for new way to benefit from data from connected cars. So that brings a lot of benefits for the everyday life and your mobility.
And so, in summary, it's human first. So it's about a better human experience. It's about a more eco-friendly experience as well.
Yeah. So one key element of future mobility is to be sustainable, and eco-friendly comes with a better multimodal connections, for example, and that can be encouraged with good data and good interface with the human to propose to the driver. For example, to stop in a parking where you have a bike that is available and you can jump on the bike to finish your trip. That's one of the use cases that we are looking at to be sure we propose a seamless approach for a multimodal mobility.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Henri Beringer, who I called François earlier, I'm so sorry about that, of Dassault Systèmes, and also Fatma Oueslati of Software Republic, with this wonderful concept car up here on the Software Republic stand.
Long live the Republic. And now I'm joined on set by Barbara Bergeau. You're the COO of ScorePlay. It's an all-in-one AI-powered media hub designed for sports organization by sports organization. There's a little too much buzzword for me in this sentence. So how does it work exactly?
Thanks for having me, first of all. We are ScorePlay. We created an AI-powered software that basically removes all manual tasks when it comes to media content. So to give you a concrete example, let's say you're a football club like Paris Saint-Germain, since we're in Paris. You have matches every weekend, so once a week. You have trainings every day. You have backstage videos and photos taken by players, by the social media manager, by the fans, by many different stakeholders. And up until, before we started, it was all done manually. So somebody would just come with an SD card, put it on a computer, find the photos, send it to like a Dropbox or a Google Drive, and 10 people would go behind them and just sort all the content, find who is the player, who is the sponsor, and then share it to this person. So you can imagine that it was a very tedious work.
Absolutely.
And so if all this could be done by AI, it's just recognizing somebody on a photo or a video, it's just recognizing a logo, some text, linking it to an event. So we automated all this so that the sports organization can really just focus on what they do best, which is creating content, distributing to the players so they can build their brand, share on social media, bring in more fans to the stadium, and really create this ecosystem of media around the sport organizations.
Well, you got all it figured out. In short, what you're doing is helping sports organizations centralize media assets. Can we duplicate this new process to every single sport?
Yeah, we work with almost 20 different sports, from ski to tennis to hockey to lacrosse in the US. It's really always the same workflows and always the same pain points. If you talk to a player, they will tell you, I always wait 3 days to get my photos after a game, but I scored the crazy goal at the last minute, so I just want to post something. And at the other side, on the internal side of the clubs, the social media manager will tell you, the game ended at midnight on a Saturday, so either I go to sleep or I'm just harassed all day long the next day by players and by people who just want their photos and videos. So this is something that happens across the board, even more in sports like in the NBA or in the NFL, where especially in the US, athletes are really, media stars almost. It's what they do on the pitch matters, but it's also who they are outside of it. And so they need a brand, they need content to build that brand. And sports organizations, they understood that. Clubs, the number of documentaries we have around sports, the number of content we have on social media, the TikTok presence of a club is almost as important as what they do in the stadium now. And all that is filled by content. And if you can't control it and manage it, know what to find, where to find it, it's almost impossible to have something that makes sense and that is steady in the long run.
Absolutely. Well, that's maybe one of the reasons why you caught the attention of NBA star Kevin Durant a couple of months ago. He backed you up on one of your first round of investment for the U.S. market. You're definitely targeting this market expansion with fresh capital.
So we raised the pre-seed last year with people like Nicolas Julia from Sorare, but also Mario Götze, who is a World Cup winner in Germany.
Absolutely.
And we were fortunate to be followed by, also Kevin Durant, obviously, who is a big name. And these people just understood the pain point right away, so it was very easy compared, to traditional investors who we have to convince because they don't know the sport industry that well necessarily. With athletes, you tell them, we are building something to help you get your content quickly. They will be like, okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me help you. Plus, they have always great input because they were, in the shoes of the people we are also helping. And it's kind of very funny to enter in that world that we didn't necessarily know that well before. We had this hunch that there needs to be a proper tool for sports organization, seeing how they are evolving into these huge media companies. But hearing from all-star athletes like Kevin Durant, yes, when I'm in the bus after my game, I remember that I just want to do one thing, it's his post on Instagram, and he couldn't do it. And so, of course, he was very into the project, and we are very lucky to have him on board.
Well, Scores Play scores a lot of really interesting investors, Nicolas Julia, Mario Götze, and Kevin Durant. I can definitely see the next steps for you, and the future is definitely showing up bright. Thank you so much, Barbara, for stopping by Breaking Tech. And now, another bright type of future. Diamonds are your reporter's best friend, Alexis Lelmont, to be accurate. And so, Alexis, you are actually upgrading your style today with Bulgari.
Yes, I am Marjorie. Well, thank you for those kind words every time you come to me over here. That's really appreciated. I am at Bulgari inside the LVMH booth. There is so much people down here. It's very hot, actually. I don't know if you see the sweat coming on my forehead, but very hot. And you know what? I'm joined by Massimo Palloni. Massimo, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time for us today at Bulgari, the Bulgari booth into the LVMH one. Well, first of all, could you tell me what's happening down here?
Actually, here we are presenting one of our digital products. It's one of many. Specifically, here we have actually two experiences. One is a digital immersive experience that is supposed to transfer to our clients the beautiful journey of the creation of a product. From the moment that a designer can have an inspiration come from normal things, small things of our life, of the nature. And this inspiration then has to combine the inspiration of the nature with the beautiful raw materials that are crafted by Earth, Mother Earth, and that we combine together to create our beautiful creations. So we want the client to feel all this journey, and actually we record with a small, not invasive device, we record the emotions, the brain waves of the clients during this journey. And Midjourney, that is an artificial AI engine, is actually using your specific emotions to create your specific artwork. And this artwork is actually expressing your feelings, your passion, how you have interpreted this journey of creation. And then this artwork you can download. It's a collectible that you can have on your phone, you can have at home, and it's a way to give you a memorable memory of this moment with Bulgari, something personal that goes beyond the product.
So that's a way to implement more and more the customer into the whole experience of Bulgari, of every trademark. Why is that important for Bulgari and maybe moreover for luxury products, for example, and luxury trademarks? Why is it important to implement more and more the customer into that whole process?
It's important because we believe that if we want to enhance our brand perception with our clients, we have to look at the luxury world, even, let me say, extending it to the digital world, to this additional layer, additional dimension. This is a way to resonate with new generations, for example, but also to give you a personal moment, a personal feeling. So you have the moment, the ceremony of selling in the store, which is, of course, the most important part because our store are temples. But at the same time, digital gives you the opportunity really to tailor on you a specific experience that you can bring with you, share with friends, share with family. So it's a way actually to give you cherished and enduring moment that you can actually share with your relatives, your friends, and so on. Yeah. This is the additional elevation of the brand. But what we do, we always try to use technology in a way that creates emotions. It doesn't matter what technology you use. It has to be invisible. It has to be frictionless. It has to resonate actually with the DNA of the brand. The brand is pure luxury, it's pure elevation. The same should be the immersive digital experience that you're living. It has to give you the perception of the elevation of the brand.
So just to close up with that, in a couple of words, why is Bulgari over here, especially in the LVMH booth, and why is it important for Bulgari to be down here? What VivaTech is bringing to you guys?
Look, LVMH has built an incredible ecosystem. Is an ecosystem not only that is attracting technology, but is also feeding startups. And with this, as a group, we have the possibility to share together the best technology. We have the possibility to feed and to help these startups to grow to get to the next stage. So in reality, is an incredible competitive advantage that we have thanks to LVMH in order to grab the best of the technology that is available at the moment.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much, Massimo, for those details. That was very interesting to hear from you on that very specific innovation that you're bringing in, especially AI, that you guys are bringing more and more into the process of the customer experience. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we're back to you, Marjorie.
And thank you so much for this Alexis experience. I'll definitely see you tomorrow, Alexis, because this is the end of Breaking Tech. Thanks for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with more on daily innovation here from the ground at VivaTech. Thomas Ostrowski is next with Tech Newsroom.
Welcome to VivaTech News. Live rolling news coverage from the heart of VivaTech. With a leading team of international journalists covering the newest in innovation and brightest minds in tech. 10 hours of live news, interviews, reports, and major announcements. 3 shows capturing the biggest moments of each jam-packed day. Tech Early Bird with Upton Saidi. Breaking Tech with Marjorie Payon. The Tech Newsroom with Thomas Mizrachi. Distributed across more than 20 channels and broadcast live on LinkedIn, on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and VivaTech.com. VivaTech's powerful technology ecosystem brought to you from Paris to Dubai, Cairo, New Delhi, Seoul, and New York.
Welcome to VivaTech 2022.
You can join us on our digital platform globally, anytime, and literally from anywhere.
We talk everything you need to know about tech, startups, AI, you name it, we are here for it.
This is VivaTech News.
40 seconds to buy a train ticket, 100% digitally, with no effort and the lowest environmental footprint possible. This is a good example of tech by people for people. Technology is everywhere, in the pockets of our customers and our employees, in the technical centers, in the control centers, in stations, in our freight and passenger trains, as well as in other modes of transport. It is designed and implemented by our creative talents and thanks to collective intelligence. We like tech in all its forms: Web3, virtual reality, predictive maintenance, AI and big data. As soon as it can benefit our passengers, our employees, the communities, the territories and of course, the planet. At VivaTech this year, we will take you behind the scenes. We will reveal about 100 innovations and nearly 100 technology use cases made by people for people, presented directly by those who create and implement them every day. Many of our employees will be present, accompanied by over 40 partner startups. So we look forward to welcoming you at our booth. See you soon.
I'm really thrilled to announce our upcoming TotalEnergies booth at VivaTech 2023. Let me take you behind the scenes of our electric journey. At TotalEnergies, we firmly believe that the electricity is the energy of the 21st century. We have created TotalEnergies On, an acceleration program with the aim of detecting and supporting the most promising startups in the electricity sector. We are based at Station F in Paris and we support entrepreneurs working along the entire electricity value chain. This year at VivaTech, we will welcome you to our fully digital booth, where you will discover our vision and ambition for the future of electricity and see first-hand specific examples of the solution that we have developed with the 20 startups we have supported since the beginning of the program. So for example, you will see an IoT system to improve wind turbine performance, or a second life battery design system, and an AI-based platform to optimize business decisions, and so much more. So stay plugged in and see you at the TotalEnergies On booth.
Welcome to the Tech Newsroom at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Mizrachi and you are joining us live in Paris at the very heart and center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where our business meets innovation, and we are following every moment live together on VT News. This is day 2 of the event, and we've got so much more to discover together. During the next 3 hours, we'll take the pulse of the day, recap the biggest announcements, explore technology disruptions, and big innovation at the world top startups and major corporations. The VivaTech ecosystem is getting stronger, pulling in the brightest minds and leading voices from across Europe and reaching out around the world. So much to see. Let's dive right in. It's inside VivaTech. Jumping straight into the action, let's cross over to our reporter, Anna Kowalska. Hello, Anna. You're on the main floor of VivaTech, and you're joined by Jalil Ben Abdillah, Vice President of Innovation for the Occitanie region. It's the second largest region in mainland France and a hotbed for innovation. And I believe you're going to be talking about health, tech, and sports.
Absolutely. As you said, Thomas, Jalil Ben Abdillah is the Vice President for Economy, Employment and Innovation at Occitania. That's the English version. Guys, if you don't know, Occitania is the region in the south of France connecting Spain and very present here. 71 startups, if I'm not wrong, here at VivaTech. Why did you guys decide to bring a whole brand new stand here to VivaTech from Occitania?
Thank you, and yeah, we are here with a lot of companies. It's not the first time we come to VivaTech. We are used to come here with a lot of companies because we have in Occitania a very rich ecosystem of innovation with a lot of startups in many fields. Also, we have also laboratories. We have also universities and high engineering school. So we have a very rich system of innovation, and we come here to show this system to the world and to get to let our companies meet a lot of opportunities for business, for finance, and to continue partnering.
Second biggest growing region, I think, in France of terms of innovation. How does that work? How do you support your tech ecosystem, your startups?
Yeah, firstly, we finance them to come here to expose and to show to the world their innovations and their technology. It doesn't cost much for a startup to come with us. And also we prepare the startups for this kind of huge and important shows as VivaTech. So they are prepared to that, to be very efficient when they're there for the 3-4 days here. And also we invite international delegations to meet them. So it's quite important for them also to show their innovations to the world. I mean, to the many delegations. We came here with Japan, with Morocco, with Canada, etc. And also we have a lot of ecosystems from different regions from France who also are invited to our booth to meet our startups. So it's a very nice opportunity for them.
Are there any particular sectors more present than others? I've heard health tech and sports very developed in Occitanie.
Yes, any year, I mean, for each year we push some sectors we have which are, let's say, very strong in Occitania. This year we choose health tech, we choose also sport tech, but also hydrogen because of the many partners here around the VivaTech showed many technologies. We've been visiting the concept car in Renault booth with my friend Luc Julia, who showed us a very nice concept car called Humanity First. It is a full hydrogen car where they embark. They take with them one of our startups, Highlight, which is involved in this project, which makes sense for us for this cooperation with the high level technical cooperation.
And what are your ambitions for the future? Maybe some projects that are about to start in Occitania?
Yeah, we want to show all the world how our region is innovative, how our region is innovative friendly, let's say. Anyone from any place of the world can come to Occitania, will be, let's say, welcome with a very rich ecosystem and will be helped not only financially but also with to make a relationship with all the partners, academics, laboratories and startups, and also for our big companies which are leading these sectors. We can say Airbus as an example, so we can make the connection between the people who come to be installed in our region or to invest with our partners. So we want to show the world. So we will continue helping our startups here and all over the world by others, let's say, shows.
Jalil Ben Abdillah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anna.
I will remind you that Jalil is the Vice President for Economy, Employment and Innovation in Occitania, and obviously invite you to discover this beautiful French southern region.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you to Jalil Ben Abdillah. We're back in the studio, and I'm joined by Jean-David Malo. Hello, thank you very much for being with us. You're a director of the European Innovation Council. It's an initiative by the European Commission aimed at promoting innovation and fostering the growth of breakthrough technologies and startups in Europe. Good afternoon, and once again, thank you for being with us. How does the European Innovation Council contribute to promoting innovation in Europe?
Good afternoon, and very happy to be with you this afternoon. The European Innovation Council, so-called EIC, is the most ambitious innovation program that ever had in Europe, with a 10 billion euro budget for the period 2021-2027, with three main objectives. First, to continue to remain leaders in our capacity to support the emergence of new technology, emerging technologies that has the potential to create new innovation, new processes, but also to tackle two main gaps that remains in Europe, our capacity to move from lab to fab. So in other words, to transform this knowledge into innovative products, innovative processes, or into creation of new companies, but also to tackle a second gap, which is our capacity to take risk in the growth of deep tech startup and SMEs. So we have for this set up a unique program covering all these pillars, dedicated in fact to any innovators in Europe, in the member states, but also to a number of associated countries. And we have a very simple ambition, becoming in fact the EU factory of unicorns.
So give us specific example of what has been done so far.
So we have already in fact invested in more than 400 startup and SMEs which have the potential to become centers of unicorn. We have already a portfolio of 12 unicorns of 112 centers, so 100 million euro valuation companies. We are supporting, in fact, deep tech innovation in any field, meaning we are launching calls, in fact, in a bottom-up approach, so in an open way, or in a top-down approach via challenges in order to tackle important challenges of the Union, like, for example, the green transition, the digital transition, the question of tech sovereignty that we faced during the pandemic, or even more after the situation created by the Russian invasion in Ukraine and the impact it has on the economy, on energy, and so on. So we are contributing, in fact, to the very important objective of technological sovereignty in Europe.
And that's interesting. How do you prioritize diversity, inclusion in your programs?
So, of course, you understand that we have policy priorities that are shared by the member states, and therefore what is key for us is excellence and impact. But we do believe also that it is our role to ensure that, for example, gender equality is an objective. So this is why we have introduced a very positive action in order to ensure that in one of our schemes, which has a purpose to support deep tech startups, we are ensuring to invite to our final interviews a minimum number of startups that are led by women, or which have CTOs or CFOs that are women. We do believe also that it is our role to ensure that the certain imbalance that exists in various parts of Europe, especially between the western part, Nordic part, and the central and eastern Europe, the so-called innovation gap, is tackled, where we need to rebalance this. So this is where also diversity and inclusion is absolutely essential for us.
Last question. How do you promote innovation that addresses social or societal changes?
It's
and I meant challenges, of course.
Challenges, of course. So I will not repeat this part. But it's a dimension which is key in the way we are evaluating proposal. So we are looking very carefully at the impact, in fact, of the growth of a company in terms of market it will create, in terms of job it will create, in terms of challenge it will tackle, will have into this dimension.
Thank you so much, Jean-David Malo, Director of the European Innovation Council, for being with us today. We're going to stay on the old continent for a few minutes to discover XIRCOM. It's a joint research project between two institutes in France and in Germany. It brings together the potential of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and advances in robotics to move manufacturing and production lines into a new era, while also remaining focused on sustainability challenges. Have a look.
A new horizon for manufacturers working together across Europe and potentially the world. The French-German Institute for Industry of the Future have brought together concepts like digital twins, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence for a project known as XIRCON. They aim to help industry reduce complicated technical reconfigurations by up to 58%. For example, this would allow production lines to change setups and produce different products more smoothly and quickly.
We want to develop a human-centered system in the XIRCON approach, which will help human operators on site to adapt their manufacturing system to continuously changing requirements.
The French-German Institute for Industry of the Future is a collaboration between two renowned European institutes, the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany and Arts et Métiers in France. Jean-Rémy Chardonnay from Arts et Métiers says the XIRCON project arose from close collaboration between the two institutes working with the latest technology.
The idea is really to match and to search the competencies where we need them. We always try to be beyond what is existing already, because it's our job to do research and to be one step further the existing technologies.
A human-centered approach along with knowledge and technology transfer make up two of the three key components of the collaboration. The other is sustainability. Professor Jivka Ochkarova says that with fewer resources going forward, industry of the future must adapt.
We can adapt to continuous changes only having a model of a real ecosystem. This means to combine the aspects of sustainability, technology, society, and environment.
Through this cross-border collaboration, XIRCON aims to push the very boundaries of manufacturing innovation.
Time to go back to the heart of the event. It's inside VivaTech. VivaTech is all about innovation, and who better to talk about innovation than Stacey Binion, who is with us. Stacey, you're back on the Impact Mile on the floor of VivaTech. What green tech innovation are you sharing with us today?
Thanks, Thomas. So I am back at the Champs-Élysées, as we say, of innovation here at VivaTech on the Impact Mile. I'm here with the startup Morpho, who has a drone that's just behind us that is reforesting or restoring forests around the world. I'm here with the marketing director, Quentin Franck, who's going to talk us through with it. Thank you, Quentin, for being here with us. Tell us about this drone and what was the idea behind it in terms of its creation.
Okay, the idea comes from the two brothers. So in our three co-founders, two are brothers, and they're born in French Guiana, so close to the Amazonian forest. And they saw destroyed land there, and they had the idea from the forest, basically.
Okay, I'd love you to walk us through the drone. Talk to us about it. How does it work?
How does it work? So basically, I think that we can move a bit, if you're right.
Okay, we're on the move. So these are seed pods, am I right?
They are seed pods, right. So as you can see here, these are the seed pods. So basically it's...
1 centimeter long.
Yeah. Basically in there you have seeds, you also have nutrients, you have fungi, and you have microorganisms. It protects the seed. So that's why we don't drop directly the seed, we drop the seed pods to have a protection and to help the seed grow fast right from the beginning.
And so you're putting these seed pods into the drone?
You have a dropping system, as you can see here, and we put them in the dropping system, and the drone flies, and it just drops the seed pods.
Wow, that's super impressive. So where have you been testing it out so far? What countries?
So Brazil first, Gabon, Ivory Coast, and French Guiana, as I said. and basically we can reforest all around the subtropical areas, subtropical forest.
And the seed pods, what kind of plants are they for?
They can plant all different plants. We have 150 plants, so species in our catalog, and on one project we're going to plant 20 species, around 20 species, yeah.
And at one time in the drone, can you plant different species at the same time?
Yeah, no problem. No problem. You can plant as many species as you want, yeah, in one time with a drone, yeah. We can plant up to 50 hectares per day. So compared to hand planting is just 1 hectare per day you can do. We can do 50.
Wow, 50 hectares per day?
Yeah, per day, yeah.
And talk to me through the specifications of the drone. How far can it travel? At what autonomy? I'd love to know a little bit more about that.
So this one, it really depends. We have different drones. This one that you can see here, it can fly for 1 hour. So we can do 3, 4, 5 hectares depending on the planting schemes that we have. It depends, but yeah, it's quite robust too. So as you can see, it's an agricultural drone first, and we've switched it to a planting drone.
So the drone was not made by Morpho?
No, we bought the drone, but what we do is a dropping system. So we developed the dropping system with partners, but we bought all our drones first.
And the dropping system, can it be attached to any kind of drone? I know that there's some other drones here at VivaTech. Could we potentially attach the dropping system to any other drone?
You need some adaptation for sure. But yeah, basically yes. I would say yes.
Is this your first time at VivaTech?
Yes, it is.
How are you finding it so far for Morpho?
Great, very great. My voice is already a bit broken. So I think we've met maybe 1,000, 1,200 people, because we give seed pods to the people here on the booth, and we gave all our seed pods we had. So basically we give to everybody, we explain Morpho, we give 1 seed pod. So that's how we were able to count how many people were on the stand, on the booth. So that's why I know that we were up to 1,000 people on the booth.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. So you're not only restoring forests around the world, you're also restoring people's gardens. All these people here at VivaTech, the Parisians that will go home to their gardens at home, they might be able to plant seed pods at their houses.
Yeah, it's local seeds, by the way. So we are not planting Brazilian seeds here in France, or people coming back home in Japan or in Saudi Arabia, as we had earlier today. They're going to plant local seeds, so it's fine.
So you've been operating in Brazil a lot, so if I understand. Where's next? Where is the next targets in terms of your markets?
Brazil is so big that next is still Brazil, actually. So yeah, we want to do more in Brazil. Like for the moment, we have done 300. We reforested 300 hectares. At the end of the year, 600 hectares is 1,000 football fields, just for the comparison. So we still have much to do.
How many VivaTechs would that be, roughly, in terms of size?
Let's say, I think 100, 200 maybe. VivaTech is so huge. I don't know how VivaTech, if you compare VivaTech with football fields, but yeah, that could be maybe 200 VivaTech size.
That's pretty big.
Good question. Amazing.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Hope you have a great VivaTech, and I'll send it back over to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Stacey. Thank you very much. Now I'm joined by Simone Theis, Program Manager at Tech for EVA and EPFL Innovation Park. Thank you very much for being with us. There's a lot to talk about, but let's start with Femtech. It is something that we hear more and more about. Can you tell us what it is precisely, and what does it entail today?
So Femtech represents anything to do with technologies to improve the woman's health. So it could be anywhere from period health, fertility, maternity, solutions that can help the woman also in the workplace, such as women who are in the menopause and have to miss work, for example. There's solutions for all of these problems.
What are the challenges of Femtech today?
The main challenges are that it's underfunded by the venture capitalists because they think it's a niche market, while it's not. It's 50% of the world's population or more.
Which is not a niche at all.
No, which is not a niche at all.
We're talking about 4 billion people.
But somehow only 3 to 4% of all VC funding goes to this sector, Femtech.
That's unbelievable.
The other issue is it's under-researched because for many years there were no clinical trials allowed on women. So this is another issue as well. There's not enough data and research in this sector.
So there's a lot to do, obviously. Tech for Eva specializes in health-related issues. Which one and what do you do precisely?
So Tech for Eva is an international accelerator. It's fully virtual because we started it in the middle of the COVID pandemic. So the companies in the accelerator are from around the world, North America, Europe, Switzerland, Asia, and even South America.
You say it's fully virtual. How do you work?
On conference calls. We have virtual workshops for them, peer-to-peer sessions that they can have talks with co-founders and that understand their issues and their challenges.
And you can do that in a research program?
We do it fully virtual, yes, and we have mentoring as well. Our mentors come from big corporates like Merck, Ferring, Roche, but also venture capital and business, and they help the startups progress.
My question is, in terms of research, is it as efficient as something which would not be 100% virtual?
Well, the research is not virtual, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The companies do their own research. Yes.
At the IPFL Innovation Park in Lausanne, you also go beyond Femtech. You do a lot of other things. Tell us more about your incubator. How many companies? How many startups?
Well, in the ecosystem, we have over 1,000 startups that went through different programs. We focus on 3 main sectors. One is healthcare, one is clean tech and sustainability, and the third is ICT, AI.
In what you see in Lausanne, what are the main trends today?
Main trends, I would say we're very well known for healthcare in the area because of the presence of a lot of pharmaceutical companies in Lausanne, Geneva area. And then the big trend is probably sustainability. Yes, anything to do with improving the world and your environment.
Talking of which, I mean, you've probably heard about it. We talk a lot here in VivaTech about artificial intelligence. Do you also work on that in those fields? And if so, how?
We do. I'm not an expert in AI, but we do have 500 research labs on campus, and some of them do work on AI. Some of the Tech for Eva companies use AI in their solutions in healthcare as well. So, it could be, data and AI used for detection of breast cancer or other illnesses, yes.
How much of an impact can it have on health research and medical research in general?
I think it can have a huge impact, yes. It's our future.
You think it's the future?
Yes.
What is the importance for you to be here at VivaTech?
VivaTech, we have a booth, so come visit us.
Of course.
Tech for Eva at the Femtech Village. So it's mainly to connect for visibility, to meet with investors and corporates as well.
You were saying that Femtech is underfinanced. How can you explain that? I mean, why?
It's a very good question because it's a huge market opportunity, lots of money to be made. I mean, we have probably over 150 exits already. So I think it's mainly because VC funds are very male-focused and they simply don't understand women's health as a subject.
How do you change that?
That's a very good question. Maybe you can tell me as a man.
Well, I'm afraid I'm asking the questions here, and you know so much more about this than I do, so you're the expert. Yes. But no, it's a real question, honestly, because as you said, it's a huge market. It makes perfect sense that people would invest in it. And what do people tell you when you try to get funding?
I think usually they think there is not a quick return, I guess. I mean, most VCs want to earn money fast, right? But a lot of Femtech is also medtech, where you need to go through the clinical trial phases, and it just takes time. So you have to be patient, and then you will make your money.
Do you have the feeling that things are changing or evolving in that matter, or that it's still as difficult as it used to be 5 or 10 years ago, for example?
No, I've been in this industry for over 20 years, so I've certainly seen more women rise up to the partner level within VC funds, which is great. We just need more women in VC funds who care about this topic. And I think things will change. It just takes time.
It takes a little time. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on the set.
Thank you.
For us today and explain all this about Femtech. It's a fascinating topic, and once again, it's difficult to understand why it's so difficult for you to find funds. That brings us to the end of this half an hour. Don't worry, there's much more to come here on VivaTech News at the heart of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. If you want to make sure you're up to date with the latest, you can follow all the action happening here at VivaTech on our website and on our social media channels. Join our community. You can like, follow, share, and join us as we shape the future of technology. More coming up on VivaTech News here in Paris.
Internet is the everyday platform for people at work, and we're proud to return to VivaTech this year. This year at VivaTech, we will showcase our innovative payment solutions and share our company purpose, enrich connections for good, with all tech enthusiasts. And we're bringing something extra special to the table. At our booth, we'll be offering an immersive 3D gaming experience that has been especially designed for VivaTech. It's an opportunity to interact with our digital solutions in a whole new way. It shows you how the Eatred platform is changing food, gift, and mobility, making them more responsible and fun along the way. Eatred's innovative technology is designed to meet the needs of today's rapidly changing working world, and we're very excited to be sharing it with you. So whether you're an HR director looking to provide benefits to your employees, a business owner looking to streamline operations, or simply curious about the future of payments, we've got you covered. We really cannot wait to connect with you at our booth. Please come and see us.
Four spheres that awaken the senses. See the world with new eyes and experience the next dimension of inspiration. Fascinating, connected, automated, and powered by a sustainable ecosystem. A new era of high-class mobility.
40 seconds to buy a train ticket, 100% digitally, with no effort and the lowest environmental footprint possible. This is a good example of tech by people for people. Technology is everywhere, in the pockets of our customers and our employees, in the technical centers, in the control centers, in stations, in our freight and passenger trains, as well as in other modes of transport. It is designed and implemented by our creative talents and thanks to collective intelligence. We like tech in all its forms: Web3, virtual reality, predictive maintenance, AI and big data. As soon as it can benefit our passengers, our employees, the communities, the territories and of course, the planet. At VivaTech this year, we will take you behind the scenes. We will reveal about 100 innovations and nearly 100 technology use cases made by people for people, presented directly by those who create and implement them every day. Many of our employees will be present, accompanied by over 40 partner startups. So we look forward to welcoming you at our booth. See you soon.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Misraki, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation, and we are following every moment live together on VT News. Without further ado, let's go straight to the halls of VivaTech. with Simon Harding. Simon, you've been running around VivaTech for the past 2 days now and seeing amazing things you've been sharing with us. What is it like where you are?
Hi, Thomas. Well, first and foremost, the atmosphere and the excitement at VivaTech on day 2 is still unchanged. If anything, it's just going up and up and up a notch in excitement. There's plenty of interesting talks, particularly after President Emmanuel Macron came, and we've been seeing all the snippets of his conversations that have been come here. I'm right in the center, once again, of Hall 1. You've got innovation and business all around us. You can see that people are still conversing, they're still talking, they're still trying to figure out what they can do best for their company, whether it's investment, whether it's communication, whether it's branching out. And where I am actually right now is with a startup called ArtPoint, which is just here. And maybe if you have the great names, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, Picasso, etc., you never thought that tech and art could come together. But you're very mistaken. And joining me actually to talk about this a little bit more is Laurie Bonin, the co-founder of ArtPoint. Laurie, thank you very much for being with us. Can you start off by telling us a little bit of what it is and what it is that you do?
Of course. Well, thank you for inviting me, and hello everyone. So at ArtPoint, our mission is to bring digital art into living spaces such as hotels, corporate offices, or retail spaces. And to do so, we represent more than 350 digital artists coming from all over the world. And we have built an exceptional catalog of more than 4,000 digital artworks to be displayed directly on any screen. So we provide a streaming solution to transform the experience we have on living spaces.
And Laurie, what would you say to perhaps the art purist that would say, technology and art shouldn't mix together? But clearly, a lot of artists are trusting you with their art and spreading their work to many places across the world.
Yeah, I think artists have always used the tools they have to just push the boundaries of creation, and also to be the reflection of the world we're living in. So in a society that is more and more technologic, we definitely need the vision of the artists to just understand how these technologies change our relationship with the world. So today, digital artists can create new emotion. Those artworks are very immersive, they're living, and also they can just share very interesting views on, for instance, AI, data, or 3D, for instance.
Well, speaking of AI, Laurie, we can see you've got a beautiful collection here of some of the work you do. Is there perhaps one in particular that you could tell us about?
Yeah, definitely. So today we have an exhibition on nature, and we really want to present those artists that are trying to understand the frontier between our digital world and nature, so our organic worlds. And we have different artists. So this artist is Rank SSS. She's an artist from Dubai. We have here Saeko Eara and Toru Izumida. So they have different approach. This is 3D, this is generative art, this is glitch, different technique. I guess what is very interesting with digital art is that we see that there are as many forms of art as there are technologies. So it's really diverse, and I think that digital is a way to distribute art everywhere, because first, screens are everywhere and they have a soft power, and we can transform today any digital screen into an immersive digital art experience. And also with digital, there are no frontier, so we can present the works of artists from all around the world. And I think that's very powerful for the audience. And we can see here there is a very good energy on the booth, and people are just amazed to see how the artists can use those technology that we use every day for to work, but as in a creative way.
And talk to us a little bit about the technology, Laurie, because we know that, for example, there's a big emphasis this year on AI here at VivaTech 23. So does AI come into this? To what extent are artists really pushing AI work that they do?
Yeah, definitely. It's a very interesting point, because we have more and more artists that are embracing this technology, again, to offer new emotion and new aesthetic, but also to help us understand how AI may change creativity, change also our relationship with the world, our environment, how we work. So I think we definitely need the point of views of the artist. And here, for instance, we have one of our artists that is working with AI. is named Benjamin Bardou, and you. So you have here one kind of AI. It's a prompt to image, but we have definitely different technique, and the artists are really they are not just using Midjourney, putting a prompt and voila. So our goal at ArtPoint is to identify the artists that are interesting to share, and when they are exhibited in our network of clients, they perceive royalties. So we help them live off their work. We identify the best digital artists worldwide, and then we connect them to the rest of the world.
And Laurie, final question from me. It's the third year that you're here at VivaTech. How have you seen, this space evolve? What it is that, pardon me, what is it that you're looking for ArtPoint going forwards as the co-founder of the company, obviously? What do you need, do you think, to reach the next step?
What we see is a growing interest towards digital arts, and what is very interesting is to see that last year everybody was asking us, is it NFTs, can we buy it? And today people are asking us, is it AI, how is it done? So here at VivaTech, I think we can see how technology is evolving, and we are just...
But does that make it difficult, the fact that it continuously evolves? Does it make it difficult for someone like you, or does it make it easier?
No, it makes it easy because the artists are also evolving with their time, and they are always trying to think of what they are observing. So, of course, today they are observing AI and they are thinking of this new technology. So we are evolving also at the rhythm of new technology, and we definitely see a growing interest towards exhibiting digital art. Today we work with many corporate offices, with hotels, with retail spaces as well, and we are not only in France, because from last year we also developed in the US and in Asia. So we see that we can push the boundaries also with this streaming solution.
Laurie Bonin, the co-founder of ArtPoint, thank you so much for speaking with us. Well, there you go. A little dip into the art world and a really streaming platform for digital art. Thomas, back to you.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you, Laurie. We're back on set just in time for our next guest, Dimitri Prikotko, CEO of Fit Immersion. Thank you so much for being here with us. It's what you do is a virtual reality kit, which allows people to travel the world without moving from their home. How does it work?
So, in fact, the idea is to simulate an outdoor ride on a bike, like when you are using a stationary bike at home, at gym, everywhere, when you can go outside in total immersion, using 360-degree filmed tracks around the world.
So that's what's the difference between, sometimes you have screens on your bike when you bike. What would be the difference with your system?
The difference is that you can turn your head or look around. It's more immersive. It's really like you are in the place when you are riding.
So you're wearing goggles, basically.
You are wearing goggles, right.
And that's not difficult to ride a bike wearing goggles and having this immersion around you?
It's not difficult. Well, we worked on the VR headset. We have our specific VR headset, which is optimized for sport in terms of weight, in terms of comfort, and it's cleanable. So we do our best to make a device compatible with sport.
What's the benefits of that system?
The benefit is the motivation. The motivation to finish the track which we started. Like, for example, if we climb Mont Ventoux, we want to go to the end.
Yeah, and you can actually see yourself climbing Mont Ventoux, and if you turn your head left, you'll see what's on the left side, and same thing for the right side.
It's like if you were there in real life.
The system also works with a simple telephone, right?
Yeah, we can transform a smartphone into a VR headset using special cardboard on which you put your phone, and it becomes a VR device.
So it's very simple. How did you come up with the idea?
The idea came when I discovered VR technology. It was in 2015, a long time ago. And in this time, I hate exercise bike. I was making sport quite a high level, but it was always outside. And when I had to do it inside, I just hated it, and I think myself, we can use virtual reality to simulate an outdoor ride, which is very nice.
What do you actually see? Is it video that you see? Is it virtual reality? What do you see when you have the equipment on your face?
Yeah, we use 360-degree video, which is synchronized with speed of the bike, and which controls also the resistance of the bike.
So what you see is real?
Yeah, it's real places.
That's very important.
Yeah.
Thomas Pesquet, who is the French astronaut, actually tested your device, I think, in space. What did you learn from that?
It was a great challenge for us because make VR device worked in space is not easy at all. So I made 0G flights to test all this will work. And it was a great challenge and very interesting. And Thomas said that it can help motivation when you are just very far from the Earth.
Yeah, I can imagine. You're also an artificial intelligence specialist. Everybody says here that it's the next big thing. First of all, do you agree? And how do you think artificial intelligence will change the world?
I agree, of course. We see it with autonomous cars, with ChatGPT and other stuff. Of course, it will replace some of our difficulties, and it will simplify our life, that's sure.
Simplify life. You used the word replace. Will it replace humans?
It can replace some of our work which we don't want to do. For example, drive a car ourselves. Like for me, I came from Montpellier to Paris. It was a long road. If I had an autonomous car, it would be less extensive.
A very last question. Why is it important for you to be here at VivaTech?
It's an amazing place. A lot of people, just crazy opportunities. Like we have some organizer from Dubai interested to organize some things there. Investors, a lot of interesting contacts.
Good for technology and good for business. Thank you so much, Dimitri. Thank you so much for coming on the set with us. Let's go to another set, stage one, and talk retail.
For more different experience, big and small, that will help us take on this revolution, which is a major one for all of us, I guess.
Okay. And we will come back if you invite us. Yeah, but maybe you can do something?
I know a bit the guy who's organizing. It's a bit weird, but we should have something. We're good on?
Yeah, thank you for this talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Venir faire une photo, les amis.
That was the end of a panel on stage one. This year at VivaTech, we continue our pledge to try to narrow the tech gap between the African continent and other parts of the world in partnership with the International Finance Corporation and supported by knowledge partner Deloitte. The Africa Tech Awards look to unearth the most promising startup in Africa, a market that continues to expand. Take a look.
A year on from bursting onto the stage with a bang, the Africa Tech Awards in partnership with the International Finance Corporation are back. However, Africa Tech isn't back in the same way. The tech ecosystems across the continent are growing in financial strength and innovation power.
It is probably the only geography alongside the Middle East that did not see the capital arrival decrease last year. In fact, there's been a jump.
2022 was a record year in terms of money invested in startups operating in Africa. leading to over 50,000 jobs created. The numbers mirror the growing opportunity and expertise on the African continent across three key sectors: climate tech, health tech, and fintech. However, quality remains the paramount necessity.
Whether you lock Africans in Africa or overseas, the bottom line is that they need to produce quality companies that benefits from the African story. And you do not need to limit yourself only to the African continent. You just need to create value that can be captured for African individuals, African employees, African economy.
Of more than 380 applicants, a 33% increase on last year, 45 were selected for the final. Cairo-based 2022 Africa Tech Awards winner in the health category Shefa have grown exponentially since their win and encouraged others to follow in their footsteps.
Basically, we help patients to order, schedule, refill their recurring prescriptions and improve their compliance to their medication. As a chronic patient, the two key pillars to improve the compliance are accessibility and affordability. And Shefa is working to design all its services and features to tackle those two key pillars. At the end of the day, you will always be a winner at VivaTech Africa Tech Awards. It will always be in history. So typically you're making history.
Despite all the positives, Africa commands only 1% of the global tech market. VivaTech, the International Finance Corporation, and their partners are working toward creating bridges from Africa to the rest of the world, pushing for real progress in capturing the tech innovation that the continent has to offer.
And let's go back to stage one here at VivaTech to see what the future of retail will look like.
Okay, so this is the launch of Unlimited.
C'est ton nom, ça.
This is your name.
I can talk about the name because I'm supposed to be the name expert, but actually we followed what our founder always said, Marcel Blessin-Blanchet, is keep it simple. So we kept it simple, and the name only said that there are unlimited possibility with retail media. And it's unlimited in terms of what you can know about customer, about how you can go end-to-end and deliver the right message at the right time. It is unlimited in our ability to bring online with offline, with everything we can do in the retail space. And maybe more importantly for many of you that are here today is, if today you have data, first-party data, which is the case of many of the startups, and if you have direct access to consumer, there is an additional source of revenue. So this is where the future lies, is new source of revenue, better service for customer advertising, and our ability to change this world. But I think we need to thank our partner. Maybe you want to say a word of that. I will just make one anecdote about that, is that yesterday we had 12 partners. This is why you see 12 on the film. And we had an additional. 13. So today we have 13, and maybe tomorrow we'll have 14. But
no, that's what we have managed to do in the recent weeks, because it has been very short, is to convince big retailers, major retailers to join us. And I want to thank them. I want to thank Galeries Lafayette and my friend Nicolas Houzet. I want to thank Kingfisher. I want to thank all these companies that have decided to be with us, Rakuten and so on, because it was extraordinary to convince them before the launch of the company to join us. So we have 13 companies. We have 20 banners already. We have 5 partners media, including Deco, including M6 and so on. And we have, thanks to the size, the capability to offer to the advertiser, already before launching, a unique proposal. So that is the result of the conviction of our partners, our new partners, that have decided so quickly to join us. Thanks to that, we are in position to accelerate and to be in good position in Europe.
Okay, so we have a new pure player in the field, a big one, Unlimited, a big European one, which is actually good news because we want to have some European champions. But at France Digital, we say that we want some European champions because we want some companies able to change the economic market for a more virtuous one with some values, you see? Yeah. And how do you want to do that with Unlimited?
I mean, what I love about what we're doing is a bit like in advertising at one point, by the way. We were both belonging in industry of the past. Okay?
Yes?
Yeah, we were. And people were saying, it's all about Facebook, Google, and Amazon. I think the demonstration we are making here is that when you put data and technology at the heart of a superb business model and you bring the right talent to make it work, you can actually keep on growing and keep on fighting even big platforms that have started earlier. And the demonstration we want to do with our partner is this, is that you can be a Galeries Lafayette and be more modern than any of the platforms you are meeting today. Not to talk always about Carrefour. It is something that will make the difference, and I'm insisting on one point. The good news about having the scale is that we can bring big players like you or like Big Fisher, but we can also Kingfisher, but we can also bring smaller because they will join our capabilities and our scale at the service of innovation and their business.
Yes, and what is very interesting, you know, when we speak about European initiatives, we want to create a European leader. So I'm sure many of you, and including myself, you have good memories of this type of speech and say, okay, have we managed to do that in other fields? Not really. And the GAFA has taken many, on many subjects, they are forward. On that, if you think about that, we have everything to succeed. We have an extraordinary amount of diversity of data, the data of all the retailers, including ours, but far larger than this. We have the best tech. There's not a lot of field where we have a player in Europe, and it's the case of Publicis, who has the best tech on that. And we have a unique capabilities of traffic, of audience on all our sites, on all our apps, in all our stores. When you gather all that on retail media, you have won. And there's not a lot of tech subject where you can say, okay, if we are good, if we go till the end of this project, if we have the willingness to succeed, we can build a real European leader. It's not just words. It's not just, okay, I want to build European leader. We are a European leader in our sector. But in this sector, we have everything if we manage to continue to push, to convince other retailers, that we can be competitors on a certain number of items. Okay, everyday competition on certain number of items. But on that, we have to compete in common, and it's our collective interest. And thanks to that, we have this incredible capability on what would be the future of advertising, on the future of our sector of retail, to build a European leader. And it's not a dream, it's here, it's for us. We have everything to do that.
Okay, so your main expectation is to beat Amazon on retail media.
I don't think we should be that ambitious so far, but what now? But I think to come back to your question, our ambition is to show that the business model of all the companies that are on the table together is actually stronger and more competitive than Amazon, yes.
Okay. When you think about what is the beginning of that, data, you see Amazon, you see us. They don't have any food. On food, people come 40 times a year. So the quality of the data you have is extraordinary. And when you add Galeries Lafayette, Rakuten, Kingfisher, other companies on beauty, on toys, on do-it-yourself, on all the companies that would join us, the quality of the data of the beginning we would have is extraordinary. We have the tech, and after, the amount of audience we have is huge. We had that with showroom and so on, It's huge. So at the end of the end, we have a capability, after we have to demonstrate that day after day, we have a capability to compete with them and to build a legitimate and credible European player.
Okay, so today is the launch.
Yep.
If we come back next year in VivaTech for the first year anniversary, what can we hope for Unlimited?
I mean, I guess we're going to ask our partner to join because we want a picture with them. We hope we'll have more partners for more different experience, big and small, that will help us take on this revolution, which is a major one for all of us, I guess.
Okay.
And we will come back if you invite us. Yeah, but maybe you can do something?
I know a bit the guy who's organizing. It's a bit weird, but we should have something. We're good on?
Yeah, thank you for this talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of the hour. But don't worry, there's much more to come here on VivaTech News at the heart of your biggest startup and tech event. If you want to make sure to be up to date with the latest, you can follow all the action happening here at VivaTech on our website and on our social media channels. Join our community. You can like, follow, share, and join us as we shape the future of technology. More coming up next on VivaTech News in Paris.
I'm really thrilled to announce our upcoming Total Energies booth at VivaTech 2023. Let me take you behind the scenes of our electric journey. At Total Energies, we firmly believe that the electricity is the energy of the 21st century. We have created Total Energies On, an acceleration program with the aim of detecting and supporting the most promising startups in the electricity sector. We are based at Station F in Paris, and we support entrepreneurs working along the entire electricity value chain. This year at VivaTech, we will welcome you to our fully digital booth, where you will discover our vision and ambition for the future of electricity and see first-hand specific examples of the solution that we have developed with the 20 startups we have supported since the beginning of the program. So for example, you will see an IoT system to improve wind turbine performance, or a second life battery design system, and an AI-based platform to optimize business decisions, and so much more. So stay plugged in and see you at the Total Energies On booth.
At JCDecaux, we're very excited to partner once again with VivaTech this year, where we will present to you our innovative out-of-home advertising solutions. We're the world's first outdoor advertising company. We operate in over 80 countries, and we believe that street furniture can leverage the potential of digital technology to improve the quality of urban life. We're coming to VivaTech this year for the 6th time, and we will be present on the JCDecaux Mezzanine with a team of committed experts in R&D, digital, ESG, marketing, HR. We want to discuss the future of out-of-home advertising with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. Our team of experts will be on hand to share our passion for out-of-home and our culture of innovation to offer best-in-class media, urban services, as well as decarbonised solutions. So come and meet us on the JCDecaux Mezzanine to discover a showcase of future tech and sustainable services. See you very soon at VivaTech.
Cybercrime is the world's 3rd biggest economy. Every company is affected. This is big, important stuff. And nobody's taking this seriously.
Jeremy, you are downloading an app. Suzanne, what do you do?
Jeremy, no! How useful was it? 0 use. Fun though. Really hurt him, I think.
Orange Cyber Defense.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Misrachi, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation, and we are following every moment live together on VT News. Diving back in, it's Inside VivaTech. And we are joining Luc Brown, one of our reporters on the ground. He's met up with Alexandra Dublanche, Vice President of Île-de-France region, to talk about innovation, of course, but also about the environment. Luc.
Yep, you're quite right, Thomas. We're talking here innovation, ecology, but here in the big smoke, we're joined by Alexandra Dublanche. You are the Vice President in charge of recovery, economic development, attractiveness and innovation of the Ile-de-France region. Just so for our international viewers, the Ile-de-France region is the greater Paris region. It's Paris, the French capital, and all the surrounding urban areas. And now, of course, we know Paris is undergoing huge transformations, facing big challenges when it comes to cleanliness of public space, air quality, pollution, traffic congestion. I've been a Parisian for years. I know how difficult it is to live here sometimes. I also see a great deal of improvements here. Innovative solutions are also really taking shape. Tell us more about the region. It is really one of the most innovative regions. Tell us what you are doing to ensure that the region stays on top. There's a lot of competition around.
Yes, the Paris region is one of the most innovative in the world. We have all the talents. We have a school of physics that is well known abroad. When you go abroad, you see many engineers. They are French, and we are very good in artificial intelligence, in quantum. And so the Paris region is the first region in the world for investment in R&D, research and development. So all of this makes an ecosystem, very innovative ecosystem. And what we do as a public authority is to try to help this ecosystem thrive, grow, and really be successful here and abroad, of course.
Is of course sustainability, the ecological transition. How are you aligning the innovation startups and the programs that you're supporting with those priorities?
Yeah, sustainability is a big topic everywhere, and here, of course, also. So you have two ways to do it. It's to foster innovation. Of course, we think that the solutions can come from innovation, and you can see it on the Choose Paris region booth. Many solutions from startups in hydrogen, all the sustainability topics, and also to help the old industry transition. This is also a big issue for us, and this goes through also innovation. So what we do, again, as a public authority, is to put public and then to do connections between large groups, for instance, large industries and startups who have solutions.
And what about the role that the region, Ile-de-France, the Greater Paris region, plays in leveraging emerging technologies such as AI, quantum, given, of course, the heritage of the region?
Yeah, these technologies, AI, quantum, are very important to us. We just got a Nobel in physics, who started a quantum startup, for instance. So what we do, most of all, so we, again, public funding, but also what we call AI call for projects. We choose a topic, for instance, in industry. I just announced with Renault on automotive, urban mobility call for project laureate. And so we choose a topic, we do a call for project with startups, public funding, and then we do this connection between large group and the startup, and then solutions emerge.
Of course, the dynamism of the Paris region, the Ile-de-France. Can you tell us more about the initiatives that you're working on to ensure that the innovative projects that you're focusing up can successfully scale up to contribute to job creation? This is, of course, one of the biggest metropolitan areas of Europe, certainly in France.
Yeah, so it's to build relationships between different organizations who have solutions. It can be research, it can be large group, again, it can be SMEs and everyone. So to put all these people together and also then help them grow. It's looking for money, of course. So there is public money, but not only. And here, for instance, coming here to VivaTech to meet clients, to find business, it's also a way, of course, to grow this ecosystem.
And from your point of view, of course, over the next 12 months, we've got the Paris Olympics, Paris 2024 coming up. What are going to be the major challenges that lie ahead in those 12 months and the other big events that Paris regularly holds, for example? How will technology, new technology, help you solve those challenges?
Yeah, so we have the Olympics, but before we have the Rugby World Cup. Cup, so huge sport events, everybody will watching us. Main challenge, I would say, cybersecurity. We saw with Tokyo that there was like 4 billion cyber attacks just at the moment of the Olympics. So this is a very important topic for us to prepare our startups, our SMEs, our large groups to have answers to these cyber attacks. So we are building several things, like we have a huge national cyber center with everybody again in it, laboratories, research, startups, large companies, large corporations. And there are many other things that help also, and to get ready for these attacks that will unfortunately happen.
Okay, a lot of challenges there, but a lot of solutions too here in the Ile-de-France, the Greater Paris region. Thank you very much, Alexandra Dublanche, Vice President here of the region.
Thank you, Luc, and thank you to Alexandra Dublanche to be our guest today. We are back on the main VivaTech news set now. We're joined by our next guest, Maxime Interbrick. Thank you so much for being with us. You're COO of Sparrow, the World Health Organization. Estimates that about 4 million people die every year from air pollution. Many cities are able to measure the air quality, but few can measure the toxic elements that are in the air in their environment. But you can with that system. I don't know if we can see it. It's on the main desk. So what is it and how does it work?
Thank you very much. Indeed, we're based in Switzerland, and our startup for the last 3 years took the main challenge of trying to provide essential information about air pollution at the street level. Today, you can see a lot of pollution in New York. You can see pollution even in Paris, but there is very few information. So thanks to our great team of professors, PhDs, and different other engineers and co-founders, we have created a device that mounted on top of the public transport, and we measure over 15 different parameters: air pollution, dust, toxic gases, also some noise, road quality, and many other parameters in order to create big data that it will be able to understand how the pollution behaves and how you can actually diminish or actually eliminate the pollution.
So how does it work? Tell us, where is it located? Is it on buses, taxis? Where do you put it?
Today, we put it on top of the public transport. We can use any type of public transport. It's city vehicles, it can be buses, trams, taxis and Ubers. Actually, essentially every transport that circling the city. So we put the device on top of the roof, and we just push the button, and thanks to its systems that directly send the data to servers and to big data information platforms, we're able to measure it in the real time.
Does this system work? Has it already been installed in some cities? I think in Switzerland it has.
Last year we did quite few important pilots and implementations. We have a constant presence in Switzerland indeed, but we have also did a huge pilots in Antwerpen, city of Antwerp in Belgium, in Tel Aviv, in Rotterdam, and other cities where we took samples and we realized that there is a lot of problems that needs to be taken in very urgency, and we need to be in every city.
You're talking about the problems. What are the challenges that you're facing with the data you get?
So the biggest challenges today, it's first of all outdated legislation. Second of all, it's an inability of municipalities to implement the system. And basically today, it's the right time and the right place to start implement it and to start make this data available for everyone, for the citizens and cities and different stakeholders.
You said something interesting. You said it helps measure the air quality. It also helps improve the air quality. How so?
So by defining and understanding how air pollution is behaved.
Because you actually know what the pollution comes from.
Yes. So the big difference from what we're doing and existing systems is that we detect hotspots and we're monitoring their behavior. And once we understand the behavior, we can create analytical solution to decrease or actually eliminate this pollution.
What is the best way today to improve air quality in a city environment?
The best way is to reduce as much as possible the uncertainty about air pollution, and it means to measure as much as possible, as many as possible trusted devices with trusted data, as many as possible tools and platforms which will provide this essential information for the citizens to change their daily habits and daily lives according to the pollution presence.
You've measured quality, air quality in different cities. You talked about Tel Aviv, Rotterdam, Antwerp. Did you get any surprises in the measurements?
Absolutely. Every time we get on the streets, we get a lot of surprises, and we see how diminished the importance of the pollution in the cities, because people literally on a daily basis exposing. Even the ventilation system in here is affected by outdoor pollution.
I almost don't want to know. Very last question. What do you hope from VivaTech? I mean, why is it useful to be here? What's the next step for you?
So first of all, we are absolutely delighted to be part of Swiss Tech stand with top of the Swiss startups that was selected. For us, it's an amazing opportunity to meet our partners, because we have plenty of French partners and a lot of collaboration in French cities as well.
This should be on every taxi in Paris. Thank you so much. Thank you for being our guest today, and good luck with that. This is truly useful. It's time for VivaTech on set. And we are with Mireille Dundas, our very own Tech for Change editor here at VT News. Hello, thank you very much for being here with us. You came with, I don't know what, some leaf and a guest.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us here. Actually, I've been around here scouting out some of the best startups here. And I have to say, I have a little soft spot for this current project we're going to discuss, because it is just simple but genius. I have Valentin Freshka, Chief Technology Officer of Relief, with me here. And if I were to sum it up in one phrase, it's using fallen leaves from trees to make paper and packaging. And Valentin, you're here to explain a little bit more. But to start, let's go back a little bit. Can you tell us how you had this idea to begin with?
Yes, hi, thank you. This idea was born when I was at school. It was in 2018. I was 16 years old, Ukrainian student. Together with my chemistry teacher, we explored the new materials for the making cellulose. Yeah, and that's how this project was born. Because near our school is growing the oak forest, and we just collected the leaves, transform into the fibers, and make the first samples of paper. Yeah, we understood that why not to continue developing this like a startup.
Absolutely. Now, you've got a couple of props with us, and Thomas, Valentin's going to share with us a little bit of the steps of the process there.
Yes, firstly, you should know that we work with only with cities, because the leaves we get from cities as a bio-waste. So firstly, we get these leaves in the form, different kind of leaves, any color, any wetness, so independently what kind of leaves.
Any type of tree.
Exactly, yes, because all of them contain the fibers. So then for the whole year storaging, we make the granulas, because we need to save the space for the whole year storaging and also prevent the rotating. And then this granulas is fitting to the production line and transforming into the fibers. This fibers is a base for the production of paper.
So this is, just turning those leaves into this fiber. And obviously, Thomas, leaves don't fall year round. They fall in autumn, which is why we've got these, I'm going to call them pallets, but ways to store it so that we can turn them into paper at any time during the year. What would have happened to these leaves? They would have ended up going to waste, like being burned, or what would have happened to the leaves if you didn't recuperate them?
Usually it's burned, but also some part of these leaves is using for the making compost. But both of the processes is very CO2 emission.
I'm going to steal this from you. I just want to see what it looks like. I'm sorry.
Sure. So the all CO2 which leaves absorb during the period like spring, summer, and particularly autumn go out to the atmosphere. We save this CO2 in the form of paper. So that's why this product is CO2 neutral.
So this is like, Thomas, if you see the paper here, obviously the set's really big, but we've touched the paper. Show us some of the things that you're making with leaves.
Yes, currently we produce the paper bags in the different sizes and different colors for our customers, and also the paper in the big reels. Here is just a sample how this paper looks, because, yes.
Can you show us that a little more, like a little more time,
yes,
so we can see it well?
Yes, so this is the very famous model of the paper bag, which we already sell in our e-commerce shop. but also we sell this with a customized to our customers.
How long does it take to go from the leaf to the final product?
It's the process which is not stopping. So since the moment when the leaves comes to our factory, we start the processing, and it's non-stop process.
In terms of costs, how does it work? I mean, because the basic is
the raw
is free. The raw material is free, so you just collect it. That's it.
We are not collecting leaves. These leaves provide for us the cities. They already have the infrastructure
so
how
it's
to
being
collect
collected for you, and you get it from the cities.
Exactly, and free of charge because it's a bio-waste.
Well, you're actually providing them a solution.
Yes, you're right.
So everybody benefits from that. That's great.
And also, because of the weak structure of the leaves, it's more easily to proceed into the fibers compared with the wood, because it's the soft, and we don't need consume a lot of energy, gas, or other resources to make this paper. That's why it's 15 times less water consumed, 3 times less energy, and 78 less CO2 emission.
What else can you make with those leaves? I mean, what can you imagine going further, rather than you have the bags, obviously. Can you do other stuff from the leaves?
Exactly. Everything starts from leaves, cellulose, and the paper. This paper in a big reels can be transformed into the paper, corrugated boxes, carton, or molded fiber, any kind of packaging.
Any kind of packaging.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable.
Now, obviously, you are operating out of Ukraine, and it's become difficult given the situation there, and you're looking now to expand in Europe. Can you tell us about where you're looking to expand?
Yes. As you mentioned, we're still running in Ukraine, but France is the first European country where we'll set up our first production. Probably it will be close to the Paris. I don't know. We are still looking at the location. But yeah, France is the first country.
And just finally, Relief was one of the finalists in the prestigious LVMH Awards this morning. 18 finalists out of more than 1,300 applications. So congratulations to you. And thank you very much for joining us here on VivaTech News.
Thank you to the two of you. And congratulations. This is a great idea. Simple and great idea. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, too.
Thank you.
It's time to go back to the heart of the event and to our reporter on the ground. It's inside VivaTech. And Alexis Lallemand, you've seen him, he's back with us. Here he is, Alexis Lallemand at the KPMG stand. Alexis?
Yes, Thomas, that's it, KPMG stand over here in VivaTech 2023. I am joined right now by, I'm sorry, once again, Serena, not Sarah, Serena, like your innovation manager, that's it, Open Innovation Manager at KPMG. We're going to go straight forward to the points. Yeah. What is the goal of your presence down here at VivaTech 2023, Serena?
Thanks. Welcome in KPMG to start. We are very proud to be here at VivaTech for the seventh consecutive year.
Already seventh?
Yeah, already 7, yeah, from the beginning. And we are with our clients, partners, startups, everything on ESG, impact, innovative, because we are entreprise à mission. Very important to us to be here with our good term, Tech for Impact, and we are going to meet some startups. For example, Eveka. Eveka is on retail and on Eveka, Futura Gaia on the vertical farming, and we have also startups. For example, Cranium, and we have to meet us. So if you want,
we're gonna go.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go meet Cranium. Okay, I'm following you. After you.
Could you please meet Cranium?
All right. Hi, Daniel. Okay. All right. So yeah, in a few words, what is Cranium all about?
Cranium is here to secure the AI revolution.
Oh, that's just a few words. All right. Yeah, maybe a little bit more words. You can go.
Excellent. So ultimately, we want to help organizations discover all of the AI assets in the enterprise, map all of the pipelines together, and then wrap security controls so that security teams can better understand the AI operating in the organization, as well as provide regulatory and security compliance against upcoming frameworks like the EU AI Act, which I think passed yesterday, last I checked. So very important work we're doing. big thanks to KPMG France for hosting us. We're part of the KPMG legacy, so really enjoying the time so far.
Yeah, because you're a startup, right? That's it. What is the evolution coming from you? I mean, being over here, is it part of a huge plan, bigger plan to go to evolve, I guess, at some point and begin to be, I don't know, a unicorn one day?
That's the hope. I mean, even just seeing at this event so many interesting and unique startups, just the ecosystem for growth here is incredible. Being a part of the KPMG accelerator has really helped us kind of grow, and I hope so one day. I mean, do you think we're a unicorn? Are you confident in us? All I need is just give me, nod of approval. I think we can, with the support of everybody here, we'll be doing great work.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for that time you took for us. One final word. What's going to be happening in the next few days? Well, basically, we're Thursday, so you're going to be here, I guess, until Saturday, right? Okay. But especially, what's going to be happening tomorrow down here at KPMG?
Tomorrow, it's a full day dedicated to ESG. So please meet us, join the stand, and test a demo on ESG IQ. We have experts from KPMG UK. Today and tomorrow to test this demo, so please come. And
maybe just a precision, what is ESG? Could you be more specific into what is it for our viewers that maybe don't know this special acronym that we say. So what is ESG?
It's like RSE, you know, ESG, it's like environmental, societal and governmental. So we have developed a solution based on that to capture a lot of data and to make a report to companies on ESG, environmental, societal, governmental. Okay?
Yeah, all right. Okay. Thank you so much. So finally, the final words are here. Thank you so much for the time you took for us. And we were
at H48.
H40, that's it. I was still looking for the sign over here. I don't know. So booth H48. Tomorrow you gave us the hour as well of the demo.
At lunch. At lunch.
Okay, well, it depends. Is it Spanish lunch, French lunch?
French lunch, yeah.
Okay, so around noon.
11 and I think 2 p.m. Okay.
Okay, sounds good to us. Thank you so much for your time. To the both of you guys, good luck for the next day of VivaTech. Yeah, thank you so much. Now we're back to you, Thomas.
Thank you so much, Alexis. Time now for our next guest on set, Gilles Doucan. Thank you so much for being with us. You are a partner at Iris. It's an investment fund. To make things simple, you invest in tech. What are you looking at now?
Tech. Right.
Obviously, what kind?
First, thanks very much for having me here. I'm happy to be able to exchange with you. What do we look at? We look at anything that's digital and it has a lot of tech inside of it. Obviously, right now, AI, I think, is everywhere. So there's a lot of AI going on. We have cybersecurity, which is a real subject, with everybody now being very digital. Number of things, actually. A lot of.
But what are the big market trends?
Big market trends is probably automation with AI, I think. I think what's interesting with the new, obviously there's been a very big spotlight with ChatGPT. So everybody's looking at Gen AI now. Where it's actually interesting, it's in automating a lot of the businesses, a lot of the repetitive tasks which people don't want to do so much, or exploring new things automatically. I think there's a lot of that which we really look at. So, for example, we see a lot of client services right now which are being disrupted with these kinds of technologies. That type of repetitive but important and necessary task that we have.
Everybody we've had here in the past 24 hours talk about artificial intelligence. How has it affected your strategy, and has it?
It has, because we use it. So, I
was going to say that was going to be my next question. You're going to tell us how. Yeah, but that's incredible, because in a year's time, everything has changed.
Everything has changed, and everything has been very much commoditized by it, which is the very impressive part of it. So how do we use it? We use it in order to have a better understanding of all the startups that we see, in order to be able to pick out things in, like a lot of data. We're going to scrap a lot with the information on the internet or on different places where we're much more technical than we used to be. So AI helps us bring intelligence in there and helps us, actually do a amplified VC kind of model.
so it does impact the way you work. How much do you plan on investing in the next few months or the next few years? Is it something that's going up or down? The reason I'm asking, obviously, is that the past year has been, let's say, made of up and downs in the tech industry. It looks like it's going back to normal.
So we're at the bottom of a cycle, right?
We've hit bottom?
Yeah, we've had a very euphoric period during 2020 and 2021.
A lot of hiring.
It was a lot of confidence in the market. The economical aspect with negative interests was very helpful because it made investors take more risks. We were in peace, so all that was going really well, and so there was a lot of trust. Fast forward now, it's more complicated. There's war going around. Interest rates are very positive again, so investors are happy to just be cool. And so it's actually an interesting moment because when you're at the bottom of a cycle, it's the best moment to invest because we're back to normal. Companies are being careful of what they do. They're not spending too much just because it's interesting and you can have as much money as you want. They're going back to basics. And I think that's what's the important part. So the truth is we're quite active right now, and we want to continue that.
That's for the global view. How is the French venture market today?
French venture market is quite good. I mean, we've been raising a lot of funds in the past years. So
what's a lot? Just to give us an idea.
It's in billions.
So that's a lot of money.
Multiple billion.
Yeah.
And we still have that money. So we're ready. We're ready to go, and we want to move forward. So. The interesting thing is everything has been a little bit more slow because of the confidence, which is a little lower, because of the fact that now it's back to basics. But definitely we're ready and we're investing at a good pace. Actually, in 2020 and 2021, we actually made less investment at Iris because it was such a complicated environment, and we're doing more right now. So it's interesting that counter cycle is actually an interesting period.
Thank you very much for coming to the show and tell us all about this. We'll see that the good news is we've hit bottom and things are going to go back up, hopefully, for the whole market.
That's what we're looking for, at least.
Well, let's hope so. Cross fingers. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Stay tuned. There's obviously much more to come at 4:30 Paris time. You are watching VivaTech live from Paris. We're at the heart of VivaTech 2023, meeting tech leaders, industry experts, CEOs of global companies, and startups. We'll talk in a few seconds.
The accessibility of generative AI opens up possibilities that were unthinkable before. This will be the main focus of our discussions during VivaTech this year. By adopting generative AI, companies and organizations are already becoming more productive, efficient, and agile. Our AI-powered products, including Microsoft 365, Copilot, Security Copilot, Bing, and the latest versions of Teams, are tangible illustration of what this amazing technology already allows us to do. We also provide the tools and language models available through Azure OpenAI, which can be customized with company data in a secure environment to build your own products and processes. These are exciting times, and this technology will also be key in addressing the crucial challenges of sustainability and cybersecurity. But as with any major transformation, it also raises ethical questions, which we take very seriously. This is why our responsible AI principles guide every innovation we undertake. Join us at the Viva Lounge to learn more about generative AI, discover our latest innovations, and share your thoughts with us. See you soon.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting Shiloh's food was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design my own room. And now Dad thinks he's a big, fancy chef.
Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like when I'm your age.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Misrachi, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe, the biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation. We are following every moment live together on VT News, and it's time for Inside VivaTech. And Anna, we're back with you on the floor.
Yes, I'm at the Center of Mobility and City Park here at VivaTech, at the Center of Mobility and City Park in a car. I would say it's a car, but it's much more than a car. It's a concept transportation concept, obviously, that will possibly change the way we're moving and we're living, really, because this is a car that can also become a piece of apartment at our home. Nicolas Vinci from Ital Design is here with us. Can you tell us a little bit more about this project, about Climby?
Yeah, absolutely. This innovative project was born in order to find a second life for the volume of our vehicles today. We are using them now just 2 hours, commuting from point A to point B, and then we are parking them into a garage or on the street. So the challenge was, why can we exploit the volume of a vehicle 24 hours a day, like, for example, letting it become an additional room of our apartment, doing it like using it for watching TV, to study, to work, to do whatever thing we would like to do. And this was really the provocative challenge we wanted to launch to the mobility market today.
So how does it work exactly? There is a scooter underneath that can move around and then connects to the main piece of this vehicle?
Yeah, this is a modular vehicle able to combine the horizontal mobility on the street by means of an autonomous platform that contains battery, wheels, and all the electric powertrain, and a capsule that turns into an elevator when it's detached to this platform, bringing you directly to your own floor, where the capsule is moved then on a balcony and being attached afterwards to your own apartment, becoming this kind of additional space you can use.
Who is working on it? Not only Ital Design, right?
Let me say, the idea was born with a huge player in the elevator industry almost 1.5 years ago. Now we are working at Ital Design during this year to find potential partner, customers, real estate companies that are really willing to further develop this project with us. And maybe, who knows, we will see it in a few years working on a future city.
I was about to ask, Climby is a concept project for the moment. How likely is it that this will really happen and we'll see it, for instance, in the streets of Paris?
Yeah, where we are sitting now is just a concept vehicle that was designed for, event purposes. The idea is to transform it into working prototypes, maybe in a couple of years, depending on if we are really able to find some really brave companies that will believe in this project with us at the end. So, a couple of years, who knows?
Okay, Nicolas Vinci, thank you very much. I'm hoping to see it very soon in the streets as well. Let's take a look on what else we can see here at the mobility park in the center of VivaTech. Just behind me, for instance, Apollyon. That's a new generation electric drone that can land vertically, so basically can, as you can see just below, deliver boxes to pretty much any remote location in the world. Apart from drones and new concept cars, bikes, the electric bike that's brought here by Vert Motorcycles from Estonia. Some of those are already on the market, super performant and obviously very sustainable. And if we may pass through, very busy, as we can see today on VivaTech Air Scooter, that's just behind us, a new vehicle from Frankie Zapata. You may remember Frankie Zapata. That's a very famous French investor who flew over the French channel on his brand new flyboard. He's coming here with this plane / helicopter, basically a new machine, very sustainable machine that can already fly and is available, for instance, in the United States.
Thank you so much, Anna. VivaTech is not just about amazing innovations and ground tech, but also conference talks and key speakers. Anton Soulier, CEO of Taster and former manager at Deliveroo France, is one of those speakers. He took the stage earlier today to explain how the food delivery market has grown after the pandemic thanks to the huge demand coming from Generation Z and how brands could adapt to that new trend. Have a listen.
During the pandemic, basically everyone had to order online because there was like no restaurants, and I think the market gained a lot of maturity in a matter of like a year and a half. But after the pandemic, obviously a lot of people like came back to the restaurants and we came back to a new normal. What we've seen over the last like few months, I would say, is a huge demand coming from the Gen Z generation. When you look at basically like the consumers in the UK, like 60% of the Gen Z consumers are ordering every week. It's just unbelievable, right? But they're ordering a lot of food on delivery. And that's, I think, creating, I would say, a new opportunity on how you position your brand. How you can like tap into this, generation. You cannot be, you cannot have like the same marketing ideas. You cannot have the same positioning, the same menus. And that's been for us a very big opportunity. And at Taster, we've also decided to adapt to this new demand by kind of like creating brands with more relevant artists, tapping into also like streamers, influencers that can have like a huge impact on how like Gen Z are actually creating an emotional connection with the brands. It's for sure like a huge trend right now, and I think it's just like the beginning. We are expecting the food delivery market, and when I'm talking about the food delivery market, I'm also like including the grocery, to reach like $1.4 trillion by 2027. So some people saw, okay, after COVID, like the food delivery is going to be dead. People are going back to restaurants. No, there is like a completely new generation that's learned the commodity, the enjoyment of like ordering online. And I would say it's just the beginning.
Back on the set, let's bring in our next guest. He's senior partner at McKinsey & Company, global management consultant firm that serves leading businesses, governments, non-governmental organizations as well. Hello, Eric Hazan. Thank you so much for being with us. Good afternoon to you. Yesterday, here at VivaTech, you presented a long and very, very documented study on the impact of generative artificial intelligence on productivity and work. In a few words, what does this study tell us? What does it show?
So the study is focused on generative artificial intelligence. So everything around what we heard about when ChatGPT at the end of November 2022 was launched. What you see is that just in a matter of a few months, the model which is behind ChatGPT, which we call GPT-4 now, is able to pass the entrance examination of many US universities. So we try to gauge this phenomenon and its potential impact on companies. What we see first is that in terms of money, just in between 2017 and 2022, the money invested just on generative AI, just this small part of AI, which is based on foundation models, etc., has been multiplied by 40. In the same amount of time, in the same period, the rest of AI benefited from 4 times more investment. So you see there has been a focus of investment on this particular part of generative AI. And why? Because this particular part of AI is, in fact, through 60 use cases, creating at least a value which is equivalent of the GDP of UK. So overall, generative AI is probably what will create a lot of productivity for a lot of companies across many sectors. And the question which is behind that is, will we end the secular stagnation through generative AI?
That's obviously the heart of the question and of the problem. Maybe what function, what sectors will be affected by all those changes?
So if we deep dive into these 60 plus use cases, the 75%, 80% of the value will come from 4 areas. It's customer operation, it's R&D, it's software engineering and coding, and it's marketing and sales. So meaning that if you go to sectors, the sectors which have the highest intensity of these four functions will be, I would say, the most energized, the most boosted by productivity. For example, CPG and retail, consumer packaged goods and retail, lots of marketing and sales. They will be boosted by the ability of managing differently, hyper-personalization, relationship with agency. Or banking, because customer operations will be automated and leveled up through generative AI, they will benefit from a boost of productivity.
I'm sorry, but what does this mean for jobs? I mean, this is the question everybody is asking. Everybody wants to know. I mean, it's an incredible opportunity for everything, and we can understand that easily in every single sector. This can help make things better. But for jobs?
So it will have a tremendous impact on jobs, but through essentially the automation of activities. So what we infer is that theoretically, 70% of the job could be automated, more than 50% of their task. So the theoretical impact could be tremendous. Then there is another dimension, which is adoption. So there are several scenarios of adoption. It could be a maximum adoption in 2035, in 2045, or even in 2070, depending on the speed of adoption. So the range is quite vast, but what is for sure is that all companies need to pay attention and begin to understand what it has in terms of impact on org design of their companies, and probably if people want to maintain their jobs and their wages in terms of reskilling.
We'll see. It could even be earlier than that because things are going so quickly. What are the next steps for organization? What do they do today? What must they do today to adapt, to evolve with what's going on?
So you have understood that everybody on the long run may have a co-pilot, a machine co-pilot, to improve basically its occupation.
Let's hope it remains a co-pilot.
Yes, exactly. It should not become the pilot. But the reality is that if people want to maintain basically their organization and all the skills that people have already and the knowledge of the organization, they need to identify the core use cases, what will change. They need to reskill and prepare a reskilling program for everybody. And most probably, they need to invest as of now to reap the benefits of all these technologies.
Yesterday, Emmanuel Macron was here. He said, and of course, this is not the way he said it, but that's what he meant, let's invest in artificial intelligence. We'll regulate later. What do you think about that?
So for now, the amount of money that I was mentioning in terms of investment earlier is split 2/3 between US and China. I think this is the moment for Europe to regain the leadership based on its incredible human capital. The main part of the brightest researchers in terms of artificial intelligence are of course in the US and in Asia, but also a lot in Europe. And if you see the scientific articles that are being published on artificial intelligence, a lot of the big names are coming from Europe and even from France. This is the time for investment.
Your analysis is very complete, and that's why I'm asking you this very last question. I know I'm going a little beyond what we talked about earlier, but again, Emmanuel Macron talked yesterday about a new industrial revolution, about artificial intelligence. Is that what it is?
So the boost of productivity that we have at hand, if it's only 1/3 of the productivity we can infer, it's putting us at the level of productivity growth that we had in the 70s. So
it could be.
Could be.
Thank you so much, Eric Azan. Thank you for coming here. This is absolutely fascinating. Earlier today, Simon Harding spoke to a legend, the football star and world champion, Blaise Matuidi, about joining the world of entrepreneur and startups. Take a look.
Le titre de ce que vous avez parlé.
The title of your conference was Where Influence Meets Funding. You've discovered this strength within you to bring your influence together with that of other football players to the tech world, so that it benefits startups.
Pour bénéficier aux startups.
Oui, on le voit aujourd'hui.
Yes, today what a company seeks is to make itself known. And I think that we athletes have strong stories. I talked about my case, but there are many others, and we have to make sure that these companies evolve year after year. Obviously, it requires a huge investment, not only in terms of money, but in the daily follow-up. We are fortunate enough to exist in both worlds, the world of sports and the world of entrepreneurship.
C'est ce qui fait la différence dans notre fonds, c'est qu'on a à la fois
That's what makes the difference in our fund. We have both the power of influencers and entrepreneurs who have enough experience to look at these promising companies.
Pour voilà, regarder ces belles boîtes.
Vous avez touché justement.
During your conference, you emphasized on the importance of Mocha Point Care and mentioned your former teammate Mamadou Sakho and his testimony. Can you tell us about this startup and the importance of mental health, especially for professionals in a world that is ruthless today, mainly due to social media?
Avec notamment les réseaux sociaux.
Oui, Mocha aujourd'hui accompagne les salariés de manière générale.
Mocha Care supports employees in their lives because mental health is fundamental. We often have problems with pressure, stress, lack of self-confidence, and it can cause mental health issues. Mocha helps those who need it to be in better health, to manage stress, to feel confident.
Aussi de stress, des soucis de manque de confiance en soi, et parfois ça.
I think that through us athletes, through our testimonies and the podcasts we have done, it is something quite impactful.
Justement, nous aide ceux qui en ont besoin, bien évidemment. Et
we also had moments in our lives when it has been very difficult, and people may not necessarily realize it because they only see the success.
Et je pense qu'à travers nous, sportifs, des témoignages que l'on a pu faire et les podcasts, c'est quand même des choses assez impactantes.
Behind it, there are men who have a life, who make sacrifices, who have sometimes lost loved ones.
Ils voient la lumière, mais derrière, il y a des hommes qui ont eu des vies, des sacrifices à faire, qui ont parfois aussi perdu aussi des êtres chers.
And I take the example of my friend Mamadou Sakho, for whom it has not always been easy. And I invite you to listen to his podcast. It's quite exceptional.
Son podcast, c'est assez exceptionnel.
Et juste dernièrement,
you were talking about the novelty of being an investor. How does it feel to be at VivaTech? To be surrounded by all these startups, all these entrepreneurs?
C'est quoi comme sentiment? Vous aimez? Ça vous plaît?
Écoutez, ça me plaît beaucoup, c'est certain.
I really like it. I really enjoy seeing young entrepreneurs who believe in themselves. It reminds me a bit of my youth when I was trying to become a professional footballer and climb the ranks.
Moi, dans ma jeunesse, quand je cherchais à devenir footballeur professionnel et surtout à gravir les échelons.
It's the synergy that I feel between the world of sports and entrepreneurship.
Et le monde de l'entrepreneuriat, et je pense que
I think that the coming days and years will be glorious for the tech world, especially in France.
Glorieuse pour le monde de la tech, notamment français.
Blaise Matuidi, the co-founder of Orange Fund. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Thank you very much. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Simon. Joining me on set now is VivaTech, our VivaTech Technology Trends editor, Rudy Rutenberg. Hello, Rudy.
Hello, Thomas.
How are you?
Doing well. Exciting day so far.
It is an exciting day so far. You've been roaming around VivaTech today, and of course, we've talked a lot about artificial intelligence yet again. But there are other things that we should talk about on the floor of VivaTech.
Yeah, there are some other things because AI is great, and as you said, we've had tremendous amounts of discussion, and it's been a very big topic here. But technology, what purpose does technology serve? It serves to solve problems, right? I mean, it's Hopefully, yeah, hopefully AI will serve to solve problems. Well, some of the discussion here today was about addressing some of those very big problems, and some of those are around the food system. As we know, as some people may actually not know, the food system accounts probably for around a third of greenhouse gases emissions. So that's actually a tremendous amount, a tremendous contribution to the warming of the planet. And tech to address that is emerging, and it's creating some interesting solutions. For example, in food waste, because 1/3 of the food that we produce doesn't actually make it to the table. And since we all eat, this is just a tremendous number. Then, if we can do something about addressing that, that is just so much resources basically used in a much more efficient way.
So, talk us through the solutions.
Right. So. No, I mean...
That was the easy part, the first question.
Yeah, sure. So when you consider, for example, in France, that more than 40% of fresh fruit and vegetables goes to waste, basically...
More than 40%.
More than 40%. That's huge. So you can imagine, for example, that a supermarket uses AI to track, which products are close to expiry dates, then decide to either give those away or discount them or to move them to another way that they can be used. And we'll talk about that in a bit, the other ways to use that waste. Or you can imagine that, for example, AI is tracking what the weather is doing and what that has meant for what shoppers are buying. So you can imagine that what you have on the shelves is different on a sunny day when people might want to eat a salad, or on a rainy day when you might want to eat some soup, for example.
Yeah, even when we don't talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about artificial intelligence. What about the food system at large? How can startups and technology reduce the impact on the planet?
We know that a big part of the impact comes from animal agriculture, and that was a big theme here today. What can we do to reduce the impact? And some of that will come from alternative proteins. So there was talk about producing meat alternatives, as the name is called, from plant-based materials, also from mycelium, so that's mushrooms, so making steaks from mycelium, and other things like insect protein. I'll get to that in a moment as well. What has been an issue, we know
Not for me, I'm sorry.
We'll talk about that, Thomas. Maybe I can get you to convince you yet to eat a plate of mealworms.
Yesterday I ate plastic, I'm not eating anything more.
But there are certainly some solutions that we can figure out to make meat substitutes on a more planet-friendly manner. So insects as a source of protein, even if you don't want them on your plate, chickens and salmon, they might be happy to eat them. Your dog or your cat might also be able to eat some insect protein. And at the same time, there's also, food has changed over the years. Hamburgers, that didn't exist 100 years ago. Yeah. Sushi. In Europe, 30 years ago, we might have said yuck. Now we say yuck to insects, but maybe, an insect protein bar. Maybe that would work for you, Thomas.
Who knows? Thank you so much. And this is what tech does to save the world. It's been touted as the digital future for years now, but businesses and users are still wary about and around Web3 concepts. After some faltering experiments in decentralization, we could finally be moving away from server-based protocol. Here is the answer.
Transforming the internet. That's what companies operating in the Web3 sector hope to achieve. Web3 pushes the internet away from its current client-server model and towards decentralization. The hope is that moving to the greater freedom of a peer-to-peer system will shift power away from large tech companies and towards individual users.
Web3 is the evolution of the web, and it means that not only can we read and write, but we can also own. So if you are, let's say, a content creator, now you can actually create a piece of content and you can publish it and you own it, so that if it gets actually transferred or bought by someone else, you'll still get a piece of that.
This decentralization is enabled through the use of node protocols like the Interplanetary File System, or IPFS. The current web, Web 2, relies on the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, to load web pages by retrieving content from centralized servers. Web 3 would split this content and store it among users or peers through an interdependent network of individual IDs, or hashes. The system already underpins financial technologies like the blockchain and smart contracts, but its potential for other sectors is vast.
Okay, AI, yes, there's a lot of good things that can happen with it, but there's also a lot of dangers. And some of those dangers could be over-centralization, or whomever has access actually to the data that's collected. And two, could be also like we are being spammed with a bunch of stuff that we don't even know what's true, what's not anymore. While blockchain as a source of truth, or like a log of events in a certain timeline, could actually help prevent that.
There are still considerable challenges to be overcome before a global uptake of Web3. making the transition from the reliance on the current centralized system of creaking HTTP architecture is one, as well as hackers exploiting the general lack of regulatory framework. When these issues are ironed out, Web3 could open up exciting new possibilities for businesses ready to take on the next iteration of the internet.
Well, that brings us to the end of this half an hour. But don't worry, there's much, much more to come here on VivaTech News at the heart of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. If you want to make sure you're up to date with the latest, you can follow all the action happening here at VivaTech on our website, on our social media channels. Join our community. You can like, you can follow, share, and join us as we shape the future of technology. More coming up next on VivaTech News in Paris. Stay with us.
At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And AI is at the heart of our ambition to transform the practice of medicine. Sanofi is back at VivaTech this year, and we're thrilled to show you how we're championing AI across the entire value chain to bring better treatments to more patients and faster than ever before. First, in R&D, where we're slashing research times through improved predictive modeling and automating time-sink activities so our scientists can focus on what truly matters, finding miracles. Secondly, AI is improving the efficiency and quality of our manufacturing operations. Our factories run more efficiently thanks to comprehensive performance monitoring and meticulous yield optimization. And thirdly, when it comes to reaching the people we serve, our patients, our healthcare professionals, we're using AI to better engage them with the information they need in the format they want, when they want it. You'll find all of this and much more on our booth. So join us to discover the journey of a molecule through AI, from the lab right into the hand of the patients. See you all very soon.
Je fais partie de l'Immersive Lab chez BNP Paribas Real Estate. On travaille sur un outil qui permet de voir une ville sans y être physiquement. Typiquement, si on a des clients qui sont à l'international et qui cherchent à investir sur le marché français, on pourrait leur permettre de prévisiter la défense en amont pour leur faire gagner du temps pour quand ils viendraient potentiellement.
The bank is changing. Discover our unexpected jobs. BNP Paribas, the bank for a changing world.
At JCDecaux, we're very excited to partner once again with VivaTech this year, where we will present to you our innovative out-of-home advertising solutions. We're the world's first outdoor advertising company. We operate in over 80 countries, and we believe that street furniture can leverage the potential of digital technology to improve the quality of urban life. We're coming to VivaTech this year for the 6th time, and we will be present on the JCDecaux Mezzanine with a team of committed experts in R&D, digital, ESG, marketing, HR. We want to discuss the future of out-of-home advertising with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. Our team of experts will be on hand to share our passion for out-of-home and our culture of innovation to offer best-in-class media, urban services, as well as decarbonised solutions. So come and meet us on the JCDecaux Mezzanine to discover a showcase of future tech and sustainable services. See you very soon at VivaTech.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Misraki, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation, and we are following every moment live together on VT News. Let's head now to our fireside set, where our reporter Simon Harding is waiting for us. Simon, you are with
Hi, Thomas.
Daniel Cornell from Venture Craft Studio. It's an international boutique advisory firm with offices in San Francisco and Paris.
Hi, Thomas. Absolutely. A very warm welcome to our latest episode of the Fireside Chat. Emile Cornell, founding partner of VentureCraft Studio, and actually a really interesting story behind you, because you started exactly where I am in this seat, as a journalist, and I wanted to know how being a journalist shaped your adventure then to becoming an entrepreneur and being involved in the tech world.
Absolutely, Simon. Thank you for having me here. So I did start my career as a journalist many years ago. Even though I'm American, actually, it was here in Paris, where I was writing stories for the International Herald Tribune on science and technology, and then I moved on to International Data Group, a international trade publishing group. And that experience as a journalist, of course, taught me some key skills: how to listen to people, how to interview people, how to synthesize large amounts of information. But it also taught me the importance of being anchored in reality, getting the facts right. And later in my career, as I moved on to become a strategy consultant and advisor to small and large companies in the tech world, as I became later a venture capitalist and also had a couple of gigs as an entrepreneur, I realized that very often entrepreneurs and their investors are not really grounded in reality. They're so caught up in storytelling, value propositions, trying to sell either customers or investors, that they become untethered from reality.
And these are all topics that you explore in your book. So the book written by Emile Cornell, the author of Spinning in Control, rather, improvising the sustainable startup. And the points you've just touched upon focus on that resourcefulness and business and entrepreneurs really in their earliest form in many ways.
That's right. That's right. You know, I wanted to step back and look at everything I had learned over my multiple careers, if you like. And what I realized was that great entrepreneurs are really craftsmen. They're artisans. Craftsmen and craftswomen, I should say. So artisans, master artisans, when all goes well. And so I looked at the history of some master artisans, like Stradivarius. They also are explorers. And so I looked at the history of some great explorers like Francesco Magellan. Mm-hmm. And as I did that and started to move my way towards more contemporary times, looking at successful entrepreneurs, I started to realize that they shared certain core skills. And those core skills were all underpinned by improvisation. That they all very intentionally developed their ability to adapt to reality as they found it and as it evolved, as they were working on their product, their service, or their next great masterpiece.
And Emile, when you talk about a lot of this with entrepreneurs here at VivaTech on the floor, does your point resonate with what they say, or are they perhaps a little bit taken aback by the ideas you put forward to them when you're advising them, consulting them?
Great question. So, to some degree, they get it immediately because they know, whether they admit it to their investors or not, they know that they improvise every day, all the time. You know, we have this emphasis on business planning, the business plan that you have to bring to your potential investors or to your board. But the truth is that very little ever goes according to plan. And so entrepreneurs are improvising. So when I talk about this, they immediately nod their head and say, of course, that's what we do. And I ask them, but do you intentionally work at improving your skill at improvisation just as a jazz musician would or just as an actor would? Then they're not quite sure. No one has ever suggested that to them. The other thing that I find, if I may continue, is that they don't think enough about the economics of their business. They don't think enough about how to remain capital efficient, how to boost the valuation of their companies. And by doing that, they run the risk of being very successful in terms of inventing an important new product or service, but falling down in terms of being able to reap the economic rewards of their efforts.
And that's clearly very important to business. Emile Cornell, I'm afraid I could talk to you all day, but our time is up. So thank you so much for joining us, the author of Spinning into a Control. Thomas, some very insightful things there in that speech. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Simon. And we are back just in time for our next guest, Adam Amara. Hello, thank you so much for being here. You're a co-founder and CEO of Turing Biosystem. Tell us first what you do precisely.
Basically, we've developed a software platform with a fully interpretable AI to integrate any data from patients, clinical, omics, biological data to optimize the response to therapies, reduce side effects, increase the chances of response to those therapies.
You call yourself the medicine of the future. In what sense?
Basically, we believe that all the data available around the patient should drive our decision, should help clinicians make the best decision possible and pharma company. And this is what we see in the future, AIs that can assist humans in taking the best decision for patients.
How do you use artificial intelligence to do what you do, and how does it help you?
Basically, we use it to analyze complex data that are interconnected. So, if a patient have a wrong response to a treatment, there is a likelihood that their biology may be in cause here. So basically, our AI comes and gives a reasoning of why a patient is likely to have a side effect or to respond or not respond to a treatment. And the key piece in that is that the AI is fully interpretable. So a clinician or a pharma company can understand why the AI took a decision and say this patient may have that or this patient group may have that.
Is this a complete personalization of treatments?
Basically, absolutely. So you can take each patient and apply it, or you can do it on groups of patients, because you may have a similarity between patients of similar biology, and that helps notably pharma companies to develop better targeted drugs.
Do you see any risks in AI dealing with your health? I mean, what is done to prevent AI using the knowledge it has or will have to cure us, the knowledge it has to cure us could also, be used against us. I mean, what is done to protect the information that goes through AI about patients?
Absolutely. I think a lot of the current AI solutions are actually dangerous because you don't know why. I'm preaching for Matt Chappell,
of course.
But they don't know why they give you an output. Like the AI is a black box telling you, hey, this patient may have that. Then good luck at taking a decision with that. Secondly, they require to access to the data in a centralized way, be trained and so on.
So the data is protected. Not everybody can have access to your health information, for example.
Exactly. It needs to be protected. So we deploy our tools in clinics, within customers' infrastructures, so we never get to access the raw data. It stays with them. The only thing we access is higher level information that can help in the decision.
We talked about the patient. Let's talk about the pharmaceutical groups. How is what you do helping them?
Basically, we help them in two ways. First, in optimizing the response to the therapy, meaning when you choose the right patients at the right time with the right drugs, you avoid side effects, so better safety, and you increase the chance of them responding in the way you want them to respond. And secondly, we help them with things like drug discovery. You may detect a specific patient group and may want to be like, okay, which drug is the best for this patient group? And we'll help them identify targets and drugs for those targets.
We've had a lot of people here in different sectors, from different sectors, talking about artificial intelligence. And all of them, almost all of them, told us that, this was going to change the world. How will it change the pharmaceutical sector?
I think it's going to be a massive change. And you see it with a lot of pharma. Sanofi mentioned going all in on AI. And they think it's going to go across the whole spectrum, from manufacturing all the way to R&D. And all those data streams, all the data available is going to inform decision at different points. But again, at the center of all that is human. That's what we need to remember. Within those organizations, you have humans. The AI needs to assist those humans to do their best job possible and not automate it and just remove it, basically.
And you believe that because, you know, right before you, we had someone from the financial sector saying, you know, it has to be a co-pilot. You're saying it has to be an assistant. But at one point, this thing is going to be more intelligent than we are. Until when can we be, you know, in the driver's seat?
I mean, like a lot of researchers that have been on the ground, I have a research background, my co-founder as well.
And that's why I'm asking you.
Exactly. We struggle to believe that the AI is going to be more intelligent than a human. We think it's going to be better on specific tasks, and that is true. But again, who will be more intelligent, a human plus an AI or an AI alone? And I still believe a human plus an AI is going to be definitely more intelligent.
There's a lot of talk about regulation regarding artificial intelligence. What's your take on this? Do we invest first and regulate after, or the inverse?
It should be both at the same time.
Yeah.
So basically invest rapidly so we can build those capabilities. And in second time, make sure we do regulate the critical pieces. We're not going to deploy AIs that are uncontrollable on patients and let them do whatever we want and not take into account the clinicians in these decisions, because this is too sensitive, too dangerous. And so we need to regulate those pieces. But in other sides, we still need to be able to apply them and test them until we are ready. So basically that's the mix of invest and regulate together.
Will we be able to cure anything with AI? I mean, is it a dream, a utopia now, or is it something that we can look at, you know, and say, you know, in 10, 20, 30 years maybe, all the cancers, for example, that plague us today will we be able to cure them?
AI alone won't. But in combination with the right people, with the researcher, with the organizations, with the patient and clinician, it will do a good progress, I think.
Why was it important for you to be here at VivaTech this year?
We were invited by our partners, Sanofi, and we have been able to interact with a lot of decision makers, investors, and other startups and companies. And this has been critical to better understand where is the tech and also, generally speaking, the AI sector right now.
And what is the future looking like for you?
I think bright, and I hope so. And we have very, very exciting news coming in the next few months, working with more pharma, more biotech, more clinicians across Europe and further.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Adam Amaraf, co-founder and CEO of Turing Biosystem, to have dropped by here today. Michael Evans, president of Chinese e-commerce giant Alibaba, was on stage earlier today. He spoke about the contours of the group's strategy in France, in Europe, for the future.
Europe's a top priority for all of the businesses that have an international component. So by that I mean the international commerce businesses, the cloud business, the logistics business in particular. Those three businesses are very focused on globalization, whereas local services and Taobao, Tmall, and digital media and entertainment are very much China-focused businesses. So the future is of what we do in Europe, which is probably the top priority region for these businesses, is a function of continuing what we do today and doing a few new things going forward. What do we do today? Today, 16,000 brands in Europe are on our platform selling their products to China. Food to fashion, electronics to toys, every category you can think of, and almost every brand you can think of. Thousands of French brands. And we sell tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars of those products, consumer products, to Chinese consumers. Why do Chinese consumers like European products so much? They're very high quality, they're safe, they fit the emerging lifestyle of both young Chinese consumers and old Chinese consumers. So this is a natural fit between the largest consuming population in the world and producers of the greatest products. We'll continue doing that. But what we'll focus on more for the future is to build local businesses. So you will see something called Tmall, which we have in China, become Tmall in Europe, which means we will serve local brands and local consumers in the local market.
It has been a few minutes since we haven't checked in with what's happening on the main floor. It's time for Inside VivaTech. and our reporter, Catherine Nicholson, is standing by. Catherine, what do you have for us?
Either me or the mirror.
Catherine.
So I'm back on the South Korea stand. It is Country of the Year at this year's VivaTech. So we had to come back here and see some more innovations. I've got another beauty-related innovation for you. This is a smart makeup mirror, which also has a lovely ring light for doing your makeup. I'm with the founder and CEO of the company Icon AI, James Shin, who's come here all the way from Seoul, South Korea. James, first off, just tell us about your company.
Okay, Icon AI is a proprietary smart mirror maker in Korea, and we have so many different features and functions in the smart mirrors. I want to introduce our smart mirror.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I have agreed to do something you should never do on live television, a makeup mirror test, but I am going to do it. James, can you talk us through how this works? And Alice is going to film us.
Okay, first of all, you can check the skin analysis here, button here. You can change just like that. You can start here. You can choose what is your skin type, and then just one. For example, wrinkle, and then aging, and then through skirt.
That's not very flattering, James.
Yeah, that's right. And then you are the woman. You are just like 30-something, and then you can take a photo here. Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Take the selfie.
You can see the camera here. Yeah, just touch the screen. That's right. That's right, yeah.
Okay, so I have my eyes shut, but okay, at this point we say check results. Now this takes a little bit of time. It's going to do some analysis. We prepared one earlier. So James, talk us through what we can see when we have our face analyzed.
Yeah, this is AI algorithm-based skin analysis. You can see the many different information, the skin, just like that. Skin and then sagging and different things. Many things is so many information, but however you can see many.
You've got a shiny nose.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, this is normal. Actually, two main points is very important for the skin analysis system. So you can see the kind of a suggestion. You can see some kind of three different product recommendation. After then, last one is skin analysis result. You can see what's going on your skin type. So daily, monthly, weekly.
Okay, so if I take my selfie every single day, I can track it. And if I'm using my products, are they improving these? So these are obviously results from other people who've tested this. So yeah, huge amount of information here, and that feedback about whether the products are working. So it tells us about the kinds of partners you're looking for here at VivaTech, right?
Yeah, during the VivaTech, we got so many attention from cosmetic brands, such as LVMH, and then L'Oreal and Unilever. That kind of a big brand is want to collaborate with our company. So we are talking with them at this moment. Yeah.
Those are some huge companies, huge European companies as well. So that idea that VivaTech is a bridge between Europe and the rest of the world. I did want to ask, Seoul to Paris, it is a long way to come. Why was it important to you to come here to VivaTech?
Because European companies here, and then we just only focus on B2B business, such as big companies, as LVMH and L'Oreal. They are looking for this kind of business is good relationship in the futures. So that's why we are here, and then we are looking for the kind of collaboration with them. And then I think this is a good opportunity with them.
Yeah. And your other products in your range have already won a whole bunch of awards, which we've got next to us here, the CES Innovation Awards. The Smart Makeup Mirror is your big star product of the moment. What sort of use is this product destined for? Is it for beauty salons or individual people? Or who would be buying and using this?
Actually, you can use two kind of ways. The first one is a beauty cosmetic brand's retail store, and the other one is at home. So end user, a consumer use, they can check the skin analysis by themselves, and then cosmetic brand, they can use the personalization, customization. This is very useful, segmentation, targeting for the cosmetic brands marketing as well.
Here in Europe, South Korean beauty products do have a very good reputation. They're very fashionable at the moment. This is obviously a high-tech angle on it as well. Why do you think South Korea is so interesting at the moment in the beauty sector?
Yeah, actually, K-beauty is very popular all over the world. And then I think this kind of device is good for the global market, especially European countries. So that's why we're here. And then I think this is very simple word. Beauty means AI, artificial intelligence. Very simple. This is very popular in the future in Korea and European countries all over the world.
Hey, James Shin from Icon AI. Thank you so much for talking to us, telling me about how wrinkly my skin is. I'm going to take some notes from the analysis there. But yeah, really interesting stuff and loving seeing how these innovations are coming through in all different sectors and really changing our daily lives. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. That was amazing. One of the big areas in the spotlight today at VivaTech is different tech ecosystems around the world, specifically, obviously, in the continent of Africa. Later on, we will be finding out who has won the Africa Tech Award. One of the companies in the running is Waspito. It's a health tech startup. Earlier, VivaTech News spoke to the startup founder, John Lobe, about the very personal reasons why he wants to improve healthcare access for people across Africa.
Can you tell me a bit more about your product? Why is it unique, and why do you think that you have what do you contribute to the market?
Okay, so Waspito, you can look at Waspito as the Dr. Lieb of Africa. However, our uniqueness is that on Waspito, you don't have to book an appointment to talk to a doctor at a later date. On Waspito, you do consultation instantly, so instant video consultations. So you go to the platform, see doctors who are available online, you click to consult immediately. That's what's unique about Waspito.
And what does that contribute to particularly African citizens?
So basically it ameliorates the access to basic care to many Africans. Today, 500 million Africans have to travel to see a medical doctor. So with Waspito, you don't need to travel anymore, because most of the times when you go meet the doctor, 60% of the times it's usually just a conversation between you and the doctor. So if you have that doctor on phone on the other end of the world, you can be able to have that conversation. You don't need to travel. So that's what it changes the dynamics, because I lost my dad because he had a heart attack. And while they were taking him to where there was a cardiologist, he died on the way. So that means if maybe we had access to the cardiologist virtually, you would have had some things to tell us to do while they're transporting him. So it's a huge value add to Africans to limit the distance between them and doctors. So that's really what I think it brings to general.
And regarding the Africa Tech Award itself, what do you see it? What do you hope to gain from being nominated and eventually winning?
So first of all, I'm very grateful to the organizers for organizing such I think it's prestigious already. I think this is the second year of the Africa Tech Award with VivaTech. For me, what that means is more visibility. What that means as well is encouragement to other startups like myself who are in small African countries who are trying to make an impact on the continent. So this would show them that, okay, if a small startup from Cameroon can do it, maybe they too can work hard and be able to do it. So it's visibility and encouragement to other startups.
So is it important for you to be part of the international ecosystem, the tech ecosystem that's presented here at VivaTech?
Absolutely. It's a privilege to us to be here. Second time that we are coming here. We're happy to be on the stand of the Africa Tech Awards today, this time. So it's absolutely important for us to have be called upon one of the top startups in Africa, especially in the healthcare space.
And let's cross over to stage one to hear Maurice Levy and Tony Alumelu talk about Africapitalism.
You coined the term of Africacapitalism. And a few minutes ago, we had a conversation with Mark Benioff. And Mark talked a little bit about stakeholder capitalism. And one day you said, capitalism, the way I see it, it's much more than just an investment. So can you tell us a little bit more? And can you elaborate a little bit on this Africapitalism?
It's Africapitalism. So
I grew up in Africa, born, bred in Africa, and I've always worked in Africa. I've come to realize that we do have a lot of opportunities. I've come to realize that no one but us Africans will develop Africa. I've come to realize that we must stand, show confidence in our continent for others to even follow. And I've realized that in the 21st century, we should show interest in development from a different point of view. And so all of this, and also investing in Africa and seeing firsthand the power of investment, seeing firsthand how investment can help transform societies, communities, and help alleviate poverty and improve the quality of living and livelihood. That made me to come up with this concept and this thinking that first, Africans must show confidence on the continent, invest in the continent to help propel development of the continent. Two, that our governments must play their own role by creating the right environment that will enable all of us, private sector, to do well. Three.
And that's what's going on stage one right now. Please stay with us. There's more to come here on a live broadcast from VivaTech. It will continue in a few seconds.
The accessibility of generative AI opens up possibilities that were unthinkable before. This will be the main focus of our discussions during VivaTech this year. By adopting generative AI, companies and organizations are already becoming more productive, efficient, and agile. Our AI-powered products, including Microsoft 365, Copilot, Security Copilot, Bing, and the latest versions of Teams, are tangible illustration of what this amazing technology already allows us to do. We also provide the tools and language models available through Azure OpenAI, which can be customized with company data in a secure environment to build your own products and processes. These are exciting times, and this technology will also be key in addressing the crucial challenges of sustainability and cybersecurity. But as with any major transformation, it also raises ethical questions, which we take very seriously. This is why our responsible AI principles guide every innovation we undertake. Join us at the Viva Lounge to learn more about generative AI, discover our latest innovations, and share your thoughts with us. See you soon.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting Shiloh's food was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design my own room. And now Dad thinks he's a big, fancy chef.
Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like when I'm your age.
At Manpower Group, we believe we are entering a new era where technology can help us create a desirable future of work for all. We are very excited to discuss this with you in our lab. What we call the new human age is a world where people use technology not only to be more productive, but also to enhance human connection and live more meaningful lives, where technology is truly leveraged for the benefit of talent and not the opposite. This year, we will showcase the latest HR innovations that serve this idea. Innovations already deployed within our group and others that we are currently developing with startups. For example, we will talk about augmented and virtual reality learning, immersive onboarding and upskilling, AI and human ingenuity, and so much more. So, come and meet us on our booth, and let's create together a better future of work, more connected, more diverse, greener, and above all, more human. A future of work that truly works for all.
Hello, I'm Livy, the face of innovation at LVMH. I'm glad to be back for this new edition of VivaTech. This year, we will showcase how our talents leverage innovation to create unique products and experiences. Let me give you a taste of what to expect. You'll see a showcase of our latest omni-channel and retail experiences. We'll have exciting innovations from Tiffany & Co., Dior, Fendi, Sephora, and Louis Vuitton, including 3D customization and sensory experiences. Loro Piana will also show how the Aura blockchain allows them to stay ahead traceability and authentication. On the wines and spirit side, we'll talk with Veuve Clicquot about the use of organic materials for packaging, while Renard will present how technology helps to preserve biodiversity and regenerate soils. These are just a few of the examples we want to share with you. Come and meet us at the LVMH booth to find out more.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom here at VivaTech 2023. I am Thomas Misrachi, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation. We are following every moment alive together on VT News. Let's meet our next guest, Yazan Tadros. Hello, thank you so much for being with us. You are CEO of EduAx, and your idea is quite simple. Learn while you're playing. How does it work?
First of all, I'm very happy to be here with you, Thomas. Thomas, I want you to imagine we are not worried about having the mobiles in our kids' hands. Why? Because they are playing a mobile game. And by the end of the year, they end up enjoying their time, solving thousands of math questions and winning real gifts. This is not an imagination. We are creating it a reality today with our artificially intelligent mobile game Mathmania.
So it's a game that's played on a phone?
Yes.
And that teaches children to learn?
Yes. Why? I'm born gifted in math, Thomas, and my dream has always been to teach kids math in the Arab world and the whole region. So through my experience in education, teaching math specifically, the main obstacle for kids not to learn math is because they do not practice enough. What's the main reason they are not practicing? Because they don't enjoy it. And that's the big problem. So we bring joy to learning. So that's what we mainly focus on. If they enjoy, they will practice and they will learn mathematics, which will directly affect their cognitive development, which is very important for making better life decisions, thinking critically, for their imaginations, and etc.
Have you tested it? Does it work?
Yes, definitely. It's the beauty of it is because when we induce the dopamine rush, this game and the excitement enhances the dopamine. You know, Thomas, dopamine is the core for learning and our success in our lives. It's purely dopamine. That's the only trick or magical word to our success.
So what sort of games are we talking about? Give us a few examples.
Yeah, what sort of games? The easy games on mobile. Very few touches without thinking. That's the dopamine enhancing game, like Candy Crush, the bubble shooter, etc. And we follow these games, Thomas, with educational content. Educational content, the kids will keep gaining coins and gems based on their achievement in the educational content. And these gems and coins will make them buy real gifts from our world. So that's the beauty of it. They compete inside the game and they win real gifts outside.
But how do you transform games such as, Tetris or, Candy Crush, which don't bring anything to learning, into learning games?
Yeah, the trick is how smoothly you can integrate this gaming element. Because at the company, Thomas, I ask from our product manager, I tell him, make yourself as a product manager for a game. And then I come in and I integrate the math content. So that's the beauty of it. So how smooth can you integrate content within a very fun gaming experience? That's the trick.
Your targets, your customer, who are you aiming for?
Currently, our solution suits 4 to 7 years old, but our ultimate vision of the company to serve 4+ years old. Even we'll come up with a solution for the adults. It's a solution based purely to make brain exercises for the adults. So you're gonna enjoy your time and spend productive mobile time as well.
You talked about the Arabic world because you're from Jordania.
Yeah.
Any specific market that you're aiming at, or is it currently just in the Middle East?
Big focus on the Middle East, and definitely we want to grow into international markets, into Europe, into the US, etc.
And I said Jordania, it's Jordan, of course. I'm sorry for this. You say that you use artificial intelligence to generate learning.
Yes.
How so? And how did you integrate it to your software?
Yes. The main goal of artificial intelligence is to provide a personalized learning experience for the kids. So the game by itself, Toma, it understands the level of the kids. It keeps giving them content based on levels. Like the weak kids, it gives them content like on a lower level so they can enhance their skills. And the gifted students, it keeps giving them content on a higher level. So this is where we utilize artificial intelligence in providing a personalized learning experience. And these days, schools, they suffer because of this, because you cannot have a teacher for every student. And personalization is the key for a successful learning experience.
And that's a key point as well that you're making. With your method, with your software, those games that you can learn with, will you still need teachers?
Definitely, you need teachers. Why? Because the software, it can never replace that emotions of humans. Eventually, we are humans. In order to learn, we need humans to learn from. And technology will never, ever replace teachers, but it will assist teachers.
Why is it important for you to be here at VivaTech?
VivaTech, because it's one of the biggest tech events in Europe. And it's my first time here in France. It's a very beautiful country. And I believe there a big potential in this event. I met a lot of people. It's wonderful and it's amazing.
Thank you so much, Yazan Tadros, CEO of EduX. Thank you so much for coming to the set and telling us all about this. Good luck with your project.
Thank you so much, Thomas.
Let's talk about education. It's very interesting, of course, your next report. I'm sure as we dig deeper into the ways digital innovation are changing education for the better. Have a look.
A unique moment for the global workforce. Most current employees were educated and trained for an analog world, but all incoming graduates know only digital. There are fears that this situation raises invisible barriers between generations at work, as well as raising issues like potential skill gaps. The accelerating rate of technological innovation further complicates the situation. Old methods of training and in-work education need to be completely reimagined. The World Economic Forum says 65% of children now entering primary school will go on to work in jobs that don't yet exist. How can students be prepared for such uncertainty? The answer could come from companies providing more involvement at school level or even new ways of learning. Ecole 42 in France says that modern education needs to reflect our digital reality.
By having a pedagogy that's based on peer-to-peer, they're not just learning the tech skills, but they're also learning the soft skills, or what we like to call the human skills. So we're going beyond low-value skills like memorization, calculation, and they're learning critical thinking, how to analyze information, how to seek information, how to use that information to come up with creative solutions.
New ways of hybrid working and the so-called Great Resignation may have been the most discussed impacts of the COVID-19 global pandemic, but education is also undergoing a revolution. In the US, only 51% of Generation Z students, those born between roughly 1997 and 2013, said in 2022 they had plans to attend higher education. In 2020, that figure was closer to 71%.
Education worldwide needs to change because the world is changing at an unprecedented rate. This has been happening for the last several years, but the situation has been radically accelerated by generative AI. Learners need flexible, affordable, agile paths to upskill and reskill. And we know this is not only a nice to have, this is an imperative.
Just one of the many indications that established ideas around training and education will need to be rethought as younger generations increasingly turn away from traditional career pathways.
And I'm now joined on set by Dr. Anna Christmann, member of the German Bundestag. Thank you very much for being here with us. You're also commissioner for the digital economy and startup. We have a lot to talk about today. Technology is changing fast and probably faster than most of us can even imagine. The impacts on societies are huge. How is Germany keeping up with these changes and making sure technological advancements are used for good and the public protected from the risks?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I think it's two ways. I think one is startups are the answer to bring technology fast into applications because they really develop the solutions that can be used by people on the end, and then people can see how big the impact is of the technology and how important it is for them. And the other thing is that Germany is, of course, also very engaged in regulations such as the AI Act on the European level, where we make sure that there is trust into the technology, that people see there are some rules, but also space for innovation, where startups still can play around with technology and develop new things. I think these are the two things that are very important, supporting the startups to bring technology into the market, but also to having a regulation that is that ensures trust.
Invest and regulate at the same time. That's Germany's policy. Talk us through your strategy, Germany's strategy, obviously. Exactly how does it work and who is benefiting from it?
Yeah, it's for us a very high priority to have the startup strategy. We have it now since last year, 2022, and it really tackles all the fields that are important for startups to show Germany is really a good place to develop your company. It's about financing and funding. It's about having tools to really have investors in Germany that invest directly into startups. It's about how you get talents to make it easier for people, for example, from the IT sector to come to Germany. It won't be necessary to speak German, for example, to come to Germany and work for a startup. And it's also aims at reducing bureaucracy, making things easier for the companies. So we really wanted to show we are a strong place for startups, and we have over 100 different things that we wanted to do with a strategy and implement them very soon so that we really have good conditions for startups in Germany.
Within the tech industry, in what areas are you investing? What are the key areas?
Yeah. One example that is also in the startup strategy is a new deep tech and climate fund that we started. So we really have a focus on climate technology because we see startups as really important to solve the problems that we have. And one of them is, of course, decarbonization. And there we see really a priority. And then, of course, we are engaged in many of the important projects of Europe, the IPCEI programs, where it's about microelectronics, where it's about hydrogen and all the technologies that we need to guarantee climate protection in future.
What specific initiatives are in place to foster entrepreneurship and groundbreaking collaboration with Europe, the rest of Europe?
Yeah, I think that is very important, the European perspective, because still Germany as well as France, we are large countries in Europe, but small on a global level. So it's really key that we collaborate very closely. So we started together with France the initiative, European Tech Champion Initiative, the ETCI, and that is about really giving a strong push to the venture capital ecosystem in Europe. So it's a fund of funds of almost 4 billion euro that will be able to invest into European funds and make them bigger, because we see it's really a challenge for companies in Europe to stay and grow here, to find the capital that is needed in a later stage. And that is something that the ETCI will change, hopefully. And I think that can be really a game changer for the whole European startup ecosystem. So we are really happy about this collaboration in Europe.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for being here with us today. Dr. Anna Christmann, thank you so much. Let's go to the halls of VivaTech, where the Africa Tech Awards are about to start. It's inside VivaTech. A year on from bursting onto the stage with a bang, the Africa Tech Awards, in partnership with the International Finance Corporation, are back for a second edition. Luc Brown, you are covering the awards for VT News.
Yeah, you're quite right. Spotlight's very much on Africa here at the number one stage. Here at VivaTech, of course, VivaTech all about building the bridges between the different tech ecosystems around the world, and the focus, the spotlight here on Africa with the Africa Tech Awards. The World Bank's private sector arm, the IFC, estimating that the digital sector in Africa is going to be worth $700 billion in coming years. It's a young, dynamic population, meaning it is a land of opportunity. There are 8 countries represented on their own stands, from Senegal to Tunisia, Morocco, and 100 startups. Now, for those 100 startups, many of them, their objective is really to contribute value to Africa, not just further afield, but really in Africa. And that's really at the heart of the African Tech Awards. They're about to be handed out behind me on the stage. There are 9 nominees in all across 3 categories: fintech, climate tech, and health tech. And really, when you speak to some of those nominees, it is really that they are providing exciting solutions for the challenges faced by the citizens of Africa in the 21st century. On climate, for example, there's a Cumulus, a startup from Tunisia that generates water from thin air with a very low energy footprint, and that's going to provide solutions for the people across North Africa, given, of course, the challenges of climate change and the increasing scarcity of water in North Africa and further afield, of course. On healthcare, for example, we spoke to Waspito, a Cameroonian digital startup that has built a digital app that allows you to book doctor's appointments and have video calls with those doctors immediately. That will provide a solution for the 500 million estimated African citizens that have to travel to receive healthcare. So clearly, really tangible results for many African citizens. And the final category then of fintech, financial technology, we spoke with Curacell, a Nigerian startup who's really focusing on improving access to insurance for Africans and companies based in Africa. Let's take a listen to the creator, the founder of Curacell, Henry Mascot from Nigeria. Can you tell me a bit more about what Curacell does and why it's unique?
Curacell builds modern infrastructure for insurance companies in Africa. Curacell is very unique because we're one of the only companies that have AI that allows insurance companies to process claims across 8 markets in Africa. But this is part of what we do as a business. Our mission is to be able to make sure that insurance companies across the continent can be more efficient around running their business, from processing claims, detecting fraud, distributing products. So we have different products across the insurance value chain, but one of our most unique products is our AI claims processing fraud detection platform.
And what value does your product add for businesses in Africa and for citizens in Africa?
Yeah, so because we have different products across multiple stakeholders, I'd give you a broad level benefit. So right now, one of the biggest issues is that insurance penetration in Africa is very low. Lower than everywhere else on the continent, and part of it is a few issues, but we think technology can help leapfrog penetration from 2% to much higher than that. And so the benefit of a Curacell platform or as a company is enabling insurance companies to be able to reach more customers, to be able to run more profitable business by leveraging the right technology within their infrastructure.
And tell me a bit more about what it means to you to be nominated and potentially win the Africa Tech Awards here at VivaTech.
No, so I think for us it's very exciting to be recognized as one of the top fintechs on the continent because we're working on a very challenging problem, and we are very passionate about it. We think it's a very strong, mover in terms of leverage point to make insurance work in Africa. So for the awards to recognize us as one of the top 3 fintechs on the continent, the team, we're very happy to be recognized.
And how do you hope that it will help you to grow as a company? What is your expectation for the coming years?
So one of the biggest, obviously what we need is to be able to serve more businesses, have them trust us. We already work with a few big insurers like AXA, in Africa, but we want to be able to work with more across the continent, across other continents as well. So the award gives us, somewhat of a trust factor. So those businesses can trust us. Of course, as well, investors to invest in the business so we can have more footprint, more capital to grow. I think for us is mostly the trust. That this isn't some business that is playing around, but this is a real company creating real value, working with real customers, being recognized globally.
And we're just expecting to be hearing from who are going to be the winners in those three categories in the coming minutes. They're handing out the first awards behind me now. For many of those companies, it is likely to be a stepping stone for success. But to what extent they can capitalize on that is, of course, up to them and the investors that follow them in their adventure. They'll be perhaps hoping to emulate the success stories across Africa in recent years. Back in 2015, there was 0 unicorns. Today, there are 7 total unicorns based in Africa. So clearly, there is an opportunity there to capitalize on that, to build on these initial steps taken here at VivaTech 2023. We'll be keeping you posted on the results as they come in here on VivaTech TV. But I'll pass back over to you, Thomas, in the studio.
Thank you, Luc, and we'll get back to you a little later. Thank you so much for everything. Joining us now is Frédéric Nachman, CTO of Drylight. It's a French startup. Thank you so much for being here. It's tech helping sports. That's what you're doing, and that's what we're going to be talking about. Let's start with Drylight. What do you do precisely?
Hi, Thomas. Nice to meet you. So actually, the Drylight is an innovative platform that combines artificial intelligence and cloud system for data analytics and IoT. We create this amazing icon. I mean, before Drylight, you used to have, the vintage orange cone to train in any kind of sport. And so we created an intelligence icon. It's more than a cone. It's a computer, very powerful, with a lot of sensor, with light, and you can drive training. So the trainer can go on a cloud system, create the training, fully trained. You can have 1 to unlimited cone on the field. You create your training, and you can get a lot of data from the athletes, and you get the data and you can analyze it and share it.
So what does it do and how does it help athletes and trainers?
So first of all, it helps because it helps to drive the training. Also, it helps because you get a lot of insight from the athletes, from the fields, locally. There is a lot of systems like from the camera that take global data, and we take a lot of local data. Besides, we have also a video analytics system that combine with the cone on the field. We can get the local and the global data. And what is very interesting is that we're targeting all kind of sport. Actually, it's a kind of scoop, but we just signed a deal with Tony Parker Academy.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're working with the Rugby Academy also in Grenoble and the football industry. And more now we are approached in the health industry for re-education.
So how does it make, I was going to say learning, quicker on the field?
First of all, the fact that you have lights, you have to follow the lights. It's help for the direction, and also we try to work a lot on the cognitive part of the training. Okay, there is a lot of systems that work on the physical part. We work on the physical part, but also a lot of in the cognitive parts. So we need to try the reflex, the fact you have to take a lot of information before reaction. So this is how we drive the exercise.
How did you come up with the idea?
My partner, Morgan, is a French championship in ice skating, in hockey, and he started to have this idea. He find me because I have a pastime. I'm a tech guy, okay? So we're looking for a tech guy because we have a lot of electronics, a lot of artificial intelligence. That is my specialty. So we started to work on this. What is interesting is that we build it. It is driven by the business. For 2 years, we're working on the R&D, but we're working also to hear what the market looking for, and it's sport tech. It's tech for good also, because we try to target the amateur and semi-professional. We try to bring what it exists today in the very high level of sport to everyone.
In 2021, the aim of the company was to work with 90 clubs. What's the situation? What's your situation today?
So the big difference, we're starting to work with 90 clubs to fit the product, to design the product and the functionality, and we use all these clubs to design the product. What is very different today is that we had people come from all kind of sports. Okay, as I say, basketball, football, fitness. Now we have B2C demands, and we started to make some very nice arrangement with like Tony Parker, as I say. So the big difference is become more big and global.
How did artificial intelligence help you with this product?
Okay, so first of all, for sure, we use artificial intelligence to analyze the data that's going back to the cloud. Because after each training, for example, imagine you have 10 cones on the field that communicate all together and will collect a lot of data. It will going back to the clouds, and we will give some tools to the trainer to analyze this data. And with the artificial intelligence, we help the trainer to understand better the data. But we use a lot of the artificial intelligence also in the video analytics, because in the pack you have a free video analytics. So usually the video analytics, it's a very expensive software for like amateur and semi-professional club. They can't afford it. So we decide to put it in the pack. And with the artificial intelligence, we help them with the computer vision and the deep learning to analyze all this video data.
Once you have collected the data on the athletes, who owns it and how secure is it?
So for sure we are GDPR compliant, for sure. So the data is collected for the club. But you know, in the sport industry, there is the scouting. The scouting, it means everybody looking for the next Mbappe. Where is the next Mbappe on the planet? So actually, we can share, if the club is agree with that, we can share the data with some scouts, and this is one of the part of the next business model. It's to share the data and to make some predictive on the player, to share the data with some scouts, for example.
Are you already working on something new, anything new? Yeah. What more can be done to help athletes and trainers?
Yeah, so this is the second version of the cone. Actually, we're working and designing the third version. The new version will have more artificial intelligence inside the cone, a better video in the cone, like you know, like you have in your vacuum at home. You have a small camera here that get the information, like the dust.
Let me just specify that the camera you have is it's a 360 camera, right? That,
but it's outside the cone. But the next one
will be inside.
It will be inside like a plug, and we will have a lot of more plug, like a fan, like a LED panel, and many things. So what it will be new is that you can buy the cone, and you can buy after all the plug and the accessories.
Wow, that's amazing. Why is it important for you to be here at VivaTech?
It's a good question. VivaTech is really a place to be, to share your experience. As a CTO, it's very interesting to meet a lot of other CTO to talk about tech, the experience, what is working, what is not working. And in 2 days, it's like 1 year of benchmarking and research. So to be in VivaTech, commercially, it's interesting because you can meet investor, you can meet other IoT designer, whatever. But as a CTO, I can find some people like me to share my experience.
Thank you so much, Frédéric, to be here with us on the set. Frédéric Najman, CTO of Drillite, the French startup. So making this e-cone. Stay tuned, of course.
Thank you.
There's more to come at 6 o'clock with our look back at the day. VivaTech Debrief coming next.
$40 seconds to buy a train ticket, 100% digitally, with no effort and the lowest environmental footprint possible. This is a good example of tech by people for people. Technology is everywhere, in the pockets of our customers and our employees, in the technical centers, in the control centers, in stations, in our freight and passenger trains, as well as in other modes of transport. It is designed and implemented by our creative talents and thanks to collective intelligence. We like tech in all its forms: Web3, virtual reality, predictive maintenance, AI and big data. As soon as it can benefit our passengers, our employees, the communities, the territories and of course, the planet. At VivaTech this year, we will take you behind the scenes. We will reveal about 100 innovations and nearly 100 technology use cases made by people for people, presented directly by those who create and implement them every day. Many of our employees will be present, accompanied by over 40 partner startups. So we look forward to welcoming you at our booth. See you soon.
At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And AI is at the heart of our ambition to transform the practice of medicine. Sanofi is back at VivaTech this year, and we're thrilled to show you how we're championing AI across the entire value chain to bring better treatments to more patients and faster than ever before. First, in R&D, where we're slashing research times through improved predictive modeling and automating time-sync activities so our scientists can focus on what truly matters, finding miracles. Secondly, AI is improving the efficiency and quality of our manufacturing operations. Our factories run more efficiently thanks to comprehensive performance monitoring and meticulous yield optimization. And thirdly, when it comes to reaching the people we serve, our patients, our healthcare professionals, we're using AI to better engage them with the information they need in the format they want, when they want it. You'll find all of this and much more on our booth. So join us to discover the journey of a molecule through AI, from the lab right into the hand of the patients. See you all very soon.
Welcome to the VivaTech Debris. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Thomas Misrati and watching VT News, broadcasting live from Paris at the heart of the world's biggest startup and tech event. We are at the end of day 2 already with major announcements coming in, like the winner of the LVMH Awards, Save Your Wardrobe, as well as fascinating session on VivaTech stage looking at cybersecurity, the invisible wars being waged, and the impact on society and business. And we are looking at solutions that are tackling the biggest challenges facing our planet. Let's take a closer look at energy. Batteries are essential for powering our transition to a low-carbon economy. They help us to store renewable energy and drive electric vehicles. But how can we make them more efficient, more durable, more sustainable? Let's take a listen to Elisa Stecaglia from Xeng, who was on stage earlier on stage 2, talking about batteries and how they are vital to our energy transition.
About lithium, analysts expect that in 2013 the supply of lithium will only cover 50% of the total demand. So there will be a challenge related to that, also to other materials, for example, nickel and cobalt. We expect minor shortage, and it's something we'll have to tackle with. On another dimension, another challenge that will be raised will be related to the environmental impact of the whole value chain. So from extraction to refinery to production of batteries and to circular economy related to that. And it's something that we'll have to minimize and to protect the environment and society for that. Last but not least, when we talk about batteries, the state of the art today still doesn't allow to unlock new use cases. I'm thinking about commercial aviation, for example. To do that, we need energy density to pass a threshold, a certain threshold. Some say that a critical threshold of 500 watt-hours per kilogram will be necessary to unlock electric aviation. The biggest battery producer manufacturers is CATL. It's a Chinese company, and he's producing roughly 35% of the global batteries production, and it has recently announced that he's ready to push into production at scale for those kind of high-density batteries, and maybe that would unlock electric flight in the next couple of years.
And I'm very happy to welcome our reporters and expert editors on set. Joining me are Catherine Nicholson and Anna Kowalska as our VivaTech reporters, obviously, and Rudy Rutenberg, our Tech Trends editor. Thank you, all three of you, for being here. The question of energy is absolutely huge. We need new forms of energy, and at the same time, we need to make them as durable as possible. What have you seen today on the floor of VivaTech that has caught your attention? Anna?
There was plenty, and pretty much everywhere you go, this question of energy is visible, especially at, for instance, the Impact Mile. That's a very important team here at VivaTech, and I've seen one startup, very interesting startup, a solution I've never seen before. It's not about batteries, but about the way we extract energy. This in particular talks about wind energy, new turbines, next generation wind energy really, floating offshore turbines. For the first time something like this has been invented. They can produce up to twice as much energy as normal turbines. Also, they are produced in a sustainable way. That means 40 megawatts, 2.5 times, as I said, more than current wind turbines. They have a smaller CO2 production. They are also specifically designed to be offshore. That's maybe something we should look forward to in the future, since, as we know, those solutions to extract energy, to produce energy are limited, and I think we see some very good inventions here in Paris this year.
Catherine, what have you seen?
Well, mine wasn't specifically about creating energy, but about smart ways of creating new materials which are helpful to the environment. So I interviewed Kidus Asfal, who is the head of a startup from Ethiopia. It's called Cubic, and they transform plastic, household plastics, the kind of things we put in our recycling, into building materials, so they can create entire buildings out of this material. And Kidus is a really, really inspirational person. He is from Ethiopia himself. He has based his company in Ethiopia. I believe he's just won an award at the Africa Tech Awards, so I can see the screen behind you. And he was saying, it's such an important issue, trying to save materials, save energy, transform these very hard to recycle materials. These household plastics are the hardest ones to recycle. Transforming them into building materials, a really smart, very innovative way to deal with a whole bunch of problems. The waste, the lack of accessible materials and housing, and also, cities being expensive. So I was really, really inspired by this. It's an eco-friendly solution to a problem that exists in many, many places around the world.
And we can even go further and recycle energy, sources of energy themselves. I mean, I'm thinking about nuclear fusion. I mean, companies are working on that at the moment. What have you seen in that field of energy that has caught your eye?
Very, very rapidly on nuclear fusion, because we had the director of the Ignition Lab from Lawrence Livermore here at, which is a big laboratory in the United States that used lasers to reach first ignition, basically keeping a fusion process going by itself, hot enough that, and she was actually a little mitigated. She was saying, commercial fusion energy contributing to the grid, that's maybe still 20, maybe even as many as 30 years away.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. But
that would be amazing.
It would be amazing.
Be the solution to all of our problems.
I mean, our society has become energy for, right? We are consumers of energy. That's what makes the modern society tick.
And that's without artificial intelligence.
And that's without artificial intelligence. We know that these technologies and these computing centers quantum computing may reduce our energy consumption in the computing area in the future, but we're not there yet either. So right now we still need a lot of power to run these calculation centers. I saw some interesting things on renewables, definitely on scaling up renewables. There was Minesto, which has they use a sort of underwater aircraft which powers turbines, and that floats like a kite in tidal streams. And the advantage of that is, because solar and wind, they're very intermittent, right? So we do not have this, what's called the base load, this continuous load of energy. But tidal power might provide some of that. So if we invest some in that and have a base load of energy, that will make the whole system stable. I'm going to talk about AI in the energy system as well. I mean, AI has been everywhere. Siemens was saying, AI very important because it allows us to balance the load over the entire energy system, so the entire power system, and basically make sure that we use our energy in a more efficient way.
Solutions are here, and that's the important thing. I mean, we just need to find a way to implement them now. Let's take a look at a subject linked to the climate, of course, the intersection of agriculture and technology, food tech. We talked a lot about it last year. We are talking about it this year. It explores how technology can be leveraged to create efficiency and sustainability in designing, producing, choosing, delivering and enjoying food. Let's take a listen to Anton Soulier, CEO of Taster, and he's explaining how the food delivery market has grown after the pandemic and how brands are now adapting.
During the pandemic, basically everyone had to order online because there was no restaurants, and I think the market gained a lot of maturity in a matter of a year and a half. But after the pandemic, obviously a lot of people came back to the restaurants, and we came back to a new normal. What we've seen over the last few months, I would say, is a huge demand coming from the Gen Z generation. When you look at basically the consumers in the UK, 60% of the Gen Z consumers are ordering every week. It's just unbelievable, right? But they're ordering a lot of food on delivery. And that's, I think, creating, I would say, a new opportunity on how you position your brand. How you can tap into this, generation. You cannot be, you cannot have the same marketing ideas. You cannot have the same positioning, the same menus. And that's been for us a very big opportunity. And at Taster, we've also decided to adapt to this new demand by kind of creating brands with more relevant artists, tapping into also streamers, influencers that can have a huge impact on how Gen Z are actually creating an emotional connection with the brands. It's for sure a huge trend right now, and I think it's just the beginning. We are expecting the food delivery market, and when I'm talking about the food delivery market, I'm also including the grocery, to reach $1.4 trillion by 2027. So some people saw, okay, after COVID, the food delivery is going to be dead. People are going back to restaurants. No, there is a completely new generation that's learned the commodity, the enjoyment of ordering online. And I would say it's just the beginning.
It's just the beginning. I mean, what's amazing here in what we just heard is that when we talk about technology many times, and we talked about energy a few minutes ago, we talk about what's going to happen. We talk about the future. We're almost talking already about the past. I mean, the future is now for delivery. I mean, there is food, but not only food. Do you have the feeling here that delivery, personalization of need is actually on now?
Certainly. I was really interested today, Thomas, to visit the United Robotics group. They've got all kinds of really funky looking robots there, and they're focusing on health tech. So these are robots that are doing, as you said, very personalized needs for patients in hospitals, for example. So as we know, there's a real shortage of labor, particularly in Europe at the moment, for jobs such as working in hospitals, the kinds of medical orderlies who might be there to assist patients, bring them water, that sort of thing. So they say that they've really made a solution here. They've got these personal help robots who will, the patient can have a sort of a screen by the side of the bed. They can say, I need water, or I need some other assistance, and the robot will go and fetch it for them and bring it back. And it's got a cute little smiley face on it. So, that kind of thing, it really inspired me, because I was really feeling okay, this is really meeting a really human need. And I do think quite often when we hear about robots, automation of things, there's a lot of talk about, this is stealing people's jobs, or, and perhaps in some cases that might be true. But in this instance, it's really seeing an area where, okay, we have a lack of people to do these jobs. let's put some robots in there to find the solution. And it's also, I wanted to say, it's a Franco-German cooperation, which I know is, something that's growing and, really showcasing European innovation here at VivaTech.
The world and the market is changing. The job market, is changing. We're talking about food delivery, but this applies to every kind of delivery and service. Rudy.
And I just want to jump back onto food delivery because what we saw, especially in 2021, which was the record year for fundraising and VC investment into startups, is that something like 50 to 60% of the investment in food tech was going into delivery. And you can question whether that is where we really need the investment when we also know that food, the whole food system, has such a tremendous impact on the climate. And we are definitely in a situation where the climate needs to be addressed. Food system accounting for maybe a third of human greenhouse gases emissions. So it would be nice maybe to see some more of that investment going into technologies that can address that. Food waste, more efficient ways of farming, and ways that will prepare us for that warmer future.
I'm listening to them, and what I hear you in what you're saying is that from the field to the plate, everything is changing now. It's already changed almost.
Yeah, the way we eat, the way we produce, and I absolutely agree. Today we've seen loads of solutions here in Paris on how to produce, how to make food more sustainable, how to not waste food. For instance, there is one startup called RIP Labs. It's basically producing small stickers that you can stick on your, mango or avocado. We all know problems with avocados. They're off within 2 days. Basically, this sticker is preventing it from going off for another 14 days, so it increases its life. At the moment, in about 30%, but it goes up to 14 days. Very interesting solutions, especially for busy people in big cities. But that's not the only thing. And what I think is most interesting, that wherever you go, each stand here, people who are producing, innovative food solutions, they always say, we are working on technology, that's great, but there is one perfect technology, and that's nature, and we have to also protect this here in Paris. And there are solutions here as well. For instance, native forest. There is one startup called Morpho. They are replanting native forests in places like Brazil, Ghana, 100 times faster than humans, thanks to drones who are planting seed in very precise areas. And that's also a solution to food crisis, for instance, in countries, because forest is obviously very important for, CO2 and climate change, but also for social changes, also for food hunting. So there are plenty of solutions like this, very interesting, very kind of deep down to earth solutions I see in Paris.
And use consumption in a different way as well. You were saying earlier that I don't remember the figure, 40% of all fruits and vegetables.
More than 40% of all fresh fruit and vegetables in France goes to waste.
Yes, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
That's
and then we're going to be ending up eating insects. He wanted me to eat insects earlier today, which I refused, I have to say.
I was told that every minute we waste enough food to feed 1 million people on the planet, every minute.
So that's something we need to address, obviously. If we want to continue living on this planet, which we have no choice, this is just a small reminder for everybody.
Planet A.
Exactly, there's no plan B.
Elon Musk is coming tomorrow, so maybe he's going to take us off to some other planet one day. But you never know.
One day, yeah. Maybe we're a little old for this.
Maybe ask him tomorrow.
Speaking about myself, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll ask him definitely tomorrow. We talked about energy and we talked about food because these are crucial elements for life on Earth, and of course, it's addressed by technology. I like to talk about artificial intelligence because it's been the main topic of discussion here in the past 2 days. You might have heard of a company called Alibaba. It's Chinese, of course, it's huge. And it was here today. It's a retail giant, it's online. And it talked about the revolution of open artificial intelligence and its impact on society and on business. Take a listen.
AI is a transformative opportunity, and we think about it in the context of something as important as the mobile internet was 9-10 years ago when it just started, and people weren't really sure how will the mobile internet work. This, we think, is as big and as transformative or even larger. What are we actually doing? The foundational models are already being built in Ali Cloud. so our cloud business. And even though that's a separate business, it's a great opportunity to use those capabilities across all of our businesses. We're already rolling out. We did in April our large language model. In June, we rolled out what we call an AI-powered digital advisor or assistant, which does simple things, efficiency tools that organizations can use, including our own. The biggest and most interesting applications are going to be for brands and consumers. So I'll give you an example. We want to redesign the entire process of both onboarding onto our platform, but all of the operations that brands need to do in order to run a digital storefront. It would usually take about 4 to 5 months to make that happen. Using AI, we believe we'll be able to do it in 5 hours. 5 hours. The human requirement from brands, from Taobao partners, from Alibaba to actually run these stores is around 120 people. We think we'll be able to do it with 10. So the brand applications of AI are enormous. The consumer application is just as interesting because we want to redefine the consumer journey. What does that mean? We want every consumer to have a digital assistant, which means texting back and forth continuously. The digital assistant is the AI. Texting back and forth consistently about what they're browsing, what they're searching for, what they really want.
I hope you guys like your jobs, because at this rate, next year, it might not be us here. I mean, we might have some virtual journalists or whatever else with artificial intelligence inside. No, all this is about, really, more seriously, it's about personalization. I mean, this is what this allows. We heard so many things: mobile internet, new industrial revolution. What did you hear on the floor about artificial intelligence? Rudy, let's start with you.
I'll take this one first. I mean, we know that some people are very nervous about artificial intelligence, including Elon Musk, and I was very amused to hear Nigel Vaz on the main stage earlier today. He's the CEO of Publicis Sapiens, and he's positive about artificial intelligence, and the discussion was about what regulation we need. And he was sort of saying, let's worry about the existential threat of artificial intelligence in 10 years, and worry about what's happening in artificial intelligence in the right here and now. That sort of made me chuckle a little bit because, yeah, we might be dead in 10 years. Yeah. It's a joke, of course. Of course. But it goes very quickly. I think I don't think we measure exactly how fast this thing is going. I think the human brain is very poorly equipped to understand what exponential growth means.
What did you hear about it on the floor?
What is interesting, that there's quite big news coming from Europe about artificial intelligence. The Artificial Intelligence Act's first regulation, preparation for regulation of this kind in the world, that was adopted this week by the European Parliament. So there are moves, and I think Europeans worry more than the gentleman you just mentioned from Publicis. But what I've seen on the floor here, all of those elements were very positive. Let it be education, let it be health. I don't know if you saw, just behind our VivaTech newsroom, there is a big stand with Van Gogh. Van Gogh speaking. What is the best scenario than having Van Gogh in front of you to learn about his story? And this is going to be displayed at Musée d'Orsay in Paris. So basically, when a kid comes over, he will just be able to talk to Vincent van Gogh. And all of these very nice success stories we've seen in Paris, obviously also talking about trends like, I don't know, job losses, social surveillance. But I think we've been here in Paris, as you said, on a very positive tone this year.
Catherine?
I just think that, personally, I don't consider myself a techie person. I just have to say that. And so, as a kind of a general member of the public, a lot of what I've heard about AI is quite scary. I think we have to say, it's going to steal your job, et cetera, et cetera. And I think there certainly are concerns, and there definitely should be debates about how to deal with it. But what I've personally loved at VivaTech is that AI is it's a very vast, varied tapestry of different things. It is not one thing. And we're seeing different applications of different kinds of AI in all sorts of different areas. And so here we have innovators. We've got people who are looking for solutions to specific problems in different places.
That's the key. That's the key, and that's why this thing is so incredible. Everyone, every single person on this set, in this studio, came to us and told us, this is useful for me. And we're talking about industry people, but it's useful for everybody,
Healthcare,
for kids,
for example.
For teenagers, for students in universities, for teachers, for drivers, for anybody, everybody wants to use it, can use it. It's not complicated to use. I mean, if you look at ChatGPT, you're telling me that, in a few minutes you can use it. There's over 1 million users in less than a week for the first version of it. And this is, the difference with the metaverse that we talked a lot about last year is that there's a use for everyone here.
Well, for example, going back to my medical health tech and the medical robots, there was a robot that was able to work through the night on putting, blood tests through for analysis, that sort of thing. But speaking to the gentleman from Siemens Healthineers, he was talking to me as well about the AI that they're using in health, tests and exams, and saying, we can speed things up and we can use AI to find things that doctors couldn't. And we said to him, well, perhaps that's a little scary, because can you totally trust a computer or AI to find everything? And he said, we're not intending AI to be the only solution. It would be in tandem. It would be complementary, which is something, that we've not necessarily heard. And so obviously, I think this is just highlighting the choices that policymakers have in front of them when they're shaping regulations and rules going forward. We could have 100% AI doing all our medical tests, or we can have doctors involved as well. Or do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's really showing the whole variation.
We heard today, many people coming here were telling us, it's going to be a co-pilot, it's going to be an assistant. But the question is, until when?
It's a good question, Thomas. I mean, I think one important thing is that humans have the possibility to use tools for good or for bad. And that is going to be very important. I just want to discuss one example of AI that I love is that there are researchers right now who are trying to gather large data sets, because we know that the current large language models work with lots of data on whale speech. So they're gathering whale speech and they want to put all that into a big large language model, so that we might be able to finally communicate with whales, one of the other intelligent species on our planet. I mean, that is just, that's the stuff of dreams. That's magic, and that to me is a wonderful example.
Talking to animals is one. No, but it's true. It's true.
It's my kind of area.
One of the possibilities offered by this coming artificial intelligence. To me, it's as amazing as it is scary.
I mean, you think about an area of life, and there's probably some application for AI
for everything.
In there. Yeah.
In our job as well, synthesizing information, sports data, all of this can be done by artificial intelligence already. I don't think contextualizing it and finding a story can yet be done, so I think we have our jobs granted maybe for another 1 or 2 years. Let's see what next.
Hopefully we'll be here next year. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Catherine, Rudy. Thank you very much. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Of course, that's all for VivaTech Debrief today. I'm Thomas Bustraki. VT News tomorrow starts at 9, of course, and I'll be with you at 3. Have a good day.
For spheres that awaken the senses, see the world with new eyes, and experience the next dimension of inspiration. Fascinating, connected, automated, and powered by a sustainable ecosystem. a new era of high-class mobility.
Edenred is the everyday platform for people at work, and we're proud to return to VivaTech this year. This year at VivaTech, we will showcase our innovative payment solutions and share our company purpose, enrich connections for good, with all tech enthusiasts. And we're bringing something extra special to the table. At our booth, we'll be offering an immersive 3D gaming experience that has been especially designed for VivaTech. It's an opportunity to interact with our digital solutions in a whole new way. It shows you how the Edenred platform is changing food, gift, and mobility, making them more responsible and fun along the way. Edenred's innovative technology is designed to meet the needs of today's rapidly changing working world, and we're very excited to be sharing it with you. So whether you're an HR director looking to provide benefits to your employees, a business owner looking to streamline operations, or simply curious about the future of payments, we've got you covered. We really cannot wait to connect with you at our booth. Please come and see us.
Hello and welcome to VivaTech News. We are live in Paris for the 7th edition of Europe's largest tech and startup event. My name is Upton Saidi and I will be with you for the next 3 hours. You're watching Tech Early Birds, where we bring you through all the action happening live from VivaTech, where we have some amazing, huge names, big names in tech, in politics, and luxury. Of course, yesterday we heard from French President Emmanuel Macron, who spoke about the future of artificial intelligence and how he wants to see that play out here in France. We're also going to be hearing from Elon Musk, the man behind Tesla, SpaceX, and now Twitter. He'll be joining VivaTech tomorrow. And we also have some huge names from Salesforce, PayPal, LVMH chairman Bernard Arnault is also here at VivaTech. So this is absolutely the place to be to understand the future of technology and where things are headed, especially at a pivotal moment with artificial intelligence. It's been a massive year for artificial intelligence, and that's the name of the game. That's one of the big themes this year we're seeing at Viva Technology. Another big theme is climate tech. What are companies doing to pledge their loyalty to sustainability? That's a big theme that we're going to be talking a lot about on today's show. I want to get out to the main action floor. The doors have just opened. The attendees have started to arrive. We have our reporters on the ground, so let's see what's happening on the main action floor. Excited to be joined now by Alexi, who is our reporter on the ground at the entrance. Alexi, what can you tell us? Day 2, what's going on?
Well, good morning, Abzin, and good morning to all our viewers. First of all, look at that, the sun is shining, everyone's happy, everyone's smiling, and so much people coming in at the entrance just behind me, so it's such a pleasure to be back for day 2 at VivaTech 2023. So that first day, yesterday, I've seen so many things going on, as you mentioned, Upton, the traditional visit from the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. We've also seen, by the way, French Minister of Economy, Bruno Le Maire, going around the different alleys of VivaTech 2023. He stopped a little bit longer in the Normandy stand, of course, because it's where Bruno Le Maire is from in France. So one of the events of yesterday was also the unveiling of a brand new Renault car prototype, called H First Vision, a car that would be using a little bit of AI. Artificial intelligence, as you said, was a major point of interest yesterday, and be sure that it's going to stay this way for the remaining days of VivaTech 2023. So the day 2 of VivaTech today will feature once again many speakers on the different stages in order to connect worldwide tech actors. We will follow the LVMH Innovation Awards, once again happening happening at VivaTech this year. 18 startups have made it to the finals for the 7th edition of the awards. And Bernard Arnault, as you said, will be here at VivaTech, and he will be here, of course, to announce the winner of this LVMH Innovation Awards. Talking about awards to follow, we will have the Africa Tech Awards. Today is going to be this afternoon, and these promising awards will happen around the I'm not sure about it, but it might be around stage 1 or the Africa Tech Hall. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to follow this, and be sure to take a little bit of time to attend the Africa Tech Awards this afternoon. For the sports aficionados, I wanted to mention that the World Cup winner Blaise Matuidi, French World Cup winner in 2018, will be here at VivaTech this year. He is a former player, of course, of Juventus Turin, but also Paris Saint-Germain, one of the biggest clubs in Europe right now. So Blaise Matuidi will be here on stage 1 at